inside of me. Harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to day 3 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. We're back here with the Watchpoint pre-show. It's me, it's Danny, it's Costa. Ready to go for more Junker Queen meta?
Yeah!
Woo!
Yeah, Warriors, let's go!
Yeah, the song is a bit catchy. It is. And it's already on it. We're vibing here today. It's going to be a good day of matches so far, day 1 and 2. We went the distance to map 5, round 3, multiple times. We're ready to do it all over again in this pretty uniform meta we've had so far. More Junker Queen today, more Genji, more Sojourn.
You should buckle up. It's going to be a long stage if you're expecting things to change. It feels like their meta is pretty set in stone. The fact that people are playing it everywhere, and like in the first day, like London was like, oh, maybe we can play some Rush, and then they lost. I'd be surprised if they pull it out again today.
Yeah.
You never know, it's London.
That's true.
Maybe we'll see more teams play Sombra. That'll be exciting, looking out for that. And then we won't be surprised yet. Yeah, Costa, don't look at me that way. Don't look at me that way. Anyway, you know, the message is that we're going to see a lot of the same heroes all over and over and over again. We got a long stage ahead of us with tons of matches where we'll see this meta. So we figure we'll explain it day by day. We'll talk through the composition, some of the heroes, and the players that excel on those heroes. So today is Brig Day. We've got Lucio, 49% pick rate so far, and Brigitte, 47% pick rate, out of the supports, of course, after the two days of matches in the Summer Showdown.
0.1 Moira as well?
0.1.
Yeah.
When did I don't even remember.
I don't even remember that.
I was very observant of you right there. 0.1.
Happy to help.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. We appreciate your help here on the desk, Costa. But yes, today is Brig Day. Yesterday was Genji Day.
Yeah.
We talked through the top 5 Genjis in the league. A lot of Sam fans were really happy about that list because Sam came in number 1. And we're like, I'm justified! Sam number 1! Yeah! Well, we got another exciting Brigitte list for you here today. And it's going to surprise you. Just like it surprised us. But, you know, it's not our power ranking. It's Noah's from our research.
Blame it on Noah. Blame it on Noah.
We're looking at the numbers here, crunching the numbers, and the numbers don't always make sense.
I even double checked with Noah. I was like, are you proud of this list? Like, does this list make sense to you? Like, judging from the stats. And he was like, yeah.
Oh.
Not a doubt in my mind. This is the top 5 Brigs when it comes to the stats.
Just statistics in short form, like between all the metas and that kind of stuff, just of this season. So it does look a little skewed. You know, I don't think anyone would have said,
skewed.
no, that's not what I was going for. But Lastro is number 1.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think many of us were expecting Lastro to come in here at the number 1 because, yeah, he's a great player, but he's only played it like once, and that was in their first match that they played against the New York Excelsior, that they got reverse swept. So, you know, as much as, you know, Lastro's being a boss, this is why. This is why statistically he is our number 1 Brig. And I want to hit on something here. So obviously all these numbers are really high and we're all really impressed with Lastro. The thing to keep in mind, in this meta, the way Brig is playing is completely different to anything that we've seen a Brig play in the past. Historically, the Brig plays with the Ana, protects her from the dive and anything like that, just pushing everyone away. So the Brig will stay alive a lot longer, but also do less healing because she's not getting Inspire value as much. So in this meta, the Brig is almost like the off-tank in a way. She's the front liner that is getting that healing in, and they are playing as a unit. So the Brig is probably going to die more, but is going to get more value in the stats in terms of number and healing done. So damage and healing done is going to be up, but the deaths are going to be way up, and that's what you saw there on the Lastro stat. But he's been killing it so far. You know, he's a flex support historically. We have not seen him play too much main support, but he's been really stepping up this season for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah.
Isn't it also because the flex supports, they could also flex onto the Ana? They're like, depending on like what map. They're also playing.
Well, there's only one team that's done it. Who was the team? It was the Toronto Defiant, where Twilight's just like, let me go Anna. I think Twilight's the only player who's allowed to go, let me go Anna, and I'll be like, okay, sure, whatever you say, Twilight.
Yeah, but Lastro so far popping off on the brig. But I feel like, he's not universally known as the best brig in the league. It might be so statistically so far, and 10,000.
Big Lastro energy though.
Yeah, big Lastro energy. 10,000 healing done per 10 minutes. I'm like, I wish my ranked teammates would do 10,000 healing on brig for 10 minutes. That's absurd.
No, I don't do that much. Hey, here's what I like to do on brig. I like to think I'm indestructible. Pop, rally, run in, and die. And then you're like, oh no, sorry guys, I didn't mean to do it.
You put yourself down too much, Costa. You're actually a great brig. I respect your brig. I would have you pocket me on my art. Anyway, I think probably the primary candidate for the best brig in the Western region would probably be the player who actually got placed second in this power ranking, which is Skewed from the LA Gladiators.
Yeah.
I mean, the most brig specialist we probably have in the entire league. Obviously, Skewed is a flex support. We saw him play some Zenyatta last year, for example, next to Shu. But Shu is like the best flex support of the LA Gladiators, but they bring in Skewed, and last season he has an incredible season playing Brigitte as a specialist for this team, and now he's perfect for this role. Next to Funny Astro on the LA Gladiators, we talked about Skewed and Funny Astro is probably the best backline for this meta. The two fantastic main support players in a double main support meta. Is Skewed like, in your mind, like the best Brigitte player we have in the Western regions when it comes to like the eye test and everything that goes into it?
Yeah, I think so, and that's pretty. Everyone will say that, in the public. He has been historically one of the best just in all kinds of metas. He really his ability to gain ult charge and just get that rally up efficiently and effectively while also getting value without dying has been the number one thing that he's always stepped up. There's always players that, do one or the other, but Skewed is the full package on the brig, and it's absolutely massive for the Gladiators that they're able to have Funny Astro and Skewed on both of their comfort heroes right now. So I'm excited to see more of him. You looked at those numbers, they are quite different to how Lastros were, but the thing that stood out to me was that he's first in Inspire uptime, and he would have been sharing that time with earlier stages, so that just goes to show how much work he is doing on this hero.
Absolutely. And of course, for third and fourth place in our power rankings, as we watch Skewed clean up there on our push map, two players from
the
Dallas
same
Fuel.
team, yeah.
Dallas Fuel. They have two support players, both end up top 3 and top 4 in our Brigitte power rankings.
Yeah.
We were very surprised by this, Danny.
I think it was because, number 3 was Fielder, and then number 4 was Chio. I think Chio is the main support, but right now we're in double main support meta, and they do need that Lucio, so Chio's on that Lucio role, and right now we have Fielder on the Brig. So, and Fielder, as far as I know, he hasn't played a lot of Brig as well, but I think his match against the Gladiators a couple days ago, when was it? That was
All a
yesterday.
blur, honestly.
Yeah, it was this week. I think it was very impressive. So, because Dallas Fuel only has 2 supports, I think we're going to see a lot of Fielder Brig this whole meta.
And he passes the number test, at least at this point,
Yeah.
doing a lot of work, putting out the healing, done eliminations. Johnny, do you think these numbers are skewed a little for teams that played really close and long matches, or do you think that's not really a factor?
Well, if you had more playtime this meta, I would certainly say that it helped you. But that's why I asked Noah. I was like, do you think that this weekend's action have inflated the numbers statistically to all the big players? And he's like, no. This is pretty across the board this season. This is pretty accurate. So just quickly on Fielder, I do think it's interesting that he's top 5, Costa, because at least in my mind, usually when we talk about Fielder, we talk about his Ana play, for example, and Moira last year.
Yeah.
I feel like some people have the perception that Fielder is pretty inflexible, that he's not, as flexible as other flexible players. Do you think that holds true, or do you think that we don't give him enough credit for his flexibility as a support player?
I just don't think we give him enough credit. Yes, I would say Ana is his best hero. Even going back to the Paris Eternal days, that's when Fielder really stepped up on that hero. But his Zenyatta is probably not his strongest suit, but he's played a lot of Moira. He's now playing the Brig. He has played a lot of different things, and I think you need to, Baptiste, you got to give him credit where credit is do. He has stepped up on this brig. He is just a phenomenal player in anything that he's ever had to touch. So I think we need to put more respect in Fielder's name. And he is leading the charge right now on that brig hero. We've seen a lot of these flex support players move over to this brig, and so far, there has been hit and miss. The one big thing that stands out to me for a lot of these players is getting too aggressive, getting punished for it. That is such a big problem in this meta, and I think Fielder was very, controlled in that manner, so I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players were just looked at their stats, and like their deaths across the board were pretty high. Like they die a lot, and you mentioned as well in this manner you tend to die a lot as Brigitte, so that's something to keep an eye on. If the Brigittes go in and they die pretty early, for example, I think Ultraviolet for Outlands Rain, he was the victim of that. He was targeted a lot in yesterday's matchup, so keep your eyes on the brig. Now, there are other things to keep your eyes on in this very meta, and if you're not familiar with these sustained brawl metas, then it might get a little bit confusing. So that's why we're here to clear things up in our next segment that we're going to call the Meta Manual. Stay tuned and we'll explain to you how the meta works and what to look out for. It's going to be good. We've got 3 more Summer Showdown qualifier matches coming your way today. And while we could just preview all 3 matches and talk about the players and how good they are at all the heroes and stuff like that, we figured we might as well just preview the meta instead. Because we'll be seeing the meta all day long and all week to come and weeks to come. So why not just talk through the meta and how it will operate? I realize that, it's a lot easier to follow this metas when it's, shooty guns and Widowmakers and shooting headshots and all that stuff. But we get paid for a reason, all right? We get paid.
You get paid?
To analyze the game, all right?
You not get paid?
So don't worry.
You're working for free?
Yeah, you guys. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. I'm gonna talk to someone.
We're gonna have a talk in So we like to debut our new segment we got planned to explain everything. This one we call the Meta Manual.
Woo! Meta Manual.
I'm really excited about this one. I think it's a great name.
Yeah.
Great job, X-Grams. Alliteration. He was very proud of that one. So there are a few things to keep your eyes on in this meta. That looks very hectic because the two teams just brawl against each other and they're speeding in, they're speeding out. There are a few key abilities, and we'll be pointing out those, one after another here to really give you an idea of how this meta works. So to kick things off, Costa, Junker Queen, new hero in the game. What's like the biggest thing to look out for when it comes to Junker Queen?
Yeah, as you said, with Junker Queen coming into the meta, a lot of people are like, well, it's not GOATs because, we don't have, the 3 supports and 3 tanks, but it actually plays very similarly. And I think the most similar aspect is that there is high sustainability and that ultimates matter the most. And I think that is the big thing that we need to talk about here is Junker Queen's ultimate Rampage is actually one of the strongest ultimates that we actually have in this game right now. The ability to engage, bleed everyone, give yourself self-sustainability, but most importantly, provide that anti-healing is really the big factors for this ultimate. And it charges incredibly slowly in comparison to these other heroes in the meta right now. Sorry?
For good reason.
For good reason, because it is almost like a guaranteed team fight win rate unless the opposition team drops all their ultimates on it. So I think the thing to keep an eye on is how quickly these Junker Queens are going to be building these ultimates and then tracking how much value they get from them. We've already seen so far in these last few matches where if they mess up that Rampage, it can have a causation effect for the rest of the map, because if you have a bad Junker Queen Rampage, then they don't have to use their support ultimates, then they don't have to use as many resources to win that fight, and then it can snowball away from you. Inversely, if you get a really good Rampage, win a team fight for free, it can have a very positive effect on the round. So keeping an eye on those Rampages and how much value they're going to get out of those is going to be a big part of this meta.
Yeah, of course, on the surface level, we like to look at, getting picks and getting eliminations. It's like really crucial. But it's really crucial to keep up with the ultimate fight as well, making sure that you always have ultimates that you can win team fights with. So that's a good shout on the Rampage there. Now, there is one roster slot, with these teams, the compositions, that is dedicated to the hit scan heroes. And in this meta, we got Sojourn, we got Ashe here, Danny.
Yep.
What does this damage hit scan role kind of serve its purpose?
Honestly, I think hit scan role is pretty much the same as any meta, but it is an important role because I think it makes team fights easier for your team, because what they have to do is, I think, either get that pick and open the fight up, or put as much damage as possible so that your Junker Queen and your teammates could go rush in and win the team fight that way. As we're seeing right now, I think for this fight in Kilo, he opened up the fight by getting a pick, and then the rest of the San Francisco Shock went in and closed out the fight. So that is why we're seeing a lot more Ashe and also Sojourn as well, because of the one-shot potential and also very high output damage.
Yeah, just with the sheer amount of healing throughput that comes out of these compositions, with the Shout, with the Lucio, with the Brig, that one-shots that you can get primarily from the Sojourn in comparison to the Ashe just is a big deal. If you can kill someone without anyone being able to support them in any way, it does sort of create that 4v5 and it will snowball away from you from there. So personally, I don't know what you think, Johnny, but after the couple of days that we've seen, I much prefer the Sojourn over the Ashe. The Ashe puts out way more damage, but I feel like, especially Aspire yesterday, the amount of impact that you can have on that Sojourn is just far higher.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Ashe is still an interesting pick, and most notably because of Bob. The ultimate Bob can be very efficient at contesting objective, for example, creating an off angle, because there are no shields, remember? There are no shields to protect you from Bob damage. So if your Bob can find an off angle, you'll just pump in damage on your backline. That's going to be something that you can't really deal with that efficiently. So I do like the Ashe pick sometimes, but the Sojourn Railgun, very efficient at finding those picks, like you pointed out, Danny, with Kilo of finding one of those. Another ability that is really good in this meta, it's going to be the Commanding Shout from Junker Queen. So this one is a little bit harder to track. You know, Rampage is just like a queen, just like darting over the map.
I think that's the sound you made.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, perfect. Voice acting in Johnny's future.
Wow. And you know, you can always spot out the soldier and railguns, you know, getting picks like that. But the Commanding Shout is just so good. I mean, it gives your entire team immediate health. And that is going to be shown with the green health bar sort of addition. If you keep your eyes on the top left or top right corner, you can see that there's like these green health bars that pop up. That is the Commanding Shout healing, essentially, or it's over health in this case. But also you get the movement speed buff, right? Yeah. So which means that you can either engage very quickly and speed boost in, or you can disengage away from your opponents. And so this is just an ability that you really need to keep your eyes on, and that will give you a big heads up, as in like, is a team trying to engage on the back of this movement speed buff, or are they trying to disengage from their opponent? It's just like a small little like mini battle within the larger scheme of things. Yeah. And I think if you really want to become like a savant in this meta, you have to keep your eyes on that cooldown and how it's utilized and what teams find good value and utilize it the right way. Finally, of course, we already talked a little bit about ultimates here, Costa, but as our support aficionado, what is like the biggest or best of ultimates?
Well, just as it was in GOATS, the support ultimates are really the crux of what's going to be winning you the fights in terms of just keeping that sustainability up and dealing with the rampages, the blades, and all those kind of things. So we have the Lucio, we have the Brig. Why are those heroes the primary picks? Because there is more healing and better ultimates in the other ones, but the fact that the Brig rally, what that does is it gives you so much sustainability in these massive brawl fights where just being able to live through them is so important. That can get you through our blade, it can get you through the high damage output of a Bob or even the Sojourn, stop you from getting hit by that one shot. So the Brig Rally is just such a nice neutral fight thing that you can just sort of force and will give you a massive advantage. Why the Sound Barrier, as you've seen so far in the last couple of days, it is used primarily to counter that rampage damage. I just talked about how effective that can be. Because of the anti-healing and the bleed, the Sound Barrier is really the only thing that heavily mitigates that. All of a sudden, the bleed ticking damage takes over health. You don't need to be healed during that period because of how much you have as well. So the Sound Barriers and the rallies are going to be very important. And just like in GOATS, not stacking them is a very important thing. In a fight, if you use them both at the same time, yes, you will have that crazy sustainability for 5-6 seconds, but after that you will have nothing left in the tank, and then the ultimates might overcome you. So keeping track of how these supports are using them and how they're getting effectiveness, because it is not a flowchart Overwatch. You know, GOATS is not going to be, if this happens, do this. If that happens, do this. There is a lot of back and forth, and you'll see people trying to mix up how they're using things to get advantages in other fights.
Yeah. I think it's important when we have conversations like this to keep in mind that if we're right, you should give us credit. But if we're wrong, it's not our fault. It's a very subjective game. So
yes.
Keep that in mind. Like if we're wrong, it's not our fault. It's someone else's fault. Well, Danny, you of course talked about damage players finding picks. And I'd like to find some picks as well, because I have not been very good at finding picks so far. But the viewers at home have been told they're very good at finding picks. In our pick'ems,
Wow.
I got there in the end.
You did. Wow. I was so confused. I was like, what? I was like, oh, now I get it. Great job.
You, of course, can download the Overwatch League mobile app and submit your pick'ems in the mobile app. It's a great way to just like, you know, enjoy predicting some of these matches and, you know, making sure that like have a reason to root for some of these teams. Like if you're a Toronto Defiant fan and, you know, Toronto are not playing today, for example, then you can always, you know, predict Paris Eternal to win, and then you can root for the Paris Eternal. You know, you can cosplay as a European fan. It's not every...
I got to change my pick'ems actually. The last couple of days have been a lot, and I realized I did them like a week ago, and everything I thought I knew was a lie. So I should really get on that.
Yeah, guys, join us.
Yeah, join us
in the 1-5 record. Was it 1-5, 1-4?
No, I think we're like 2 and 4.
No, we're not
2 and 4, Danny. Come on, we're not 2 and 4.
Give us some credit. We're professionals.
Yeah.
I think we're 2. Oh, is it 2 and 4? Okay.
About that pay. we'll have to see what's going on. Anyway, I feel like that's a pretty good summation of the meta and how it operates, right? Yeah. Make sure you get value from Rampage, Junker Queen's Rampage. Find picks with your damage players, or at least capitalize on that damage. Keep an eye out for Commanding Shout. Jungle Queen's Commanding Shout. It's a really good ability. And finally, Sound Barrier is going to have a big impact on the ultimate wars. And can you keep tempo with the other team's ultimates, etc. So there you go. 4 keys to victory, to success, or just 4 keys to observe the game. I feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah.
We're
great.
going to have 3 matches coming your way. We got to talk about the teams at some point. We got to talk about they're the guys who actually matter in this league, not us. And for the first match of the day, we're going to preview. It's going to be the Boston Uprising taking on the London Spitfire. So stay tuned, and we'll break that game coming up here next on the Watchpoint Pre-Show. The Boston Uprising got off to a very hot start in the Summer Showdown after an upset win yesterday against the Atlanta Reign that no one of us predicted. No one could have thought this to be happened, but we did mention that the Boston Uprising had spring in their set, and it paid off. And so now we're very happy to once more talk about the Boston Uprising and their incredible play in yesterday's matchup. Danny, who stood out to you on the
For
Boston
me,
Uprising?
I think definitely. I think both damage dealers, the DPS duo,
brothers.
was very
V brothers.
the V brothers. Yes, put the two Vs together, and then you get a W. And that's how they won yesterday. We'll see if that happens today. But yeah, Victoria on that Sojourn I was really impressed. I think both, not only them, but I think Boston Uprising as in general, I think from the start of the season, they have consistently been improving. And I think yesterday's match, Victoria and also Valentine we've seen that from both of them as well. Of course, Victoria on that Sojourn and Valentine on the Genji as well. He's always been playing that Genji for the team. And of course, I think, I'm going to say this, I don't think he's like the best Genji that we have in the league, but he had his pop-up moments, and it's been, he's been good. So I think for today's match against London Spitfire, I have my eyes set on the V brothers, guys.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting team to follow because I feel like I'm following like the players' like story arc and like their reputation as players like really elevate, because like they've been kind of middling. But if they start winning, I'm like, oh, these guys are good. I'm like excited for them. I'm like, yeah, they're good, they're doing it.
It's all like, the Houston Outlaws where we have high expectations and then when they lose, we're like, oh, man. But then when they win, we're like, oh, yeah, they should win. It's Boston where you're like, anytime they win, you're like, yeah, they did it.
Well, you did that yesterday because Punk as well. The Aussie boy, you talked him up before the game and he turned out to have an amazing game. The Punker Queen, as we now call it.
Punker Queen.
Yeah, the Punker Queen. It really stood out with this Junker Queen play yesterday. His parents were there, they were cheering it on.
Yeah, they randomly surprised him in America, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And of course, Faith, I think the main support player for the Boston Uprising. He's been like one of the most consistent main supports in the league. But he's like never had any pop-off moments. I've never been like, oh wow, Faith is actually like, insane at the game. I'm like, oh, he's a great Lucio player.
Yeah.
But yesterday, I think he really stood out. You can see 8.9 thousand healing done per 10 minutes. That really stood out. That was like 2,000 more per 10 minutes over OG on the Atlanta range. So Faith definitely won that healing done battle, and that leads to more sound barriers, and sound barriers are it's a very good ultimate. So Faith, keeping your eyes on his sound barriers in this matchup later on today. Now, Costa, of course, and on Spitfire, they're known for their Reinhardt compositions. Do we want to see more of Reinhardt today?
Yes! Yes,
no, okay, let me precursor with something. Yes, we saw them play the Reinhardt against the Florida Mayhem on Coliseum. Just a little bit. Yeah. Didn't work really at all. Obviously, it's more of their comfort. They can have Backbone go over to that May. They can have the Chatty on his signature Reinhardt hero. And I'm not sure. I can't speak to this because we haven't seen it enough of will it actually work in the long term. But my take for the London Spitfire is if they are going to do it, I want to see them commit to it on more maps in which it's going to work. If they start splitting time between playing the Junker Queen comp and playing the Rush, I think they're going to struggle on both ends. They're not going to be able to exceed expectations. They've done it in the past where the Reinhardt has worked in the long term. I just don't see it working with the amount of sustainability and the commanding shout value that you can get from the Junker Queen. So I'd prefer to see them stick to, the meta, but it's London after all. They've defied the meta many a times.
Yeah. Danny, yes, no, quick answer. Do you want to see them play the Reinhardt?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay, there you go. Danny wants to see London Spitfire play the Reinhardt. Well, that match is going to come right up. But before then, we got our predictions, of course, for today's matches. You shouldn't pay attention to these. Like, don't.
We're just making things up.
Like, who cares? Like, really,
Wow.
What? Pickham's got London.
You guys are crazy.
You guys are crazy.
Are you serious?
Okay, I'm going to give them an out and say that people chose London going into this stage and then forgot to change it. Because there's no way you can pick London over Boston after the matches we've seen.
No, I'm going to imagine the fans this morning waking up, having a little sip of coffee and like, I'm going to predict London Spitfire today. That's set in stone. The Hardy. The Hardy Reinhardt.
The Hardy Reinhardt. That's what I feel good about.
I don't know what I'm saying at this point. We're not going to see the Hardy Reinhardt. I'm sorry. It's over. Well, that does it for the Watchpoint pre-show. High-octane gameplay coming our way later today here, day 3 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. We're moments away because the matches are about to start right now.
Warriors! Warrior mentality rising through the flames. Awaken the power held inside of me. Harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
warrior. I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Damn, yeah. The new song is a bop. That is definitely going to stick in my head for the rest of the year, regardless of what other things we have this year. It's so sick. I love it. I love seeing all the VTs and stuff before we get into the season, or the different stages, sorry. All right. Day number 3 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. Rose, it's been a wild ride over the last couple of days. You had a heart attack. Your PC exploded. And, yeah, we never saw you at the end of the broadcast yesterday. Yeah, I'm not surprised because that game, game 5 at the very, it was insane. And we're probably gonna have some more insane stuff today. London Spitfire and the Boston Uprising are game number 1. Chatty versus Punker Queen. You know, a lot of people thinking London were going to do well this stage. The fans, they picked London today, and the rest of the devs picked Boston. So we'll see who's right after this.
I think it's such a tough call. I mean, especially with all the upsets that we've had, right? That's what we're all referring to. This meta is just so fresh and so new that the teams that are adjusting to it very quickly are doing really well, and Boston Uprising is certainly one of those teams, which is why the desk is putting a lot of faith behind them today, and for a very good reason, Jaws. Here's the starting lineup for the Boston Uprising. You know, Punker Queen, of course, as you mentioned, the V brothers from Danny, but you also have to look at MCD and Faith, who are rounding out that support line so nicely to allow Punk to get so much value as Junker Queen.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why I got player of the match yesterday against the Atlanta Reign. A game that literally everybody thought the Reign were going to win.
Yeah.
Reign had such a good roster coming into this stage, and you were like, well, okay, Hawk can play basically anything. Kai as well, just a beast on the hit scan. But Boston came out and just blew them out of the water, disrupted everybody's pick'ems. And I'd be surprised if anybody right now is at 100% after the last couple of days that we have had. But yeah, Punk's Junker Queen has been such a standout. Can this continue, though? Because the London Spitfire are definitely a team not to be trifled with. When they do get going, they really start rolling. And with Hardy at the helm, I mean, yeah, Backbone's Genji, not the greatest compared to a lot of other Genjis we're seeing currently. But if they just stick with that rush and play it more, like Custer was saying on the desk, they have been a team that bends the meta around them. Can that be the case in the Summer Showdown qualifiers?
It's all going to really come down to how London Spitfire decide to adapt in this weekend and next. And yesterday, at least their first match of this stage, Jaws, they did not look good. They tried the Junker Queen, and they even tried the Rush, and it just wasn't working out for them in their first match of this season versus the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, a lot of people were hyped on the Florida Mayhem too. There's a lot of key pieces on there that fit perfectly with the compositions that people are running the Junker Queen comps. So it definitely was a tough opponent, but it's not something that I thought London would have too much trouble with, just historically. Same. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see. The V brothers, as Danny aptly put it, Valentine and Victoria. I mean, Valentine is on one of his better heroes, the Genji, right? And that's what's crazy about this meta. All these Genji players that have been maybe shoved to other roles as of late can come out and really flourish. And Sojourns and Ashe being very crucial to these comps too. You'd expect a lot of really good hit scan play coming out from London Spitfire, for example, from Sparker.
Right.
Just not really met that mark. And I think today's test, really, it is going to be the Punker Queen versus the Chadi, but we got to look at Backbone stepping up to the plate, taking down Valentine, who's been exceptional on the Genji thus far. And I know the devs were like, you know, it's pretty good, but Valentine's performance against the Atlanta Reign with the Blades, yeah, that was a little bit more than good.
Yeah, that was definitely standout. When you notice how maybe infrequently those Dragon Blades really are getting like 3-4 people, I think you do have to look at Valentine's success with the Dragon Blades and go, okay, yeah, a little more than good. But I think that you could say a kind of similar thing on the side of the London Spitfire when you have to shine a spotlight onto the Genji. Now, Backbone, of course, has been playing mostly the Mei, has been switching over to his alter ego Bone back to play the Zenyatta, but the Genji has had to take a little bit of shelf time. It just hasn't been a part of the meta that London Spitfire has crafted for themselves. Yesterday, I think it was a little rough. Let's see if Backbone can bring it back, though, this time around and play that Genji a little more synergistically with the rest of the team.
Yeah, you got to help set up the dives, or we've seen a lot of teams just have the Lucio taxi around the Genji and jump to the back line as soon as the enemy Junker Queen ends up going in. So it's a little less peel. Speaking of peel, Sparker doesn't need it. He's on the point with the rest of London. Boston Uprising don't want to go for that touch. They're happy with London just taking the point, winning the fight in the neutral, but there's so many points where you can hide on this exact checkpoint. I mean, you can hide around the walls, around the corners. It's a bit more difficult for the Sojourns to get an instant headshot with people powering on the point. You can see there, Boston Uprising decide to make a move, and they cut to smithereens.
Yeah, that was a really rough one. I think London Spitfire had identified that this particular point of Lighthouse, you really do want to have point presence first. And so once London Spitfire beat the Boston Uprising to the punch, they were able to sit there and poke the rest of the Uprising down. And so Punk was so low before he could really even go in and get a good engage. I mean, look at that too. He's already half health, moving back towards the point.
Yeah, now it's just about that neutral. Trying to get Sparker and Victoria to find a headshot. There's no 2.5-minute break between kills. Not today. Not today. Not with how aggressive both the teams have been recently. Commanding shout for the Boston Uprising as they just speed towards Sparker and Landon. Spoke about how Landon, oh my god, okay.
Oh,
that was
Hardy.
an immense boop by Faye. That was a lot of free ult charge. Booping Hardy off the map. Not bad. Boston Uprising take the point.
A really nice fast re-engage from them as well. They actually did deny London Spitfire even more percentage, so stopping them at 57. Faith, of course, has the sound barrier so fast. It's the first support ultimate that's come online, Jaws. And I know that environmental had something to do with it, but also Faith's Lucio has just been so aggressive, and you can see how that wall riding has really helped Faith just stay in the AoE of the team to heal, as well as just making sure that he's in the face of somebody on the enemy team to get that massive damage.
Double blade, double commanding shout. There's the beat for the Uprising. Punk didn't get it though. He was on the mini pack, LOS off the beats, and he ends up getting cut down by Landon and Backbone. Riley's follow up with the London Spitfire. MCD only a couple of percentage points away from getting his online, and yeah, unfortunately, Boston Uprising didn't have the rally to save the rest of the team, and in fact, they're just going to go in. I mean, you might as well. Landon and April don't have support ults anymore, and the overhealth has already faded away. Faith looking for some cheeky boots. Hardy doesn't want to step up to the plate. Look at that preemptive boot. Thinking that maybe the London Spitfire try and peek their heads in to get to the point. Boston Uprising find the flip and kill Hardy, as now the Uprising just making London Spitfire pay for overstepping. A triple kill for Victoria, or even a quad kill in fact.
That was so good. I mean, that's what we expect out of a DPS like Victoria, and I love that we finally get a chance to see Boston Uprising in what looks to be they're coming up to their prime right now, Jaws. This is the team that we were all really hoping to see. This is a good look. And now Punk gets to follow up with a Rampage. Victoria may have been taken out, but they might not be out of it just yet, depending if Punk can get this online.
Yeah, you still have to fight this neutral. That'll help start it off, though. 3-man Rampage. Can they kill Punk? Yes, they can. Pretty easy piece. Now at 96%. They still need to touch, mind you. There you go. London Spitfire starting the cap off. Uprising still willing to push in, regardless of their Punker Queen being down. The Backbone's going pretty low, to be fair. They pick him off. Maybe they just speed in to the front line.
Landon's got those cookies, though. No worries. Backbone's not going down just yet. But the fact that Punk was able to hold on to the Rampage as well gives Boston such a great engagement tool to be able to take back control. They do have 99% so far. Last fight.
Nice rally by Landon, yep, as Sparker just sails to the skies and takes out both supports of the Boston Uprising. I mean, there was a good setup by Punk. Hit the rampage on a few people. London Spitfire looking like a brand new beast starting out on this first round. Can Boston Uprising touch? Maybe, just maybe. Doofus coming in. Faith on the Lucio. He gets booped away. Okay, London. All right. Very much of a different look. Hey, I'm not, looking at those pick'ems. Maybe the audience is right. Maybe London are brand new. Maybe they know something we don't.
They might. They just might. I mean, I think something that was really smart about the way that London has played this was a lot of teams, when they're ahead, they like to get really, really aggressive. Go touch the spawn door challenge. That's been very active. And, you know, people are trying to set records right now. But London, in those final moments, did realize that overextending could just roll the round. So, you know, just have Admiral over there, try to watch for the Lucio rollouts that Faith may go for to try to touch the point and just be there to act as doorman. And that worked out way better, just so knowing that London Spitfire also had that plan B of insurance of just, well, we're on the point, and so we should be able to also deal with them if they end up actually getting there on time. But, well, let's see how many Lucio environmentals we can get on this map.
Yeah, I'm definitely counting. Ooh, that's not good. Hardy got shivved by Punk there. Not the best start. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm honestly curious how many spawn camps we've seen in the league overall versus how many we've seen during this Junker Queen meta.
Yeah.
It does feel a lot easier with the Junker Queen. Like the amount of healing you have and the sustain, the people are way more willing to play up the spawn doors. I'm all for it personally. I think it's quite funny.
It's just this matter of Dallas Fuel. One of the two.
Oh my god. Punk's accuracies with the knives, not bad at all. Sparker, unhindered though, was just sitting in the back line of the London Spitfire waiting for Boston to peek out when he had full railgun charge. Now Punk's going to have to land a few more knives to turn this fight. Sparker misses that railgun, but the London Spitfire now going for the cap. 34% is all the Boston Uprising got from that fight. I wouldn't say an overextension, but it's more on Sparker picking up a lot of those kills.
Yeah, Sparker looks to be in better form today. He feels more, he seems more confident with how the Sojourner is supposed to play in this particular composition, which I feel like, you know, we saw a little bit of discomfort from the London Spitfire versus the Florida Mayhem. And so this does look to be, you know, like the signs of life we expected from the London Spitfire for a composition that plays pretty similarly to the Reinhardt, which is just charge at the enemy team and rush at their face.
Really early beat for Faith. Admiral a little bit further behind, but Valentine's already dead. I don't think Faith or MCD, to be fair, really expected Valentine to go down that early, and it looks like a big reset for Boston. And you lose that ult advantage, which kind of sucks. Not gonna lie, if you're Fate there, maybe you go for a beat engage, hoping that London Spitfire don't have one to match. But London now in a good spot. Like, they've almost got 5 ults. It feels pretty decent. And what are they gonna do? Well, they're gonna play up. Might as well.
Yeah, they're approaching that they're past the halfway point now for their own capture progress. And if they're able to stop Boston Uprising in their tracks now without having to use very much, then they preserve a ton of tools for that last fight territory that they're hoping to get this next fight into.
Right now, they're just playing back. Come on, play up to their faces. Bump their chest. Do it. Backbone sent up for Blade. Oh, run away. Seen a few cheeky reflects on the right clicks already over the last couple of days. Blade for Backbone. Oh, look at that beat, perfectly timed. Now he's in a whole lot of hurt. Received double health pack, in fact, from the Brig. And now both supports are using their rallies. So no one's going to die just yet. Hardy goes in with the Rampage, hits 3. Punk went in just before he did, and only managed to gain 1. Very, very nice use in the cage. You step up to me, Punk. The rest of your team are going to have to follow you in some way and going to have to peek you to heal you. So Hardy took that in his stride. Yeah.
Oh
if you're going to all peek when I've got Rampage, you best believe I'm hitting Q straight to the back line. London did lose the cap. They've now on 90% and might just take this first map.
I think they're okay with that. I mean, the disruptor shot that Sparker also used to isolate Punk away from the team was massive. And they could just close it out here, even though they don't have any ults to do so. Just got to get through this Valentine Blade.
Valentine Blade, he swung at his own teammate there, but now he's found the kills. Oh, does get taken down by Backbone, but 2 will do. OT's here, but Boston Uprising forcing London back to their spawn after that Colossal Blade.
And I think you're okay with that because now every team is on ground zero. Clean slate, you're just working up to whatever ultimate is going to come online first. And for London, I think they're hoping it's sustainability here. Either the rally or the beat. One of those could just be the difference maker for London getting the flip back and taking the map.
Spark taking a really aggressive angle there. Had to use that ship to get away. Oh, now look at this, playing up to plate, you might as well. At the end of the day, you just got to snipe one of those supports, and you should be as good as gold. London Spitfire are capping, by the way, and they actually do manage to flip right underneath Boston's noses. The Boston Battleship better get on that point ASAP. Looks like Fate's going to be one to juggle touch, and now Victoria. Nice little off angle from the Soldier, takes care of Landon. Backbone attempting, maybe he would have got that kill on Fate if he had the dash, but has to use it more defensively. And with London dead, Haddy's going to have to come up with something big. London Spitfire throw everything in the kitchen sink in this fight, using that beat, it hitting 4. But the Boston Uprising are going to respond with not only a rally, but a beat in kind. Now it's a 3-on-3 on the point, and Victoria's going super low, trying to make a play, but a blade from Backbone might be the thing that seals the deal. Remember, they capped the point halfway through this fight, and they've managed to take the second round and the first map.
Okay, London Spitfire. Okay, they got a little angry after their first match of the stage, it looks like. 'Cause this is a whole different look from them. This is very confident. This is not what we saw on day number 1.
Yeah, it's quite the opposite, in fact. And Boston Uprising had a hot start against the Atlanta Reign, a game that everybody thought Atlanta would take. But now Boston down a map. We'll see if they can come back after this. The London Spitfire might be back to their old shenanigans, though. We'll see you after this. Contrary to all the pick'ems, London are up a map. Although we don't do pick'ems map by map, which would be, that would be insane actually. That would be some Mega Mind level stuff if you could predict every single map in the pick'ems. But London off to a good start. 2-0 on control as we go on to Paraiso as our next map. We're seeing the brand new map again, which is always exciting. Will we see variants in the comps? Probably not, but I think the important thing to take away from map number 1, Rose, is that London, yeah, they're shoring up. Boston Uprising came in today pretty hot after that win against the Atlanta Reign, but the London Spitfire, maybe a bit of a slow start to the qualifiers, have already taken them a map off of them.
Yeah, it really might take some teams to just like, it might take some teams a bit to get it going, right? This is a brand new meta. You know, of course, when we talk about London Spitfire's aggressive play style, yeah, easy thing to say, it should translate well, but the fact of the matter is that there's so many different, you know, small things that this composition has to do just a touch differently than the Reinhardt composition in order for London to really make it work for them. And I think part of that too is that, you know, when Backbone does play the Genji, I noticed that Backbone was sticking with the team a lot more this time around. And instead of trying to go for those big hero plays that we've seen Genji go for in something like a dive composition. And I think that has played out way better for London Spitfire so far. Speaking about the Boston Uprising, though, they are going to be coming out of spawn with the exact same thing we saw from them on Ilios. And I'm going to be looking at their positioning of how they decide to set up this Sojourn, and also where this Genji decides to use the high ground to really make this composition work on the defense.
So when we were kind of discussing in the break with Nick, one of our producers, that, you know, maybe when the APAC region sees this, they'll come up with something a little bit cheeky, a little bit different, maybe. So I'm kind of excited to see the Eastern regions take on the meta. Of course, they will have, well, a weekend worth of VODs, like 4 days worth of VODs, and different teams playing these cards to decide what they want to run. Well, that's an exceptional start for London Spitfire. Little quick kill by Sparker.
There you go. Okay, so now Sparker's warm. Like, he's ready. He sees the target, he's gonna go for it, and that might be enough time now for the London Spitfire to take this player advantage and just take the point.
The whole of the London Spitfire just walked a point. I mean, Boston Uprising, I guess they have the high ground now, which is great. There's double commanding shout. Valentine trying to execute Sparker in the back line, but to little to no success. In fact, just no success. And now this is the problem. If you end up spinning, if you're the London Spitfire, yeah, you just get caught off like this. Admiral and Landon dead, and Hardy on the wrong side of the map. And this is something that we saw from like people like the Shock yesterday, Rose, was the unbelievable focus fire and just the hounding down of individual players is what's separating the very best teams from the good teams right now.
Well, I think a lot of that comes in as well from the Lucios. You know, Faith is definitely that type of player that can get into a good position to separate the enemy team. And so that's why you saw Boston Uprising just get in there and split up the Spitfire, and then they could go over one half of the team at a time, and now London Spitfire, they're back at square zero, square one. Again?
Yeah. Wow. Victoria just diffed there by Sparker. Now the rest of the Boston Uprising getting diffed on first. Spitfire managed to gain 33% on that last attack, so they're definitely going to grab it now. There's no way Boston Uprising come back from this one, right? Right? I mean, they got Lucio. They're beaten their rally, but it looks fairly unlikely.
Like, no, please don't tell me Boston would come in here with a, with a sound barrier.
No, that would be crazy. Just beat from halfway across the map. We're gonna make it.
No.
We're gonna make it.
Oh, no.
No, we touch. I've definitely made a few of those calls in my time as a support player. Well, Spark is dead. Bit of revenge, but you should get Victoria the kill, so he gets a little bit of a ego boost there, maybe. As soon as you start getting diffed on hit scan, I know the feeling. You're just down in the dumps, never hit shots. Just Spyro's out of control. But Victoria's a professional player, and I'm a pleb, so you know. All right, the London Spitfire pushed all the way back to their spawn, and Boston Uprising didn't end up using that rally to start the fight off, so hey, you might as well hold close. It's the name of the game with this comp.
Well, yeah, I think that's fine. You have the sound barrier as well, but man, that stagger on a backbone just hurts watching. You will see that London Spitfire, like, they can reset here as they're in spawn, but like, the sound barrier could just make this so difficult for London to get through without using their own ults.
Wow, that was an aggressive blade. He killed Backbone in the spawn, basically. Jesus. That's a spawn camp into a whole new level.
Just get back there. It's fine. Dash
It's
the
like,
blade.
actually just cut them up in their spawn. It's not the, there's, you also, I guess this bit you can't see on the UI right now, but that'll be the invulnerability like square.
Yeah.
So the doors itself, you can still take damage in like Hardy is right now. So yeah, it's viable, it's doable. As a body shot on to Faith, although Sparker can't quite finish that kill. And with Landon dead, it's all about just a stall game now.
I think London have to use their support ultimates to get out of here. Like, start with the rally and just rush at somebody. But look at how Boston Uprising are controlling every single exit point of the spawn. And they're about to have another rally. They haven't even used their sound barrier yet. And London, they really get one chance to try to break this stronghold. They do get out.
Oh. There's Blade, Victoria in trouble. Not for long though, gets that overhealth from the beats. Rallies, rallies, and more rallies. Double rampage for Hardy, MCD and Faith glow bright purple. However, Backbone and Admiral dead, not great. The London Spitfire still can win at this fight as both MCD and Faith can't provide healing to Boston. They should be good at, they're still taking names somehow. Victoria, Div Sparker there, and London Spitfire, they've made it out of their spawn.
Ooh, okay. That was like Pariso difficulty on like what? Not normal, like hard, not very hard,
mode.
but hard.
Impossible mode.
Yeah, it was definitely becoming a problem. But Boston as well, because of that close hold towards the spawn, they have another chance to come back and contest this. So you'll see them start getting set up around these apartments. And when Punk has the rampage, as London, I'd be pretty scared to go down a stairwell right now and meet Punk in a back alley.
Inching the payload forward. Punk is just eyeing him through the door. You come through here, you're dead. Oh well, Sparker does.
You poke your head, you're dead.
Yep, that's not the worst angle to have if you're Victoria. Spark has to peek that to try and find some sort of damage. London Spitfire with only a minute to go. Valentine is going pretty low, but with Punk falling down, the London Spitfire used the beat to seal this fight. Uprising backing all the way up. And London Spitfire did get the payload a fair distance, but this will be another contest for Uprising.
They still have ults to use too. Punk didn't get a chance to use the rampage, and so that could be a way to just go in and engage. And Valentine as well has the blade if Landon might need a response to the rally with this.
There it is, 4-man rampage in the back. The blade from Valentine is cut short by Backbone, and Backbone finds MCD off the back of it on what was an amazing rampage from Punk. Just the follow-up was just not there. And Backbone just cleaning house. Gets 3 kills in the fight, maybe 4 if he picks off Victoria, but with Valentine there, it doesn't look like it. Although I say that as Hardy comes in with Admiral at his back. The Uprising are forced to their spawn in the London Spitfire on what was a spawn hold on point A. Now have point 3 to contend with. 1 minute and 30 seconds in the time bank.
We can see the overclock for Victoria, the rally, but I actually think that London Spitfire really set up well here for this third and final point. They may not have much time left, but this could be 2 attempts if they're able to go fast enough here. As long as they don't get shut down with their ults.
Oh, there's the blade. Oh, what a poop. Backbone still has that dash, but he can't really do much. Not against that rally overhealth, so you might as well back up to the rest of the team and actually survive. Of course, you only have 60 seconds to go, so you have to play it quite sparingly. Hardy sends himself to the back line, swings that axe, gets a miss, but Faith and Valentine still purple. You could see MCD there trying to peel for Faith, but he did get chased down, and in fact, Hardy just finished it off with a bleed. Although with 30 seconds to go and Hardy dead, London Spitfire is still not in a great spot. Faith has beaten 3% to match Admirals, and with 30 seconds, it looks like if they finish, it will be an OT.
That's still better than nothing, I think. Just try to get as much meterage as you can, but you're still seeing Boston with just this really nice sightlines onto London.
Oh man, you could get some sick collapse here. Not to be though, is the beat. Make sure everybody stays nice and healthy. Someone's touching. Yeah, 3 people in fact from the London Spitfire on the payload. No C9s, not just yet anyway. I'm not going to call it too soon. Played for Valentine, but the rally is out for the London Spitfire. He's trying to cleave through the armor and pierce it, and he does. Sparker falls as the Uprising now with a man advantage on the point. OT for London Spitfire. They kill Faith, but Boston Uprising in good stead. Commanding Shout hits 3, but the London Spitfire with good target focus stop Uprising in at their tracks and get the payload going once again. You've got to be careful though. Punk's coming back rather shortly, and he has a rampage in 5%.
Yeah, that should come online as long as he's able to get back here, but oh, you gotta rush out. Valentine's gonna make it there first, maybe?
Got it. Oh, 1.13 meters. Make that 0. Valentine was the only one there to touch Faith. Oh, what was that? A couple of pixels before he got on the payload?
I think he got booped away, actually. There's so many crowd control effects on this composition that it could have been the Lucio boop, it could have been the flail from the brig. Definitely a few things there.
Unfortunate. Man, if Punk had the rampage, maybe Boston Uprising could have turned that. But they did force Spitfire into OT. So, you know, you take those, you take those.
Complete with what? Just over a minute. That's yeah, forehead. Come on, Boston. You got this.
Yeah, winnable.
Winnable.
That's on their whiteboard behind them. Just complete with over a minute.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the strat today, team. We're going to go in, and we're going to complete with over a minute. Thoughts, questions, concerns? None? Okay.
No, I got the game plan
Easy
down
done.
pat, for sure.
Yeah.
But I
Let's
want
have
to
a look.
see.
What was this? Oh, this must have been the little 3K
Oh.
for your boy. Oh, when Valentine pulled the blade. Look at the deflect behind him.
Oh no! Valentine just wasn't turned around at all, and Backbone is like, "Hey, I see an opening in your armor there, my guy. Like, just gonna go ahead and like, doink." That was a big shutdown.
Valentine was trying to jump on the back, and I was like, "Oh, the supports! How tasty!" But yeah, luckily Backbone was there to save the day.
All right, let's see what.
What are they doing?
You know
It's on
what?
a pixel ledge.
They found all the hiding spots, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Boston Uprising here. Could not have spawned with the Widow just for a quick pick, and I noticed that the London Spitfire did this as well, but with a bit more investment into it. You saw the Mercy for the damage boost alongside the defense matrix from the Diva, and then all 3 players switched on the Spitfire. Boston, I feel like, are doing it the more classic way, which is just try to get the pick with the Widowmaker, and then, you know, Victoria, go back and switch. And that's why you switch.
I would love to see teams just perma-pick Widow here, but the sidelines don't really help you a ton. There's too many tight corners, although I've definitely tried to force Widowmaker here a few times. All right, Victoria pretty charged up at this point, just looking for another brief headshot. Spark is going to rejoin the team in a couple of seconds and have high ground. So the Boston Uprising need to make use of the time they've allotted with the kill onto him earlier on. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to force too much as London Spitfire end up backing up. Now an engagement in the small building, exactly where Backbone wants to be. So many resets, although it's turning out to be quite a brawl. And Backbone's pretty low. He's got 60 HP, and the Boston Uprising in this instance come out on top. Both their supports and Punk staying alive.
Oh, look at that. The commanding shout as well for who is left on the Boston Uprising just to chase Hottie away. As the Spitfires start to come back, Hottie must have gone to get a Mega Pack, but is he even going to get back in time to stop this?
Someone can touch. Yeah, it's actually Landon and Abril that tried to go for it, but Landon's just cut down. In his prime, some would say. There's the cleanup. It's so satisfying seeing those axe kills, I will say. And the payload is unlocked and ready to go. Boston Uprising not giving Spitfire a chance to spawn camp. They're going to be on high ground ASAP.
I think that's, you know, I don't know if Boston really wants to deal with the medicine they dished out to the London Spitfire there. That looked kind of painful. In Boston, of course, while they have some of these more aggressive ultimates available to them, like the rally, and then of course building up to that rampage, they do want to get as close to Spitfire as possible just to create that space. And so you're going to see them really set up on the ramp here, but it's also playing around these apartments that you're going to find so much value with those tight quarters.
All right, Backbone, looking at you with this blade. You got to force that beat. You got to force that rally. You've seen somebody across the way there. It is Valentine. Little slide off the roof, little engagement maybe. Jump straight to the back. There's the blade. MCD's pretty low, and Backbone manages to get MCD before the blade gets deployed by Faith. A perfect execution from Backbone there. Look, he's Ezio on the rooftops. Just diving down.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty happy about that one. That's a big reset here for the Uprising. You know, Victoria didn't get anything done with the overclock. This Disruptor shot will start to move Spitfire back, but now that it's over, here comes Hottie.
Ooh, oh my word. Victoria slid away from that one, but couldn't escape the grasp of Hottie. Nice rampage. Ends up killing Faith too. Boston Uprising have to score themselves back to the spawn. MCD. Yeah, use rally in that fight. That was rather unfortunate. I think London Spitfire, they just heard the rally go off, and then, well, if we just go in now, that overhealth's not going to have a chance to build up in time.
Yeah, exactly. And then the fact you shut off the rest of the healing as well, I think is really big. And now London Spitfire, they have 3 more ultimates that they can rotate through. And they've already chewed off like 2 minutes off of the time bank that Boston had going into this point.
Beats for Blade. Look, he didn't even try and go in with a dash. Used the dashes to escape. Nice though. You forced the beat, which is all good. Now Punk can set up for a rampage. Do what Hardy did to MCD, maybe. Victoria with a headshot, however. And London Spitfire still determined to fight this, knowing Sparker can come back. And his effective range is pretty large, so he can get an ear into this fight in just a moment. There is so much happening in this room. Why don't we just sort this over shuffleboard, maybe? Nope, doesn't look like Victoria wants to. April just going crazy in that small room. My word. Imagine being a fly on the wall in that situation. You just couldn't, well, we are technically, I suppose. Be third-person camera in that room, you couldn't see anything.
No, it'd be a lot to take in, that's for sure. These fights can be very aggressive, and so sometimes it is a little bit hard to just follow all the action, but I think one thing to note about that is, like, you have to look at who really is getting these first picks. A lot of times it's going to be Sparker or Victoria, the Sojourns, on these compositions, and then you'll see that follow-up come through with those dash resets, but Sparker's gonna go.
Ooh. Sparker almost with the double tap onto Punk. Yep. Run for the hills. The hills being the buildings around the corner. All good. Still though, burning off time, Rose. Like you said, they had 2 minutes in the time back a minute ago, and London Spitfire have stalled for long enough. They've used both support ultimates. I mean, April is kind of matching MCD.
They had 4
in the rally versus the
minutes going into this stretch. This is not much time left at all, Jaws. And Boston, they need to get ultimates online. Faith and Victoria, I'm looking at you right now.
There's the Blade commanding shout. The target is Punk. Beat from Faith rather late. Backbone still did a lot of damage, but is it going to result in anything? Victoria now following up. However, Sparker had his name written in that death, though. As he peeks around that corner, hits Punk with a chunky rail in the chest, and London Spitfire holding at this point pretty firmly. 35 seconds to go, and the Pick'ems, maybe they were right. The desk in shambles.
I think the desk has been in shambles all weekend. It's okay.
They've been so mad.
Come on,
It's
the community
been
needs a pick'em win too. All right, like they're all suffering. We're all suffering here. But Spitfire have a chance to just go up 2-0 in this series, and they're gonna do it off the back of a rampage from Hottie. If the Boston Uprising are careful.
Oh, Hottie got booed back. Still manages to lock down 2 with the rampage. Valentine gets a reset from the Blade. Sparker dead. London Spitfire without a beat, waiting for that rally to get up online before the Boston Uprising can cap this point. Valentine falls, but Landon goes down. The target focus from Uprising. Oh, so good as they continue to push the payload. 4 meters to go. Fairly even in terms of trades here. Maybe Landon comes back in time. I mean, the spawn isn't that far away from the London Spitfire. They just need to be able to survive. It is Hardy using the commanding shout, keeping everybody up in time, and there you go. Landon's back in. It's up to the Rampage to try and find something, but the overhealth might be too much to chew through. 3 people antied, and Punk swinging his axe away, but Chatty's axe a little bit bigger. London Spitfire hold Boston on second and put themselves in match point.
Looked a little dicey there on a London Spitfire's attack push as well, where they got that spawn camp from the Boston Uprising. They had to get out of the spawn doors, which was an incredibly difficult challenge, and then they still ended up completing the map. And that defense from the London Spitfire as well, just the way that they maneuvered around those corners on that street space of Paraíso was just super, super well done. I think this London team has figured out some things in these last 2 days, and they're ready to prove to us that they're still in contention for the Summer Showdown.
I think we need heart rate monitors on the desk to judge how crazy they're going right now. London Spitfire up 2-0 against the Boston Uprising. We'll have to wait and see how this ends up turning out. We go into Dorado as our next map after this break. consider me your guardian angels because angels, me and Rose being angels, because I'm reminding you to grab the Royal Knight Mercy skin before it's too late. Get the Mid-Season Madness Legendary skin on sale now through August 19th. So a few more days it's available for. 200 League tokens, that is. If you haven't picked it up already, there you go. You can jump on to Overwatch and pick that up in the Overwatch League section, store, you know where it is. Right. Back to Boston versus London, or Spitfire versus Uprising, whichever you so choose. 2-0 for London Spitfire right now. Looking great. Backbone, we talked a little bit about his Genji not being a standout for London when they were playing the Junker Queen comp the other day, but looks very much improved, especially against Valentine, who come off a very, very hot game versus the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Genji is a hero that Backbone is known for, but I do remember there being some pain points of that hero just at the beginning of the season when we saw the London Spitfire trying to figure out that dive. You know, the Reinhardt has always been such a successful composition for them, and they've had to kind of work on their versatility just a little bit more, but Hadi has shown that he's able to do that with the Winston. The London Spitfire as a team have been adjusting to that as well, and the Junker Queen composition, maybe it took a little while, but Jaws, I think they've finally gotten there.
Yeah, it didn't take long. Props to Christopher and the coaching staff. All right, we'll see if Boston can bounce back. We've seen some insane Game 5s over the last couple of days, some denials of reverse sweeps, some actual reverse sweeps, so Boston aren't out of the woods just yet. If Summer Showdown Qualifiers has taught us anything, when you reach map number 3, that is when some crazy things happen, so yeah.
Anything can happen. I'm not like calling it here. We can't.
Oh no, definitely not. No one would call maps or games and get map number 3, right? No one would do that. How dare you? There's always an ability to come back. Even at the most dire circumstances. It's always winnable. Always come backable. Yeah.
Sure. Is the jury still out on that one? Winnable versus comebackable. Is comebackable actually a word?
Yeah, I mean, not according to the Oxford Dictionary, but I just need to submit a request and I'm sure that'll come
Okay. Well, I'm sure that'll come through very quickly here, but
yeah.
What is
Finally,
this?
Bastion double jump wheels mode. See ya, bug. What? I thought maybe he changes. I thought he'd be a little trolling. Nope. They do not be trolling. Christopher, what have you done to this team? And why is it now my favorite team in the Overwatch League playing the Bastion?
Oh my god, that's why I didn't talk about it at first, because usually we see picks like Bastion, and you go, that's a troll, right? Like that, there's no way that's meta. No, they're just gonna pop Backbone like by Hadi and maybe by Landon and just, oh my god.
Oh, look at him go. Thing is though, as soon as he pops out of this configuration tank, yeah, he can get run over pretty fast. But you've got speed boost, I suppose, and you have Brick Bash and Pack and everything else. FCD is dead. Boston Uprising. Bastion, maybe? Counter the Bastion with a Bastion?
I think
double Bastion off?
Boston is in shambles right now.
Oh,
like,
God.
you know how... Okay, I know Overwatch League is not ranked, right? But
No,
no means
he's going back to spawn.
This is not your ranked experience, and gosh darn it, Backbone, I swear.
Oh, I'm so sad.
I am sad too.
Hey,
that was lightning
It
fast.
capped first point. That's what counts. We've got Bastion playtime in the Overwatch League, more than like half a second, so I am happy. I am happy. And he got a little bit of extra ult charge too. Remember the DPS passive change,
Correct.
so that's why Backbone's got so much ult charge already, because he got a lot on Bastion, then switched.
Yeah, he ended up with like 30% as soon as he got out of spawn. So that's really nice. Gonna keep that rolling as well, just to be able to build up that Dragon Blade a little bit faster.
Very early support ultimates the London Spitfire, considering they won 2 fights back to back. Uprising pushed all the way back. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. London Spitfire do be doing a little trolling.
Well, you know what?
Well, look, okay. We did speak about at the very start. London Spitfire are the team, right, that come up with weird things that bend the meta around them. If it was any team that was going to pull out Bastion, probably would have been London.
At least they do it to success as well, right? It would look a little silly if like it didn't work. Like, we're not going to talk about Roadhog yet.
Not yet. Not yet.
It wasn't London.
There's the beat. Counters the blade. Valentine's still looking. He's peeking. Trying to find an isolated target, but ain't gonna work. Nice reactive beat there from Faith after Hardy's rampage into the back line. Just isolated him completely. Blade for backbone. Oh, he's so low. Nice double boop into the wall. He gets some damage down and almost survives, but that's CC, the displacement for the Boston Uprising. Enough work to push him out of LOS of both Landon and Admiral, so he can't get heals. And they are halted for the first time at this map.
That was so expensive, though, and I think that's just a big testament to how well London have just been playing with that momentum, because Boston did have to throw 4 ults at that, or 3 ults at that. They still have the overclock, but Sparker also has one, and you also have these long sightlines to be able to use.
Oh, MCD's in the backline. Oh, that was almost a kill. Almost a reflect kill onto Sparker. Both Genji's dead. Hardy also falls. Nice distraction. I mean, you take that, Valentine. Like, you distracted Sparker long enough with the deflect and just existing in his face that he couldn't get the rest of the overclock or any more value from it.
Yeah, Boston's happy with that trade of overclocks, because now Punk is the only person with an ult online, and you could just use that rampage before Landon gets the rally online, and then all of a sudden you don't have to deal with the overhealth, you don't have to deal with anything extra that could allow London to sustain. And Punk's been able to set these up really well. That's why he got the name Punker Queen from that very first match of this meta. So let's see what Punk is able to get done here with the rampage.
I mean, benefit to the Uprising. The London Spitfire do have to drop onto the point, or at least some of them do. Nice ang from Spark. All good though. I mean, the Uprising also have the high ground on the other side, so it's just Punk juggling the payload, and it's actually moving back a considerable distance right now. So London Spitfire now have to go from a different angle. In fact, they're going to try and push Victoria off of the height. There's the rally. MCD is 1 HP. He gets the commanding shout, but the knife ends his life. A little tack knife off the top of high rise. 360, no scoped him. London Spitfire, they do end up losing Sparker, but they're still in a decent spot pushing the payload, and having control and both your supports are alive does mean you can go for another aggressive push. A couple of right clicks from Backbone do end up missing, but Punk is feeling the wrath of the London Spitfire right now. The blade has been pulled from Valentine. He tries to get the slash and dash reset onto Hardy. Gets him in the end, but cleaned up by Backbone. The Boston Uprising do have support ultimates to back them up, so Spitfire, they're going to have to go again. Only a minute remains of their time bank.
This is such a tough point for the attacking team as well. If the card gets stops here, you really do need to have quite a few resources to be able to make it through. Or just maybe just have a really big opening pick like this. Now, Boston Uprising can't really pivot as well.
Oh my god, Sparker was 1H. How does that work out for Sparker over Victoria? I do not know. There's the beat from Fate. Admiral used his to start off the fight. Punk was the target, and they executed fairly well. London Spitfire still moving the points. They're going to be able to get checkpoint B, unlock that giant door in the foundry, and 2 minutes added to their time bank. The Boston Uprising, they ended up losing Punk super early on, and yeah, not great. When you don't have a front line like that and things to set up your Sojourn and be just like a stone wall for your Sojourn, it's way harder for Sparker or Victoria to act in those fights. They have to play so much more scared.
Yeah, when you only have the one tank as well now in 5v5, you feel that a lot more losing the tank early.
Oh, wow. Hardy going back to the old sport of the Boston Uprising, paying them a quick visit. Nice lineup. Hook, line, and sinker on from the Rampage. Yep, goodbye, Faith. No way you're escaping from this one, buddy.
No, Sparker was there. He's like, I know where you're going. Get a little bit of that telegraphed movement. But now that this card is rounding the corner, London Spitfire all of a sudden are back in the driver's seat. They have struggled to get through that second point. But Boston now may not have enough legs to stand on as this part approaches.
Ooh. Wow, Sparker. He's just, I feel like Victoria maybe have said something to him in the pre-game lobby. He is mad. Every single time Victoria pokes his head out, he dies. Now it's just fate. One small Lucio against the world. Unfortunately, the world came crashing down, and London Spitfire do complete the map with 41 seconds in the bank.
Score.
Really did look like they weren't going to get there. But Boston as well, I think that their team at least when we watched them during their
Initiating
match versus the Atlanta Reign, they did such a good job on the attack. And if they're able to get through some of these difficult angles that the London Spitfire will be holding with the Sojourn or the Junker Queen, then Boston could just bully their way through.
The question on my mind is, do Boston play Bastion?
No.
That's all I want to see. I want to see more Bastion.
I do too, but I really don't think you're going to get your wish.
That's... Look, if someone
I'm
told me
just sorry.
that Bastion was going to be played today, I'd question everything about them. But, you know, we've seen it. We saw them take first with it, so, you know. Bastion viable, maybe?
Maybe.
In a hyperbolic chamber, maybe. But definitely not going to happen again, because people will probably start expecting it. I think I'm pretty sure Sparker ran out as Junkrat as well. I think I briefly remember seeing a Junkrat, I don't know. I was just too concentrated on back row playing the Bastion.
I saw the
trying to get
Bastion
a
for the
nade
most part. But at some point, come on now, a team has to treat us with the Bastion, the Junkrat, like the Junkrat and the Junker Queen. Come on now. On
Yeah,
Junker
true.
Town. I'm expecting it.
Yeah.
Come on, please. Once.
Just once.
Just once.
Please, I'm begging you. Yeah, no funny business from the Uprising. They're just delivering the Junker Queen comp and doing what we saw a long time ago, this kind of stalling on the payload from teams where you just kind of hug the corner and then force them in that small room. It's really good for the Brig, of course. You can just kind of swing through and get a lot of damage in. Same with Punk with the Axe, but London with very quick rotations all the way back to the bridge.
Gonna have to rotate. I mean, you don't want to get stuck where you could be getting pincered by the Boston Uprising, but getting stuck in the corner.
That disruptor shot was kind of annoying for Valentine to deal with. Victoria still ends up dying somehow. Not sure where he was. Maybe follow Punk into the small little mini room there. And Landon ends up getting rolled over. Yeah, it's just a slow snowball now. Boston did lose someone at the start of the fight, but didn't really end up working out. Oh, go on. Diff in.
Just do a little quick wall ride, boop him back up, and then that's like one of my favorite things to see as a Lucio. Do the boop up and then get the predictive shots as they fall back down with the gravity in the game.
Oh, yeah.
It's fun.
Lucio's gun is one of the hardest things to shoot in the game. It requires like a weird finesse. It's super strange. I've never got it down ever, and seeing like good Lucios, Faith, Astro, like Admiral, like any Lucio player hit people repeatedly with the left click is just mind-blowing to me. You might as well be Einstein, solving equations.
Oh my gosh, getting a headshot with Lucio is like you've hit the holy grail, okay? Like it's remember that moment, it may not happen again, unless of course you are one of the Lucios in the Overwatch League. But
yeah, exactly. All right, double support all for the Boston Uprising. I think cap first point. Got a lot of time in the bank, but the Spitfire do have height with Sparker and his railgun. Overclock online. But look at this. Faith just trying to be cheeky, yet boops down the Junker Queen. Now Hadi has to use the commanding shout in order to not get ran over completely. A rally from the Boston, and the London Spitfire have to just back up, but Hadi not quite so quick. That was a really nice play from Faith there, setting up the rest of his team. They get this payload moving for free.
gonna keep it rolling. I mean, at London at this point, they will get a chance to recontest, but this is gonna be a very messy fight. I'm expecting a lot of ultimates to be expended here if it ends up being a full-out brawl, and Spitfire have to do that.
Yep. Oh my god! Oh, see, a Backbone had his head completely turned away from Victoria as he just disintegrated it. Just turned into molten metal. Sparker kills him, but it didn't matter because Boston Uprising cap anyway.
Yeah, okay, in that situation, when you know that Backbone popped ult and then he goes down, just save everything, and that's very, very smart for the Spitfire to do. Now that means that they have the ability to go into this giant time bank. 4.5 minutes for the third phase of Dorado is a lot to work with. And when you take that eco push, where you just, you fall over like dominoes, that is an eco push, I suppose. That you do have a bit of an ultimate advantage. Hopefully London can keep it though if they want to stop the card here and just close out the series.
Well, I said we've had some crazy things over the last couple of days with Map of 5s, turnarounds, comebacks. It's all possible. Beat from Spitfire, hits everybody except for Sparker. Nice knife kill by Ad. Can Punk do the same thing? Hits quite a few people. In fact, gets that adrenaline online. You heal so quickly with all the AoE healing too. It's kind of insane. Punker Queen, pretty immortal right now on the payload. Rampage from Hardy. MCD and Faith in trouble. And the London Spitfire gonna hold them. It's nice too, because you can probably just play these doors again, which is quite nice.
Well, he feels good to be able to play this aggressive because look at Hadi on the Junker Queen just going to go over and try to play the stairwell. You can see that the rest of the London Spitfire is going to end up joining him, but Backbone still has this main door on lockdown to see where the Uprising are coming from, and it's great for him to be able to get that poke to build back up that blade. But Boston are trying to do the same thing here by getting ults online themselves.
Yeah, at least Boston Uprising have that right to pull back on. They're going to use it as soon as Landon pops his. Oh, MCD, that's so unfortunate. Again, just props to London Spitfire's target focus. As soon as MCD pop that rally, they just run on in, focus him up, and look, even if you don't have the Rampage, the amount of AoE damage, it doesn't give enough time for that overhealth to build up.
Really doesn't. And I mean, I think the other thing about it as well is when you're looking at how the Junker Queen plays with the rest of the sustainability on the other team, you definitely have ways to sort of either bolster it or shut it down. You know, Commanding Shout can really help to make sure that your team is unkillable on top of the support ultimates and just the overhealth in general. And then, of course, like, if you're able to hit a Rampage, I know it doesn't come very frequently because you have to build up to the ultimate, but that's a good way to also just shut stuff down.
Oh, the time bank has disappeared. Just stall fest. Oh, yeah. There's no way you catch Backbone or a Genji like that. Uh-oh, Backbone takes a body shot. Oh, Victoria hunting. Gotta run, Backbone. He's got no deflect. Oh, Victoria in a perfect position. Gets the better of Sparker. The end of that rail gun. Sparker just bulked ult too. Boston Uprising with a decent time bank so far, but the beat from Avril somehow hits landed. He looked like he was out of LOS, but he was not. And Lambert just going crazy in the back line. Takes a few people low HP, and Avril's able to finish MCD off. And with London's spawn advantage, they're probably going to be able to come back. They still have to contend with the Rampage, which gets unleashed as Punt jumps straight forwards, hits Avril, hits Hardy. Backbone kills one, but the blade has been unsheathed. And the Boston Uprising will claim the third point, and they have 30 more seconds than London Spitfire, so still, anyone's game.
Yeah, fantastic capture there for Boston. And I think they were hoping to be able to get that over a minute on Paraíso, but that's okay. Happens here now, and honestly, when you look at the minute and a half versus the minute difference, that actually could be pretty big. It's the difference between an extra team fight there for Boston. It's more time for you to get your ultimates online. And Boston, they do like playing on the defense first. So maybe they'll get a chance to use that to their advantage here as well. Just stop it. Set the goalpost.
Yeah. Just stop it, Forehead. Just stop the payment. Just touch.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yeah. That's my favorite thing about I know, it's kind of, I guess, kind of an old meme at this point, but it's like, just stop it, Forehead, you know? Just kill them, Forehead.
Yeah. Just do the thing.
Good strats. That's me as a coach. Just kill them. I don't know what else to say. Just kill 'em. I don't know. Just rotate better.
Yeah, there you go.
I wouldn't be the best coach is what I'm saying. Just
Oh,
he's doing it again. Okay.
We're not.
Fool me once, fool me twice.
Oh,
like,
no.
Is this going to work for the second time?
No,
you see him like a bunny hop with a grenade before?
Surely cannot.
Oh, they gotta know. Well, they know now. Look, whee, straight around the corner. Yeah, everybody has run for the hills. In fact, Boston Uprising going for a big rotation. Punk already using that commanding shout. And yeah, cut to pieces. Straight to the scrap metal yard.
Yeah, okay. That would have been I would have lost it. I think my PC would have exploded again if the Bastion went second time. But it doesn't, and so we will see Backbone switch back over to the Genji as Spitfire are running out of time. Such a nice adjustment from the Uprising to make sure they didn't fall for that a second time.
Yeah, good stuff. Although it gives more playtime to Bastion, so I'm not complaining.
I suppose.
Or Valentine looking for something cheeky. Yeah, it looked like he was going to dash through everybody there, but he wouldn't have had to deflect to get out. OT has arrived. London Spitfire only getting the payload a little way, but Punk stepping too far forward. MCD and Faith unable to heal them up, and now Faith looking for just some exit kills. MCD pretty low, Backbone cleans him up, has got the dash reset, he's going in, might as well. And there it is, nice. So London now in OT can play fairly far up, but I gotta say, Admiral's been doing a lot of healing and damage. Compared to Faith's ult charge, 93 to 57.
Ridiculous.
London Spitfire have a massive advantage going into this fight.
They do. I mean, they could just pop the beat aggressively here. As long as Admiral doesn't go down before that sound barrier comes online, London should be able to get the first point captured. The Disruptor shot as well at the door just to stop them. Oh my god, they just capped!
Yeah, I think Boston Uprising know if they just kind of in here, the London Spitfire have such a good advantage in terms of space that they've made, and they have to funnel through those doors, so they're just more than willing to take them to a fight on this last corner. I mean, we'll see still. Admiral with the beat advantage. Overclock popped by Victoria. He's hunting for people. The beat from Admiral comes too late. Doesn't hit Sparker. Needed Landed. Landed ends up going down. He can't build this rally in this fight as the blade's been pulled by Valentine. And MCD with the rally's going to keep him live and healthy. A 3K for Valentine. Make it a 4th. Can't quite get there. But the Boston Uprising hold the London Spitfire just under that archway.
That is the strategy of Boston Uprising paying off there. You know, definitely just allowing London to cap. And I think that was smart. You know, you see the Disruptor shot, and I think still a lot of a lot of people would probably look at that and go, well, we have to stop them from capturing the first point. Otherwise, you know, how else are we going to win this map? But if you take too much damage from the Disruptor shot and then you go in, you're really squishy, you're going to get cleaned up there, you give more ultimate charge to the Spitfire, and then they probably capture second point as well. It's just a snowball effect. And speaking of snowballs...
Yeah. Okay. So London, all they're going to do is just hold that small little room with the mate.
Okay.
It's kind of like Junkertown. It's like Junkertown Dorado. There's maybe another map that I'm not thinking of that you can do this, where you just, all you do is just sit there, put the wall up. When you take too much damage, then poke out with the Rhine Shield.
Oh, Route 66.
Yeah, Route 66, you can do it too. There's a few little hidey holes. We'll see if London actually want to go there. Yeah, it does look like it. I was wondering if they were just going to hold high ground, then drop on the enemy team, but no. They are just going to hold forward. They can hold on the corner with the Mei. Will Boston Uprising respond with anything, or are they just going to stick with the Junker Queen? It's something that they've played, of course, like most teams, entirely for the Summer Showdown qualifiers thus far.
The commanding shout, though, really might give the Junker Queen composition an edge. We've seen London try this before, and it was not successful versus the Mayhem.
Yeah, it is so good. Oh, nice snipe from Backbone. Good start. And in fact, Faith goes down as well. Backbone's Mei has been his best hero in the Overwatch League thus far. Good wall onto Punk. He gets cleaned. And the London Spitfire burning that time back down. Matches theirs from what they had on their attack. There's 50 seconds to go for the Uprising.
They still have another attempt, and once Boston start getting the cart rolling, maybe it'll be overtime, but if they can withstand through some of the firepower of the London Spitfire right now, they could definitely get a map win here. But the way that Spitfire are controlling this main portion of the map, this is making it difficult. I mean, Valentine, you can't deflect a Reinhardt hammer.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Nano, boost, build up so quickly. Backbone, unfortunately, goes down to MCD, but MCD pays for it with his own blood. They do trade. Had he got the Nano, chase the rest of the Boston Uprising off the point. They still need to contest. Charlie is just standing strong. He's got Shatter in 7%. Boston Uprising gotta know this coming up soon. He's swinging away, 5% to go. He's getting pushed into the wall. He's not gonna be able to get it online before he gets cut down, but still they get another point for defense here. They can hold this this last choke. London Spitfire setting themselves up for success. Beat, Shatter, Overclock coming online, and that Blizzard.
And because of the close hold, they've got 2 chances, Jaws. They'll probably get a chance to come back now. And then, I don't know, the door, though, it might take some time to open. But you gotta set the tempo here. If London Spitfire want to close it out now, they've got to go fast. And they've got to go before Valentine hits this blade.
There's the Shatter. It does end up whiffing on Valentine, but the Blizzard's good enough to stop Faith in his tracks. He is vulnerable, and in fact, Boston Uprising can't even touch. The Blizzard zoned them for so long, and the London Spitfire, after what was an extremely slow start a couple of days ago, end this series with a 3-0 against the Uprising.
Okay. All right. Chat, Pick'ems, you feeling good right now?
Looking good.
You're feeling pretty good right now, probably. Woo.
The Overwatch ecosystem currently
Shambles.
in shambles. The Pick'ems ecosystem shambles right now.
Actually,
No one
yeah.
knows who to bet on. No one knows who to pick. London Spitfire with a clean 3-0 after the Boston Uprising just came out the gate going crazy against the Atlanta Reign. I think they were expected it to be this one-sided. Well, London back up to their old nonsense, it feels like. They go back to some of their tried and true in the May Rhine Rush, and it comes up big. Boston Uprising not expecting it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was really expecting that at the Bastion pick. And then, the Reinhardt. I think that was so smart, though, because we have seen in a few cases where that switch over to the Ana can be really crucial to just making sure that that anti-nade is going to shut something down, anything, just to make sure that that healing, because you have so much sustain, can actually be shut off here. But our player of the match, it is Admiral. We gotta give some Lucio O's to this player. I mean, Admiral, just like, especially in a meta where this Lucio is such a backbone for the team. Sorry, backbone, but it's Admiral right now.
Yeah, it's especially in these comps, I feel it's kind of hard to see the impact of like a Lucio, of a Brig sometimes. Yeah, the bashes and boops are great, but classic supports, they're not filling the kill feed or anything like that. And Lucio, a bit more of a hidden role sometimes, but Admiral's been extremely solid for the London Spitfire so far this season. It's good to see him stepping up to the plate, coming into the league and showing everybody what he's got. I think he could give it to someone like Backbone, Admiral, or Landon as well on the Brig this series. Helping Shaddy set up for success on the Reinhardt. It's looking good. London Spitfire 3-0 off the back of this guy. You have to have a strong support line. And Admiral is just one of those pieces that's making London work right now.
Well, I think that London, that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people also expected them to translate really well over to the Junker Queen meta, is because of how much synergy exists between Admiral and Landon. You know, I think that they're kind of set up for this, right? They've got the Lucio, they got the Brig player. That's the two supports that you really need to make this Junker Queen composition work, and it's nice to see it pay off here in a big way for the London Spitfire today.
Yeah, I want to point out that stat too. In fact, 12 sound barriers per 10. That is kind of ridiculous. That's what you need, right? Just more sound barriers, the better. No Ajaxing, all good. We didn't see one of those yet. We've still got 2 more games today and then 4 games tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see. We're going to jump to a quick break. Paris Eternal versus the Washington Justice. What's going to happen in this game? No one knows. You'll have to wait and find out after this.
3, 2, 1, no slow. Walk up. I can shut up. Queen. Oh, get you purple. Nice! Nice, boys. Nice.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome everyone to the Game Break. I'm here joined by Sparker from London Spitfire. Sparker, congratulations on the win. I'm gonna start off the question right away. This is very important. I'm gonna ask you about the Backbone Bastion on Dorado. Was that part of the strategy, or was that something like in the moment kind of thing? Like, how did you guys come up with that strategy?
We just have a motto at the London Spitfire. It's never let them know your next move. So we just followed that principle and went Bastion.
That's a great motto and that's a great strategy. Never, if the opposing team doesn't know your strategy or like doesn't know what you're gonna do, it's gonna work, and it did work. So yeah, big ups to you guys for that. And of course, I also want to ask you about your performance today. I honestly believe that you guys looked a lot better compared to how you guys were playing against the Florida Mayhem a couple days ago. What sort of improvements did you guys make going into today's match against the Boston Uprising?
Versus Florida, we tried a lot of Ash and stuff, but I don't really think it fit our playstyle, and I'm much more comfortable on Showdown. So trying that out, I think it just went a lot smoother for us, playing this type of comp instead.
Okay, so can we expect to see you more on the Sojourn in the future, I guess, matches?
Maybe hybrid of both, we'll see. Depending on what maps and stuff we get to play.
Of course. Yeah, and lastly, we did get to see your, I guess, London Spitfire signature rush comp towards the very end of today's match. What was the thought process of using the rush comp against Boston Uprising in Dorado?
Hadi just wanted to play Ryan, so we let him play Ryan. And we just hope he plays well. See how it goes.
Okay, all right. Well, that's it for the interview, Sparker. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hardy wanted to play Ryan, so
I thought that was like the strategy, like use May on.
So me and Costa discussed it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it would speak to you, Johnny, of you being like, I just wanted to play Ryan, so I did. You know, that's sort of your mantra as well,
Yeah,
right?
but I like playing Ryan when it makes sense.
Well, it made they won.
They won, yeah.
I mean, two birds in one stone. You know, I want to play Ryan, and it makes sense. It worked out for the London Spitfire. You know, we argued that it was like, well, you know, they want to play with like the Earthshatter. There's no shield. They want to play with the May Blizzard because it's overtime.
Yeah.
If you put that Blizzard on the cart in overtime,
They have to step
very
up.
hard to touch. And you know, they didn't.
We're just overthinking it.
But yeah, we were overthinking it.
I only wanted to play Ryan.
All right, maybe that's like a tip-off moving forward. Like if London plays Ryan, it's because Hardy wants
to play Ryan. Yeah. He's itching.
Nothing more to it. So London Spitfire, they get the first 3-0 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. Very predictable 3-0. Don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And I think that Sparker, who you just talked to, had a very impressive series. He mentioned the difference between playing Ashe earlier this week and now playing a lot of Sojourn instead. It was a bit of a step-up performance from him, and I think it definitely helped London Spitfire gain this 3-0 victory over Boston.
Yeah, I think he, most importantly, his ability to get the initial picks and open fights up where it felt like there was no opening was incredible. I was at Pariso where he got like the first two picks somehow on the first point out of nowhere. So just able to get those picks. But overall, London Spitfire, I think, looked a lot more coordinated, a lot more comfortable with Sparker on that Sojourn. Ultimate usage made a lot of sense and they really made it work. On the other hand, though, the Boston Uprising looked a little lost at times. They weren't really playing with that same level of coordination that they had in their last match. A lot of ults going by the wayside, Punk really struggling to find value on that Junker Queen. And, you know, I thought that maybe on this Dorado they were going to start working it out, but the Bastion, you know, chaos is a ladder for the London Spitfire. It definitely caught them off guard a little bit, and, you know, London Spitfire with a 3-0 win, you know, the chat was right. You know, the pick'ems are right. They're coming for our jobs and our lack of money.
Yeah, 2-5 maybe, yeah.
I can't believe we're 2-5. That's actually devastating. Oh, wow. I do want to give credit to London Spitfire for turning things around so quickly.
Yeah.
And I think one player that really stood out for me was the Brigitte player for London Spitfire, was Landon, of course. So I wanted to showcase some stats that I really think like told a story. And this is not so much, looking at MCD and how he didn't live up to, the duel versus Landon. You can see Landon a little bit more hero damage, a little bit less healing done. But the knockback heals, you got 7 more knockback heals throughout the entire series, and you died 7 times less here. I think this demonstrated that I think London Spitfire played well around their Brigitte player. They were really coordinated. I think you saw a difference in playstyle where they like to peel back more, and that resulted in Landon hitting a lot of whip shots on the oncoming dives from Valentine's, Genji, etc. And MCD was forced forwards aggressively into that position. So I think London Spitfire did a good job of adapting their playstyle, playing a bit more set back a little bit more, and abused the positioning from the Boston Uprising when they dove in with Genjis, etc. So good job by the London Spitfire. Impressive 3-0 win, and they'll be looking forward to their next few matchups here. Yeah.
I'm sorry, London, for not believing you guys.
We go through this every stage. Danny doesn't believe, and then they win when he doesn't believe, and then all of a sudden he's a London Spitfire fan again. So
I gotta bring my jersey again.
Talking about going through the belief of team winning and them not winning, and then going through that entire thing all the time. The Washington Justice taking on the Paris Eternal in our second matchup of the day, who of course got reverse swept yesterday against the San Francisco Shock. They did look pretty good the first 2 maps, and we talked it through after the match itself. It was an impressive performance by the Washington Justice to start things off, their rotations, etc. But then it just all fell apart, Costa. Really, what's up with this Washington Justice team? I'm not going to ask you to put belief in them, but give me the objective answer here. What went wrong for the Washington Justice, and what are some good things about the Justice?
Here's the thing. I don't think the Washington Justice played terribly in the back half. They were close to winning it. They should have won that final Oasis. They really had the advantage in a lot of these situations, but the San Francisco Shock just did a great job of adapting, something that they're very good at. I don't think they need to make changes heading into this match. It's the meta. They know how to play it. Just play to those strengths. You're now going up against the Paris Eternal, who has been struggling. I believe they only have 1-11 so far in this season, but this stage so far has been the great equalizer of these teams. Who knows what is going to come out from the Paris Eternal, but if you're the Washington Justice, play your game, expect it to work better against the Paris Eternal.
So, judging by our predictions so far, Danny, is it fair to assume that the Paris Eternal are going to win this match?
I hope not.
I kind of hope.
You go, really? Just go all out?
Look, I mean, we can't just leave Paris Eternal out.
Yeah. I mean, if they do win, that means they were better today than the Washington Justice. So it was,
Would that inherently mean that the Paris Eternal is almost better than the San Francisco Shock?
Maybe. We'll think about that. We'll think about that while you guys have fun watching the next game. The next game, of course, is going to be the Paris Eternal taking on the Washington Justice. And for your casters in this very next matchup, I introduce you to Lemon Day and Lake Kiwi. Take it away.
What? Now, we got nicknames now. Did we finally make it? We made it.
We're part of the circle.
Yay!
We're part of a team.
Because you're tight with someone when they got nicknames for you. But we're also tight with these teams. Paris Eternal versus Washington Justice. Even though Danny said he hoped Paris didn't win, I can't say anything of that sort. Because Paris is coming to my city next year, and they will find me. So I have to be non-biased for my own security.
Yeah, but biases right now are a little bit weird, as it feels like when it comes to predictions and pick'ems, we're all going through a collective Joker moment of we've just embraced the great equalizer, as Custer called it. We're in anarchy mode at the moment. But it's not just a question of anarchy, but also a question of bravery as to if you've predicted the Paris Eternal, because their season thus far has not been great. And yesterday, Washington Justice did pretty well against the San Francisco Shock. They're probably 1 or 2 fights away from winning the entire thing. Let's have a look at the Paris Eternal, Lemon. I'm looking straight up at Wub here as we move on in. We've seen already how much a good Genji can bring to the table for a team. And Wub basically was picked up mostly for his Genji, replacing Naga, who Paris Eternal started the year with.
Yeah, I think Genji is what Wub was most known for, one of his best heroes at the very least. One other thing that sticks out is Vestola playing instead of Dawn. I always have to be like, Dawn, because I used to say Dan. You got mad at me before. It's kind of like a yawn, but what's not a yawn is Vestola, so I'm kind of thinking this is like a Dallas Fuel situation where you have your off tanks coming in to specialize in the Junker Queen, whether they just didn't have anything else to do and now Dawn can, or Fearless, for example, can focus on their main tank. tanks, but we even had this discussion about how Zarya players, will they have probably better raw mechanics, and overall the play style of that Zarya and how she synergizes and enables the rest of her team probably is very similar to how you would play Junker Queen. So it worked out for Dallas Fuel, who won their first match. Now in Paris's first match, you start off on a fresh foot. 0-0, one of Paris's best records, so you can only go up from here.
I don't need any hopium to think about the tank line of a Washington Justice, because one man is all that they need. Mag yesterday was lights out on the Junker Queen. When it comes to this meta, it really feels like Mag has once again found his stride. Admittedly, it's not been the most inspiring run for Mag in the Overwatch League across the seasons that he's been here so far. Came in as a much-hyped rookie from notable talent farm that he's run away with multiple Contenders career titles under his belt, but it never really translated to the results on Washington Justice. This could be the stage of. They came so close to defeating the San Francisco Shock. Unfortunately, it came down to a decision of Happy's Blade, or rather Decay's Blade, being at the wrong place in the wrong time that kind of sent a death spiral happening in the last map of Oasis, and Happy popped an overclock that just could not connect the shots. So what I'm looking for is consistency, not only in mechanics, but also in decision making from the more rogue elements in the damage line of a Washington Justice.
And that decision-making is what the desk had highlighted in yesterday's match, where we were all just surprised that Washington Justice were up 2-0. Like, we kind of just woke up from a coma and we're like, what is happening? Are Shock gonna lose to the Justice? Wake me up now. But, you know, they got reverse swept. It is what it is. It is, you guys did sign up to be Justice fans after all. But I'm excited, especially because in the flanker-heavy meta, it was always the Decay show. But now that I feel like Sojourn has a very important role at kicking off fights, I'm looking at Happy. And I think I have to highlight Happy because he's going up against Dove from the Paris Eternal on that Sojourn, Ashe, whatever they end up picking. And I would much lean towards the Washington Justice having just more experience and better mechanics because, of course, Dove is still a rookie.
Yeah, Dove, a much fresher pickup. We have seen North American contenders hit scans pop off recently, though. Yesterday, Aspire, even though he had his time on the Toronto Defiant last year, was absolutely dominating the lobby on the Sojourn, and Dove's going to be hoping to try and emulate that performance. Washington Justice in particular, one of the things I really want you to look for in the audience is how much they like to focus the main tank as the target of their initial aggression on control rounds, because they realize that often these Junker Queens will use their shout in order to try and negotiate a better position for their team as a whole, because that's so important on control. But in this particular case, it can be exploited by a Washington Justice who just want to get all over the Junker Queen and remove her as quickly as possible. And one of the best ways to do that is to hit a knife and then pull the Junker Queen into a disruptor shot from the Sojourn, so her disengage is super weak.
Yeah, a lot more teams opting to just put the focus into the Junker Queen instead of the Brigida to kind of summarize all that. And we kind of saw even yesterday or the day before how Gladiators' Reiner just was always dying. And that's the type of focus fire you need as we head over into Busan downtown. Washington Justice have Happy over on the staircase. Paris going for Mega Pack control, and it's a scuffle. But look at that massive dynamite damage from Dove, already at 30%. He got just this low. Wolf dashed in to maybe finish off some kills, but Justice had time to heal back up and strike back even harder. That's multiple headshots from the Justice when it felt like Paris had the initial better positioning and better damage.
Vestola, they're taking a lot of damage early, had some knock-on consequences where Vestola has to disengage a little bit, maybe try and find a more risky Carnage to get a touch more drain from those bleeds, and that leaves Dove without too much cover that you really need as an Ashe, a little bit of space to work with, because your escapability isn't quite as precise as the slide of a Sojourn.
So with that first cap, Justice trying to cut off Paris' rotations to Mega Pack room and not getting punished yet. Paris might have relieved some pressure. They had Dredro kind of leading that way, but they spotted Mac low, and Paris immediately reacted to the situation. Dove tried to get pressure by Lucio, but that's not a problem for someone like him, and they're going to use the shout to rotate the point and flip it back over at about 30% for the Justice.
All right, I've got one number for you to look at, and that is Wub's ult charge. He has been finding these targets and landing the right clicks you need to soften up targets. You really need to hit some effective right clicks as Genji in this meta to overwhelm the raw aura healing that everybody's getting from the Inspire and from the Lucio, because if you don't deal a huge amount of damage at once, it will easily be wiped off the slate.
Man, that's some quick speed by the Justice to approach. Axes thrown left and right. Rallies exchange. Feels like Justice might be a bit isolated, but happy while he's had the space. He's picking people off. He had the high ground too, and he's gotten a double. An easy third onto Wub, and even the little crouch spam. I'm liking this new version of Happy.
One of the interesting things there as well is Mag getting the knife pull onto Dredro was actually doubly effective, but Mag waited a little bit until Paris Eternal wanted to use Dredro's speed to disengage and then pulled Dredro away from a mainstay of Paris Eternal. So as they kept moving on their disengagement path, they left Dredro's aura because he got pulled elsewhere. Now Washington Justice have plenty of ults moving into this fight, and Dredro can only really answer one of them with a sound barrier.
Well, here's an answer for you. We're just not going to pick up the phone. Paris Eternal couldn't even move down main without a first pick. But I love the reaction of Justice to just speed in and see what else they can get, because one kill turned into 3, and that's great ult charge for the Justice, who are sitting on 4 ults. Thanks for the help.
Yeah, no ults were even required for that one, considering that it was yet and again an early pick. I think it was Wub who fell first, 2 Decay, getting some revenge in these Genji matchups. But now almost all the ults are available, bar the rallies for both teams. It's going to be a manic fight limit about who wants to invest the most and do it first.
So Rampage from Mag hits 2, Wub and Vestola, but they're supported by Dredro's sound barrier. Vestola tried to go for his own Rampage, and it was cancelled. We'll look at the blades and see how this will divide the fight, because all I'm seeing is Wub dividing faces, and Decay not having that same impact. So we're left with a 4-on-3, favoring the Paris Eternal in the middle of the map. Decay is on the flank, wanted that equalizer, and got punished and trade back and forth. It's still numbers for Paris, as Justice, once they finish doing the math, kind of realized that, okay, let's sit in main, wait for the call, and the call is made by Mag. Happy's gonna go for picks. The overclock is activated. Khan has to keep that shield up. They gotta stay healthy behind the shout. Paris getting tossed up against the wall. Khan's Inspire's over on the right side. Paris not fully benefiting from it. And now without the speed from Dredro, Paris are locked into this fight. Maybe exactly where they want to be. Justice tussle back and forth. Paris Eternal has the point. And the longer this fight goes, the more the Eternal benefit.
Mag going to be the last to drop open and simply has to reset here. It was Dove coming back on the emergency Sojourn and hits a critical disruptor shot, and Happy can't go anywhere because Vestola gets almost a point-blank knife and then just pulls him to hold him in place in that slow field and do so much damage up close, removing the primary threat that the Washington Justice have. Now this final fight is going to come down to a pair of rallies, but Opener's advantage of a sound barrier is likely going to be what determines this if they can make a hugely powerful engagement.
Well, the rally, that'll be a good sustaining push for the Justice, who leave the Mega Pack room and start to pressure the high ground. It's Blade v Blade, or just one Blade, and 2 rallies actually exchanged, but Khan's dead. And the great focus fire from the Justice to remove that main healer. Now Vestola's not gonna get enough support. And Justice are so good at identifying those goals and executing on them. Because as soon as they flip this over, this round is gonna be done, but Paris are somehow still alive. And now that Wub's gone, he was the only one contesting. So it's not gonna be, that's not gonna go down any longer, as Justice will take the first round, 199.
Opener does a fantastic job there of holding off on the sound barrier for a little while longer. There was some great ult tracking going on, thinking I think Wub has definitely generated the blade over the course of that previous brawly fight we had that was quite long, and there weren't really any major ultimates used that seemed to determine like where a huge amount of the damage was coming from, so you've got to assume a lot of it came from the Genji. And Opener gets a remarkably fast cast of a sound barrier off as well, so there's very little danger of him performing an Ajax beat. However, the thing that really draws my attention in that round, Lemon, is that Vestola hits the Rampax, essentially, dies during the Rampage cast. And that means that one of the primary offensive tools that's available to either of these comps and only comes up really once a control round was wasted.
And Khan has to be more conservative with his position now, especially that the Justice are going after him so much, and that's been killer for Justice's fights. depending on what side of the coin you look at. Wub dashes in, uses the corner for cover. Vestola shouts to kind of at least draw the attention towards him and not Wub, who's repositioning. At the back, though, it feels like Paris were starting to get surrounded, and then their focus fire just kind of splits off, looking behind and at the front, and that's where Happy and Decay coalesce together. And we're excited if you're a Justice fan especially. So first fight for the Justice and point cap as well.
This is a good time for us to be able to recap some of the interactions that happened between the Junker Queen and the Genji, especially with the Reflect. While you can avoid the initial damage from the Carnage Cleave, which I think is 90 by using the Reflect, you still get afflicted by the Wounds Lemon, which means that you can finish off a low health Genji as a Junker Queen even when he's deflecting. The same goes for Knife.
Remember, Justice kind of got punished when they overextend their previous series, so they have to be measured. They don't want to go too far, but Khan is the one who's too far forward. Vestola went inside of the hut, and Khan was still out in the open, so you just have to be attached at the hip and play as an off-tank, as the desk suggested, being the only other member with armor, and that sustain is so critical, so Khan cannot be the first to fall for Eternal.
I feel like we're already seeing an augmentation in the play style of Decay from yesterday. He seems to be being a lot less haphazard and a bit more conservative with his position. In fact, we saw Decay almost waste an entire blade earlier because he was worried about damage that he was taking from a Dynamite. Staying alive and being able to find these critical insertions with the dashes when people are under 50 HP might be critical for the overall plan of the Justice moving forward.
We're gonna come up to some blade, these sound barrier fights. Vestola starting to get surrounded. The sound barrier from opener to engage. Wub might have a free blade, but Justice want to get this to 75% plus if they win this fight here. But both Brigidas drop. All damage is almost permanent at this point. The K has the blade, waits for maybe the shout to be done. But now that so many members of Eternal have fallen, you just don't need to invest ult if you're the Justice. 75% plus out. This has been flawless.
Timing there of that engage was critical, and I think they caught Paris Eternal midway through plan forming, so the split off of that engage from a sound barrier was in all four corners of the map from Paris Eternal. They did not stick together and were easy to negotiate some out-personnel fights on. Well, the blades here, ready to go, wants someone.
Hey, he wanted Vigilante, he wanted his gunman, he's going after Mag, now he's back to Vigilante. It's just like we have to pick one thing that we're gonna kill. And at least it was Khan and Vigilante finally fall, 99% for the Justice. Paris that have all the weight on their shoulders. Will map one go the Justice's way? Dub's gonna try and shore if not, but Decay gets in his face, and Dub is eliminated. But you still have the numbers for the Justice to finish this off, but Vestola finally hits his first rampage on the map, but it's not gonna be very fruitful. Paris might have rotated or just flipped the point for the second, but Justice get it right back, and they make sure nobody can touch the Washington Justice. We'll take map number 1.
You hit the nail on the head there, Lemon. When I handed off to you, I was like, he aims for someone because Paris Eternal could not decide on a target to focus. You want to go after Brigitte with that blade because up close you can start to carve through that armor, and the armor doesn't mitigate much of the incoming blade damage. It's only 50 armor, and the blade does 110 damage per swing. You can weave those together with the dashes as well to try and get those finishers. And Paris Eternal just could not decide who they wanted to go after. That's a critical weakness when you are clashing with a team that seems as decisive as Washington Justice is.
Well, at least Justice knew how to clash, so not having those issues of overextending, they knew how far they could take it, and we're staggering Paris Eternal to almost 100-0 round 2. The Washington Justice are learning, but we'll see if Paris Eternal will take a page out of their book. We'll see after the break.
Decay go further? Can he plus Ultra his team? When you have a Tracer player who is as good as Decay, you can beat anybody. And just the amount of pressure he puts on the map, just a huge difference maker on the game. Decay stands tall, he's still alive, 100 HP left. They have to kill Decay. It's just Drew, the 1v1 on the car now. Drew moves him away, but it's going to be a blink forward to keep Decay there and to keep the Justice in the round. The man is still alive. Everyone's keeping the hand at home. That's another. His pulse bomb stick rate is frankly frightening. Hydron looking for the mega that gets claimed by Decays. You don't lose these, Decay. You don't lose these. Player of the match here, my humble opinion, is going to have to be Decay.
Justice has been served in map 1. Take a look at the replay of Decay's work that he put in on Genji. I would say quite diffing Wub on the other side.
Yeah, and one of the things that Decay definitely managed to pull off here is a lack of deaths, which could have been construed as maybe a bit of an issue yesterday in the latter half of the series against the San Francisco Shock. It feels like Decay's being a lot more careful in this particular series to not overextend and be the main target that gets rushed after. You can see 19-2 when it comes to final blows to death, which is a pretty fantastic ratio, to be honest. That's a W+ ratio for Decay, and it feels like the comms are a little bit cleaner as well. A lot of people are being able to feed Decay the information as to when someone is dashable, just like how during an Echo meta you'd say that someone's beamable, and that means that he can make the quick in and out attempts to assassinate.
Yeah, it feels like Decay, he's good at identifying his own opportunities and having the confidence to really go for it. And I mean, he's an experienced player in the league. And you look at the other side, you look at a rookie like Wub, who just like still got picked up by Paris Eternal and is still developing and was learning a whole bunch of other heroes. Finally goes back to something he's good at. But like we kind of commented on the Wub Blade where you even handed it off with like a question mark. And I totally agreed with the question mark of like, what is he cooking? What is he going after? Was it Vigilante? Was it going after Mag? Was it like, what was this, or Vestola, I guess, or whatever, but or Mag in that case. But it felt like maybe he was listening so much to Vestola or whoever else was calling to make sure he was making the correct decision. While I feel like it's like DPS in these metas, they have to have the confidence and really the know-how of knowing where to go.
Yeah, like confidence and mojo are a huge part of being able to pull off DPS in this meta, and I keep going back to what happened against Shock yesterday, and actually that was Decay having a little bit too much mojo and thinking, you know what, blading this spawn's fine. This will go great. But you need to find a happy middle ground where you are confident to take the opportunities when you see them, and where you're the one who can call, I'm going on Brig, you need to negotiate a 4 versus 4 over there, or join me on Briggs. I think what we saw happen, like you said, is he was setting up for the Brig, pulled the blade, and then someone on the team was like, oh, we're going Sojourn, we're going Sojourn. It's like, where's the Sojourn?
Well, we're going to Hollywood now. We're going to Hollywood now, where I feel like this is one of the more difficult rush maps to play because of how dominant the high grounds are. And at any point, Justice can decide when they want to initiate the fight. Now, they have actually Decay over on the left side, and Paris are not really punishing them because they're taking so much poke from Decay and friends from the Justice that it felt like Paris had a real opportunity, but they just sat there and did nothing.
Yeah, that was once again, unfortunately, a little bit of an example of a half-baked dive from Wub. We saw Wub actually make a very early engagement in towards Decay using the dash, because the dash can do damage through the deflect, so it makes sense. But it also means that Wub could not move quickly to try and counter Washington Justice's rush on top of Vestola, and it made for an easy kill.
Oh, not a Justice spawn hold. I can already see and hear the desk now of like, don't do this again. It would be, they're out in the open. Paris can go back to spawn at any moment to fully healed up, and it's Justice that have to run so far back just to get away. So of course this is going to be chalked. Vigilante and now Mag are dead. Justice should have held their corner. That was their best position on defense, and they blew this fight.
I agree, but I'm not a huge fan of the spawn camp PLM, and the geometry of the map simply is not great. But the thing is, the objective takes a while to cap, so Washington Justice are going to be able to come on back, especially with a pair of speed boosts just waiting for Opener to return. Mag's already staring down at them, likely going to give up the first tick here for their loss in that fight, but Wub's taking a good amount of damage here.
Vigilante's close to rally. Got Soundbear from Dreedrove. They wanted to early engages and really assure of it. Soundbear starts from Wub, countered by the opener Soundbear. It's layered with the Vigilante rally. So Washington Justice have all the sustain in the world, but the question is, do they have the damage? Wub is permanently living, but all the focus fire from Justice wasn't on Wub. It was on Vestola and the supports behind him. So that's why Wub got ignored so much. So Justice managed to salvage that situation, but they want to make this mistake again. Round 2.
All right, the additional cover of a car here does at least make the spawn camp a little bit more palatable in that you can try and play behind that. However, I still think that Washington Justice are pushing their luck a little bit against this rally.
Okay, at any point, Paris can go back to spawn, but they want to use rally instead of just hide and wait this out, and they think this is winnable, and they exchange DPS, a 4-on-4. Vestola is taking overclock shots to the back of the head. Finally, this starts to pull forward for Paris Eternal, who are left with a minute and a half just to get that last tick. So now the Justice have the cooldowns to escape. They don't escape in the right direction. They take these short stops in buildings to find cover, and Wub has killed 2 people off screen while Dove chases away opener. So there goes the final tick, I guess.
I really don't understand the MO of doing the spawn camp when you've already lost 2 ticks, because not only can you potentially get back capped, but also the attrition of when you lose people compared to Paris Eternal is so much worse. Paris Eternal can just play that fight a little bit more slowly, or even just so much more aggressively, because they can respawn and they'll eventually win that fight, and you won't be able to recontest into that point afterwards unless you're trickling in one at a time. Overall, a terrible plan from Washington Justice.
Well, maybe a good plan here. Vestola hits the 2-man rampage on Mag and Happy, and Vestola stays anchored in that back line. He's been hitting these knives quite well, and we already highlighted how Zarya players would maybe have really great mechanics to pull off plays like this, and even in the play of the game in map 1, it was 2 knife pulls in a row as Paris take the high ground.
Yeah, Zarya players in particular, they know a lot, or at least they have a good amount of game sense as to how to live for a while longer as a more fragile tank in these frontline coordinated attacks. It's going to be an attempt to try and seize the high ground here, and Open has gone quite low.
Yeah, how is Dreedro that low? Finally, they found him. Sometimes he's so speedy, he dropped off the high ground or something like that. So Paris have lost their high ground control. They're getting chased inside of Saloon, and at least Khan is more attached to Vestola at that moment, but it's really just Paris losing out on damage. It's this whole meta is about focus fire. It's about being a good team, not being about a good individual. So teams are finding out the hard way, hence why Shaw, Glads, and all the top teams are looking a lot more human.
Yeah, even with some of the performances we've seen from players like Kevster, it has not been a guarantee of victory for teams like Gladiators. And once again, Washington Justice getting much more aggressive. I don't mind it so much here because the payload's still got quite a bit of leeway to give.
There's the rampage from Mag. As soon as Paris leaves spawn, all 4 members of Paris are anti-healed. They're saved by the Sound Bear, but they still haven't made any space because Justice have not left their face.
No.
And the cancel on One's Blade. In what universe is that the right play? It's not. And Opener didn't even have to use the Sound Barrier, so they can Justice now can use this in the next engage.
Yeah, that sound barrier is going to be absolute gold to open it because there's no major stimuli that's going to force it. You can use it instead to just really mess with Paris Eternal when they go a touch too far with either their speed boost or their commanding shout and just slap back at them with a huge amount of health because you don't have to worry about a rampage and no, you don't have to worry about a blade either. What a play from Happy.
So smart. Justice take the high ground and then drop and can use a sound barrier at any moment, but Paris Eternal were quick to use shout and rally just to disengage, and Justice are fine waiting for the rally to end, especially if they kill Duff. It's a 5-on-4. Paris should be leaving, and at any point, Justice can use a sound barrier to really guarantee themselves a fight win. As Paris are still hanging around the choke, they'll have the speed, and Justice make the call. They want to take the fight here and now. The sound barrier will assure of that. They immediately remove the supports of Eternal, and there's no shot that Eternal have to do anything but go back to spawn. So there's only 24 seconds left, and Paris don't have the healthiest of pushes right now.
An amazing disruptor shot from Happy as well there to peel for a Vigilante who went a touch too far and needed to kite away. Now Vigilante's up top and could freely just hand out armor packs without being too early pressured. Vestola backed into a corner. The disruptor field is not ideal, admittedly, but someone's got a dash for the cart here, Lemon.
Dub is trying to skate away, and Decay has the hunt down. 2 members of Eternal, though, are sent to go touch the cart, and Khan is just left out the dry. You see the X-ray of him at the back, but Justice are more focused on, well, we can just drain overtime and win that way. So leaving Khan behind, Justice returned to the objective. Wob is trying to dash from building to building, but you can't escape Decay or the rest of the Justice. Paris Eternal will have to play this from behind. Dub has already used shift jump. He gets deflected, and he's not dead yet. So this might be winnable in a 4 versus 4. It depends if Dub can get the Mega Pack and what he can do on the flank. Picking off Vigilante before the rally is important, but he's already popped it. And Paris Eternal don't have the Rampage because Vestola just died. So Justice have the sustain, they have a tank, and all they have to do is bulldoze Eternal away. But Dredra will buy some time. The Soundbeer has been used. Vestola can rampage from downtown to return himself into the fight. As Khan is gone, so you won't have a lot of healing. So Wob has to go absolutely feral with this blade and make up for what he did before. He got stuck on a post. He got stuck on a post, and that will end the attack for Eternal.
Oh no, Lemon, that's a heartbreaker. If Wob had managed to stay alive just a second longer, admittedly it was 1 versus 4, so it was probably never going to work. But the combination of Rampage and Blade could have got Paris Eternal a little bit further. Alas, that was a wild last fight where maybe Decay got a little bit too overzealous again, thinking, oh, it's overtime. We win these ones easily. You still have to maintain your concentration. I do want to point out the strat here from Washington Justice, though, and how in particular it differs from teams like Dallas Fuel, which have been victims of these overtime backcaps before, especially on Colosseo against the LA Gladiators. Washington Justice identified properly that the best way to try and take that fight was to force people to go to cart and break away from a main fight, and then take a 5 versus 3 against those who are too slow to make that beeline for the objective, and then take a 5 versus 2 against the ones who are remaining. Unfortunately, Decay kind of split off to try and deal with some stragglers and got a less than ideal 1 versus 1, but overall Washington Justice played that very intelligently.
Yeah, I feel like there's a massive Genji gap right now because Justice macro-wise are making mistakes. Whether it's the double spawn hold where they got punished once, didn't learn their lesson, did it again, got punished, full cat for Paris. But Justice macro-wise are much better at point B, knowing to stay on the high ground and when to drop down. And Opener being very smart on his usage of Sound Barrier and not immediately popping it as soon as Wob uses Blades. So Justice is very winnable for them to go to series point, the box of victory halfway to B. So Wob's on this off angle on the left. Justice opting to ignore it and see if they can access anyone from Paris Eternal that is close. They get the dash onto Dove, and Wob has been removed on Justice's journey towards the objective. So Paris have no damage, no take, and no chance to hold this.
So they knew that Wob would be able to escape with the dash and use the reflect if he got sped up on there, so Washington Justice don't bother to try and finish off Wob. Instead, they just allow it to drain Khan's resources with the armor packs. This should be an easy cap. Washington Justice are, of course, currently playing gatekeepers to the old spawn of Paris Eternal. This might be one of the most aggressive caps I've ever seen on Hollywood, as Happy just hops in place, waiting for the car to unlock. You okay in there, Halfred?
He's happy on the cart, so leave him alone. Everyone else from the Justice is so speedy, so this is probably Happy would be left behind anyway. But Paris now go to the high ground. They get actually booped from Opener, so Paris got to do this all over again, fighting for the high ground. They know they can't leave the Justice up here, but there's so much damage from this shotgun from Mag at close range that Paris kind of overstayed their welcome. And it's always Khan that is dying first in these fights, and it's just costing Eternal the sustain, because all Justice have to do is out-sustain them.
There were 10 seconds of play there that will really highlight how good a Junker Queen Mag is, and that is dropping under 100 health and not panicking and popping that shout, because it means that now Paris Eternal, they're playing from behind, and they have to try and break through this blockade of Washington Justice to even touch the car, which is getting closer and closer.
No one could touch.
What a
Except you
shot!
get shot off of it. What? I can't believe I cursed that. Justice are just spot holding. I can't believe they're even this far. We told them not to do this, and now poor Dorijo has this army of people coming for him. So the Justice easily and decisively win map 2 and go to series point.
What a performance from the Justice. Mag is doing incredibly well on the jungle. We didn't get too much time to talk about it, but overall, Washington Justice, their macro understanding of how this meta works is proving to be superior in almost every way to the Paris Eternal. On the other side, Washington Justice, the Forbidden Words, reverse sweep. They were looking incredibly dominant yesterday as well. They were looking super good in maps 1 and 2, and then they weren't. The question is, can Washington Justice be good for 3 maps in a row?
That is the million-dollar question. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll have the answer for you after this. We just want to give a massive shout out to all the wonderful and talented artists out there who've been supporting the Overwatch League and their favorite players. And it's finally time that we show some love back. If you guys submit your art at overwatchleague.com/art-gallery, we may feature your art on broadcast. You might have seen that during the break, including this wonderful piece by Santa. So thank you all so much for showing your support for the players. They really enjoy it.
You guys share your art and I'll share some artisanal Overwatch play, because we've got ourselves a break stat card coming on up, so we can take a look at the young gun of the Washington Justice in Vigilante. And it really feels like Vigilante and Open are doing a really good job, not only of not dying, but also doing a good amount of damage. But 13-2, the final blows from Vigilante, playing so close to Mag, means that he's often able to get those last little, just few points of damage that are needed to push someone over into the spawn room. And it's a welcome change for Washington Justice, to be honest, with how well Krillin was doing on the Ana, Openers popping off on the Lucio, Vigilante's looking good on both the Ana and the Brigitte, because last year, to not be too cruel, the support line was thoroughly unremarkable from Washington Justice out of a roster that looked like it was going to be so incredible in just like title-worthy rosters. The supports kind of let a lot of the fans down when it came to the overall efficacy. As we head into our next map, Dorado, let's hope that Paris Eternal had a little bit of a powwow between maps 2 and map 3 to maybe give us a game today.
Yeah, we asked before the break, oh, well, let's see if any of the fans got it right. Can Justice actually win 3 maps in a row? Without blowing it. I mean, there's multiple teams, by the way, that have either gotten reverse swept, either almost got reverse swept. There's been way too many game 5s at the start of this meta.
Yes.
As even the top teams have been tweeting out that any team is capable of winning this meta. So I've been kind of looking forward to seeing the rise of teams like Justice and Eternal, as it's like I've already mentioned, the cohesion and synergy of how you run these fights is almost more important than the individual mechanics, although there's a pretty big gap between WUB and Decay. But now you're starting to see that gap even between Vigilante and Con, where Con went 2-18 overall in the series, while as Vigilante went 15-8. So there's a big difference in deaths, and although the desk already highlighted that Brigittes are playing more like off tanks, you're gonna see a way higher rise in deaths. Con is dying though like almost twice as much as Vigilante, so keep that in mind in these fights.
Okay, Paris Eternal setting up for the classic spawn camp here, but with Dove on the Ashe, that means a lot more damage is going to be put out in the early stages of a fight where you don't have any real warm-up that you have to build up to on the Ashe, like the Railgun, and of course the Dynamite on tightly packed teams like these Rush teams really taxes the healers.
Now above them, above the Justice, is the Eternal, but some have dropped. Dove has to be careful too. He doesn't have as long of an escapability as a Sojourn does. He only has the Coach gun, so he has to play things a lot more conservative. And he's taking kind of random shots, trying to figure out where that's coming from. But as Justice are all clumped up, that Dynamite damage does a lot, and that's going to help WUB get more finishing blows and dash resets, which is something he struggled with. And it's already working out. This adjustment, this change of DPS helped Eternal take a more convincing fight. Just knowing when to pull back can sometimes be an issue for Eternal, but that's a 3K for WUB.
Oh, that's a great start for WUB, who are saying was getting a little bit diffed by Decay to begin with, but look at this, already 90% ult charge, more than anyone else in the lobby. One of the things that I praised Mag for on Hollywood was his ability to just hold on to the commanding shouts, even when things look dire, in order to leave them as a threat that still need to be considered. But now Vestola's doing that as well, being quite patient with the commanding shouts and making Mag feel very reticent about using his own and letting people get very low and in poor positions before they get hit with it.
Justice are trying to counter-rotate before Paris jump on them, but it's too late. WUB has already brought out the blade. 2 swipes into Vigilante, and it's a match. Happy gets some love too before Opener, who has been surprisingly fragging lately, ends that before any more kills happen. But it's still a net win for Paris Eternal off of a successful WUB blade.
Junior doing a good job during this blade as well of just essentially ferrying around the Genji so that he gets the additional 30% speed boost, or even more if Trujo decides to invest the amp it up as well. What appears to be on a whole new flow right now as Opener. Well, evidently they may decide to use an earlier beat here, knowing that WUB doesn't have a blade and that they're unlikely to have that. Oh no.
Yeah, the deflect ain't gonna save you against the swipe, and Decay creates that gap again. Justice used the rally to make sure they don't lose any bodies. They can keep up this momentum. It feels like just the spawn camping Justice. But thankfully, the spawn from Eternal is so far away that we're not gonna see that yet, but we will see a 0.8 cap for the Justice.
Trading only rally for rally and still being able to trade that for a point of capture here on Dorado, that's a great deal for Washington Justice because they really need a sieging tool like a Blade to be able to win a fight against the high ground. If Paris Eternal decide to actually take that, it looks like they're actually going to try and go for the earliest fight they can here and forgo the high ground advantage to instead engage with Bob.
Yeah, this is a really early engage when Paris Eternal could have played their high ground and just waited things out a little bit more, but now they're kind of stuck on the statue side. At least they can use the cover of the payload to escape back, but the rotations to high ground are just way too far for Eternal, so it's going to be a low ground approach unless they want to go through Courthouse, but Eternal are at this choke.
Well, Wub has been spotted. The question is, can he be finished by a dive at the moment? Not too worried as Dove catches a headshot. Happy the legendary hit scan hits one more.
That's the type of mechanics you need on the Sojourner, or else you're just going to be useless. The sound area is used from Opener to make up for the loss of Vigilante so that the Justice can see if they can take a quick fight, but Vestola at half health uses the Rampage. Opener Decay hits. They're able to disengage behind the card as Paris Eternal have to go past the choke to finish off those kills, and it didn't really work out.
Oh, especially considering where the cart is at the moment, I would have loved for Vestola to just hold that and die on cart, because then Vestola could control an engagement from the high ground with the Rampage. Now Mag is being able to move all the way forward with a Rampage ready to go. Once again, Happy's just going to be playing on the cart, as now Washington Justice have themselves a power position to play from. That's a solo blade on Wub. Get out of my lobby.
Yeah, what? Why? I mean, you've been able to diff Wub without the blade. Are we just being mean? Are we bullying the rookie? That's not very nice. That's a knife into a tank, but Paris are long gone at this point. Justice, they overextend, but sounds like they are starting to learn at what point to pull back. So they're going to keep doing what they're doing as Eternal have to come out with their blade. Wub has already been anti-healed by the Rampage of Mag, so this might not be an ultimate that Eternal can even depend on. It's just as ran them over before Eternal could even make a decision.
Strong wraparound there from Mag as well, getting two antis. What a knife onto Khan. Get back here. I don't recall ordering any mercy today. Decay with 2 exit frags, and Washington Justice 3 minutes to get through this next point, and a premium on positioning when it comes to controlling this high ground. That means Paris Eternal are going to have to invest more time in rotating around, and you can see this. Mag's actually waiting for a big carnage as they come through this area, and that's 3 people hit. Unbelievable.
The shout used first by Paris Eternal, matched by the Vigilante rally. Justice so healthy at this point. Now they're chasing Dove, and that lack of escapability is not going to help him out. You should have just stayed in spawn, buddy. And Justice, speaking of which, are heading for they're staying here, but also the cart is approaching, and they have 2.5 minutes.
Happy, definitely gold objective time right now. Maybe not as high on the damage. Carnage swaps over to the emergency Ana here, which is going to be interesting. Maybe you can sleep the blade, maybe hit a clutch anti to maybe help Wub get some value out of this blade.
Just an anti, something needs to happen. He actually hit the anti on Vigilante and Opener, but Wub's blade is all focused on Decay and Mag. But if you ain't got nobody to heal, it's still a W. So just as long as you focus fire the same targets, it'll work out. Justice support's out trying to get back. Dreedro's like 1v3 over there, decides he's not getting help and heads back to spot.
Alright, Paris Eternal getting a little bit lost in the sauce there of victory. It smelled so good, but in the end, just still 3 versus 2 is a big risk, and you've got to respect your opponents. And Washington Justice have found that out the hard way a couple of times. Just a very easy seeding of the high ground from Paris Eternal, just because they want this safe position for Khan to operate from. But remember, if Washington are on the high ground, they're going to be harder to hit anti on.
Decay just sneaks up and assassinates people left and right. It's insane how much he makes Wub and Dove cower behind cover. Justice own the space and will not be giving it up. Vestola's the only one there. Wub was on the other side of the wall. He's late to the party, and there's no more pizza. Washington Justice cap with 1:16.
Admittedly, Paris Eternal they got a lot more out of that previous, out of this last point on Dorado than I thought they would have, especially considering how much damage they took from Mag on that secondary engagement. After they got spawn camp, Mag got a 3-man carnage on people as they tried to move through a narrow doorway and then could disengage super easily because Happy just threw in a disruptor field in the doorway afterwards. So trying to punish Mag for his out of position play became untenable for a team that had already had taken so much damage. Alas, Paris Eternal rally around Khan on the Ana. And unfortunately, Khan, the fights weren't long enough for him to be able to really build up towards the Nano, so couldn't really help the Junker Queen or the Genji with survivability, but Wub hit a huge blade as well. One of the real risks that you take when you're going up against an Ana is that because the fights start to become so short, you can't have these extended moments where you can just heal up someone taking a bunch of poke, because you just get rushed on top of. That's why teams are opting for Brig instead of Ana at the moment.
Yeah, these are insane mechanics by Decay. Like, he just has more experience than Wub on it, so Wub will just need more time to develop on that hero because a lot has been asked of him just as soon as he got signed to the team. And I really love the Ana swap, especially because it just creates this threat of not only just to sleep into Decay, but to sleep into Mag. There's nothing to protect Mag from that, and if Mag gets slept, he's dead. So just having Paris being able to control their own spawn helped at some points. They didn't react to his anti though on Vigilante and Opener, so Paris got to talk to each other and hope this O2 does not boom them. Speaking of which, Justice are above them, and Wub's been trying to harass Decay off the high ground, hasn't been successful yet, and the grapple is not always consistent with some of these window pays, but Khan, something is consistent. Hip dies first in the fight. So much focus from the Justice on those healers, and Vestolas doesn't have anyone to help him.
Oh, Opener going down is interesting. This now means that Washington Justice is going to have trouble actually controlling the tempo of fights, and so it's going to be a disengagement and a ceding of ground. However, Lemon, I've opened the holy text, I've read the Dwarven runes. The prophecy of Washington Justice being good for 3 maps in a row is slowly becoming fulfilled. The blood moon is rising, Mercury is in retrograde. Paris Eternal don't have many ults to try and force through here, but if Decay gets a little bit too brazen, a little bit too confident, that could be exploited.
Yeah, if Wub can't win the 1v1 against Decay, just mark him, stay away from him, and kill someone else. But we have to pause because we have to review what just happened to Dredro. How did he just get headshot in the middle, like duck hunt by Happy? But yeah, there's probably some technical stuff happening.
Yeah, sometimes things just happen this way, Lemon. Washington Justice, this gives me a little bit of a moment to talk about why I gave Mag so much praise on Hollywood when they were playing on high ground at 100 HP and did not pop the commanding shout. Because what that meant is that Mag could actually just crouch down and try and get slowly healed up, and it meant that he could actually escape a lot better when Paris Eternal actually took the elevator up to try and finish him off afterwards. If he'd popped the commanding shout for the instant HP afterwards, there's a good chance that he wouldn't have been able to leave that spot safely, and when he did, he wouldn't have had any health to help him do so, and that actually saved Mag's life, as well as giving Vigilante a speed boost to be a little bit more brazen with the positioning on the Brigitte. So I think that Mag's understanding of that cooldown is one of the main assets Washington Justice have in this particular meta, but Vestola's currently exploiting that as well, especially on the first point defense of Dorado that Paris had, where he was holding onto it himself to try and make Mag not use it when it was needed.
Well, what was needed for Paris was to scout and to stop jumping in front of Happy. Be testing his mechanics, you're gonna find this the hard way, and it's the spawn camp in Justice. I don't know what else to tell you. We're gonna stay here until they get punished, and they've already lost their tank, so Justice should not be hanging around any longer than this. At least they conserved Vigilante's life. He got pretty low at that moment, but Paris Eternal are equally just as low. And that's a great disruptor shot from Happy at the choke. This will stop Paris from moving into market, and Justice now just have to buy time for Mag to get back.
Oh, Opener just pulled such a good bait to allow Decay to escape without needing to use a dash. Opener just Houdini'd Paris Eternal so hard and made the music commanding shout as well to try and get that chase. Vestola admittedly doing a huge amount of damage right now, but Dove's already dead.
Just Paris got pounced on. When you have the high ground, Justice can just jump on you, get into the back line, axe anyone close range. That's kind of the biggest difficulty with running Junker Queen is how do you gap close, how do you get close enough to axe them and to do that lethal damage, because she has a lot of burst when you hit the axe and the double shotgun combos, so Paris Eternal have to be very wary of their rotations.
And now the advantage that Vestola had when it came to the Rampage has slowly ebbed away, because Mag's only 18% shy, and it can be countered by either of Washington Justice's ultimates. And right now, Paris Eternal, they might be trapped in a very rampageable area. Hello there!
Oh, that's a massive rampage, but Vigilante used the rally to keep everyone up, and as Paris just decided to keep running forward, despite to just help out with the rampage, they walked into the disruptor shot of Happy, and Justice also conserved the sound barrier. So this is Justice being so smart.
What an awesome plan to just try and force them out of that area through pure intimidation, knowing that they'd all have to pass through that disruptor shield and they could not deal with the cleave on top of that damage. Washington Justice, they are reading Paris like a book right now, still have an ult advantage. There's a rally from Khan to answer an overclock of Happy.
Oh, he's gonna have to chunk through. You really have to go after the same target. Dredro got down to half health, used the sound barrier before he fell, but Khan's shield is shredded. Always the first one to get focused by the Justice, and now you have the Blade for good measure. Justice left without ultimates, and 20 seconds for Eternal, just the cap point A.
Oh, the Mercury retrograde. Is it true? Is it real? The Dwarven Runes told me so, Lemon. Washington Justice are 10 seconds away from winning 3 maps in a row and sweeping the Paris Eternal, finally getting the win that has eluded them thus far as Vestola touches the cart.
Oh, what's dead again? Oh, the Blades have been lackluster, and Dove pops the overclock and makes up for it. Dove just killed both supports from the Justice. Paris Eternal just needs to not blow this, and finally it's all okay. It's Daijobu. Paris Eternal go to point A.
Everybody breathe, everybody breathe. This is still the Washington Justice we're talking about. Paris Eternal, they're going to be able to cap here. Washington Justice had a longer spawn because we're in overtime, so we won't be able to come back and recontest, even though in regular time, there might have been some leeway there for another fight. Washington Justice, once more, are going to go for their high progressive mentality, and this is such a change around for the identity of Washington Justice as a team, when previously they were one of the more slow and lackadaisical teams we had in the league, Lemon.
Oh, Dove in a bad spot. Okay, he gets out. Disruptor shot though from Happy to help things out, but Justice forgot how to leave. They know how to go. They know how to press W, but knowing when to S is a whole different story. So Paris Eternal carrying that momentum.
That did give Vigilante the chance to build up towards the rally, but that's not going to be enough to answer what Vestola's cooking, and that's going to be the Rampage, which is ready to go. I'd love to see Vestola take a advanced high ground position. You can see him all the way in the back at the moment, setting up through the courthouse. This could be an excellent place for a Rampage, but wants Washington Justice to go down to the ground floor first, so the rest of Paris Eternal are in a much easier position to try and follow up on that.
That's the type of patience I wish Paris did on their defense, and while Justice jumped down, they walked, though, right into the Rampage of Vestola and lose opener on entry. Vigilante's Inspire and Rally might be enough to help Mag and Decay get back to safer spots, but now that Justice have no supports, if they get staggered here, Paris are already halfway to B, this could be dangerous.
Feels like Washington Justice being quite non-committal to these fights as well. After that rally was expended, Paris Eternal could just pick off a bunch of Washington Justice players who were quite nervous after getting antied by the rally rather than battling to the death. And now Washington Justice, they once again have one fight's worth of leeway here on point 2 as Happy pops overclock.
Happy has overclock, everyone run, hide under the bed, but at least Dredro has a sound barrier. Paris Eternal coalescing inside of Bank to go after Mag, who drops dangerously low at 25% HP as Dove jumps out. Happy couldn't get the execute. Now they go after Khan, but he lives through because they had overhealth and Rally. Vestola now gets to pop off as everyone from Justice is in his face, and Paris cap point B without even losing a fight.
Okay, Paris Eternal, they're recapturing the momentum, and Washington Justice are also misstratting quite considerably here to kite back into that enclosed area. When Happy was looking for longer sightlines of the overclock, was a little bit of anti-synergy that really drained Happy's ability to be important and valuable with that ultimate.
They just pulled Mag. This is something Paris can execute on, and what will react to the pull with the Blade, but Soundbear from opener will keep Mag still kicking, and if Paris overstay their welcome, there's a Rampage from Mag with their name on it, but Decay, he can handle things all himself. He's a big boy with a big blade, and Paris Eternal reset.
All right, the decay that was promised returns once more, but that was by no means cheap for the Washington Justice. Both the Blade and the Sound Barrier expended leaves just Mag with this lonesome Rampage, and not much that can answer either of these Junker Queen songs on either of the team's supports. That means that this could be a 1 versus 1 battle in the end between Vestola and Mag, but Dove can potentially pull some magic out with the overclock after people are antied.
Oh, Vigilante was actually scouting, and now they're going on top of the bridge, and they're engaging as Paris went down mid. They're on the low ground. Vigilante's low, but Dredro gets the finish, and that could be massive, but Justice have already got more than enough picks. Paris got trades just due to the lack of healing that Justice had. But Justice are so good at surprising at Eternal, and Eternal have no way of reacting well.
That's a brutal stagger as well onto Wub. That means Mag's going to be able to get back in good time. I didn't even see where Vestola was using that Rampage in particular. Vigilante can open up this fight with the rally a little bit earlier to make sure that all of that armor is going to be in place before Paris Eternal can start stripping it away, particularly with Dove's overclock. It needs to be Headshot City right now for Paris Eternal, or their summer showdown is starting off with a fart rather than a bang.
Justice is already sneaking into their backline. Happy gets pressured out by Wub, and Wub can't convert on the kill they needed the most. As Vestola falls, it's up to Dove to see what the space that he has left. If this overclock is going to pick off Vigilante an opener, but they hide around cover, and Dove has been almost overly patient, not wanting to adjust his position to stay away from Decay, but Decay came to him, and the Justice are slaying, and the Blade, just for good measure, they don't even need it, and Dredro's left to face the armies of the Justice all by himself again, and the Washington Justice are able to win 3 maps in a row.
I can't believe my eyes, Lemon, but in the end, all's well that ends well. That was such a well-managed final fight as well from Washington Justice, knowing that they had so much leeway in terms of cart push, and Paris Eternal, it was overtime. They needed someone on the cart. No matter where we go, if we go as 5, they're always going to be outnumbered unless we fight them where they are maintaining overtime. So they just catch the split remnants of Paris Eternal, finding themselves a Brigitte, finding a Sojourn on the flank, getting the Genji afterwards, and then only when everyone else had been slain and outnumbered by larger numbers of personnel, we saw Dredro on the cart be turned upon and the cart taken back by the Washington Justice.
That was a great series for the Justice. Some rotational mistakes here and there, and it was dominance throughout, but when we highlight this player of the match, is going to be the most obvious one. The biggest gap created in DPS, player of the match will be Decay. I know he had his hot and cold moments against the Shock, but his Genji was insane. The fact that you can rely on his Dragon Blades to get multi-kills almost every single time he uses it makes him such a dependable person for this series.
And dependable is a critical word here, Lemon, because I think the real story of Decay here is the turnaround in him playing for Decay. Instead, now he's playing for the Washington Justice, not making as many hero plays. Only when the rest of the team can back him up and they can make the hero play as a collective is Decay really fully committing to these blades and to these dives. And that's really what hoisted them last time against the San Francisco Shock. Decay going to play for Decay. Now, with Washington Justice moving as a singular unit, they are a truly dangerous foe in this meta.
Yeah, 3 deaths per 10 is very low for a Genji, and even though I hyped up his multi-kills, there's also a lot of fights where the Genji is going to Blade and you're going to either have 1 or 2 support ultimates from the other side, and then the next most important thing for that Genji to do is don't try to ego that. Don't try to ego a barrier and a rally. It's time to leave, and Decay has that understanding, hence the just Dragon Blade efficiency being low, but what's most important is his deaths being low, meaning he's surviving, he's getting ults out, and when those support ults aren't available on the other side, then he's killing everyone and everything, which makes it so Justice can conserve the rest of their ultimates and cycle their fight wins so well.
Yeah, 15 final blows per 10 as well. That's kind of mad. That's definitely more of a Decay who became a Season 3 mercenary to be feared kind of stat line. I remember the glory days of Decay, where they came in and played a little bit of Zarya for Washington Justice. They're like, you know what, this is pretty good. I think we're going to try and keep this guy. And finally, Decay is really paying back those dividends that have been invested in him. Washington Justice, they are looking a lot better in this meta, to be honest, and a lot of it's on the back of Mag being able to play the Junker Queen so well. There's a good chance that this is a tournament they're going to go to and they're going to really shake things up.
Well, I think there's one shakeup coming up. The LA Gladiators versus the Houston Outlaws. Both these teams starting 0-1. Surprisingly, from Houston getting reverse swept with some new rookies coming in to the LA Gladiators losing their first match. What is happening in this new meta? Well, we're going to find out after we go to a break and get some interviews done.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Vigilante from Washington Justice. Vigilante, congratulations on the win. Now, this was a very fast, clean 3-0 victory for the Washington Justice. And I want your honest opinion or your honest answer. Did you prior to starting this match, did you guys actually think that this was going to be an easy win for the team? 자, 일단 첫 번째 질문 시작 전에 오늘 승리 거두신 거 너무 축하드리면서 비전트 선수 어떻게 오늘 경기에 들어오시면서 시작하기 전에 오늘 파리와의 경기가 좀 어느 정도 좀 이렇게 쉬운 좀 경기가 좀 쉬울 것 같다라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
네, 쉬울 거라고 생각은 하고 있었어요. 근데 저희 생각보다 좀 많이.
네. 원래 생각했던 것보다 좀 더 많이 쉬었다?
네, 그렇게 해주세요.
Alright, so Vigilante says yes, he did expect this to be an easy win, but it was honestly easier than his expectation. What do you think made it so easy for you guys? 자, 그러면 방금 좀 이제 쉬울 거라고 예상을 하셨다고 하셨는데 그거에 대한 좀 이유를 여쭤봐도 괜찮을까요? 왜 쉬울 거라고 예상을 좀 하셨나요?
비둘기가 전해줬어요.
죄송합니다. 한 번만 더 다시 한번 뭐가요?
그 비둘기가 전해줬어요.
비둘기가 전해줬다고요?
무슨 말인지 모르시나? 네.
죄송합니다. 못 알아듣. 비둘기요? 알겠습니다. 비둘기. Sorry guys. I couldn't hear what. 네. 들려오는 소문으로. Got it. Alright. So yes, Vigilante first answered by saying a pigeon told him that it was going to be an easy win. I actually couldn't get that reference, so apparently it means that like it's someone or like he just had the feeling or like he just knew that it was going to be an easy win. All right, my final question for you, Vigilante, is you're a flex support player, but you popped off today on that Brigade today or Brig. Brigida? Brig. Yeah. So how's playing Brig for the team going for you? 자, 일단 두 번째 질문 마지막으로 또 원래는 서브 힐러로 활동을 하시는 비질란트 선수인데 오늘 이제 또 현 메타에서 지금 좀 브리기테로 활동을 하고 계신데요. 어떻게 좀 브리기테를 하는 거에 대해서 좀 어떠신가요?
처음에 좀 많이 어려웠었는데 하다 보니까 방망이 휘두르는 거 좀 재밌네요.
All right. When I first had to jump on the Brig role, it definitely wasn't easy. It was pretty difficult at first, but once I got used to it, swinging that mace around is pretty fun. All right, Vigilante, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 비전트 선수 오늘 승리 너무나도 축하드립니다. 감사합니다. 바이바이.
감사합니다.
Vigilante, a little joker. A little pigeon told him.
Pigeon, yeah. Swinging that mace around,
That's what Custa did in his pro career.
No, I rode on walls, fell off walls, and then died. And then I was like, that's enough for me.
Yeah, so good at riding walls, so you get benched for it. But, that's a story for another day.
Ooh, that was wow.
It was technically a compliment.
Yeah, I know, that's true.
Yeah. So at least we got the pred right to Washington Justice to beat the Paris.
Good job, Danny. We did it.
We did it. 3-5 now.
We're doing it. I said in the pre-show that I was looking forward to more 5-mappers today, and we just had 2-3-0s. So my pred's not going great so far. But who knows? We have one more match in store. But before we get there, we got to recap the one we just witnessed, of course. Paris Eternal. Not a great season for them, and not a great start to the Summer Showdown for them either. The Washington Justice, it looked like they were in control from their get-go here. Really, I think they were on like a path on revenge here, Like they wanted to actually get a win after getting a reverse swept yesterday, and they looked pretty solid here overall, Costa.
Yeah, everything that we saw from them and the good parts against the San Francisco Shock showed up again today. I think that they look very cohesive, they look very coordinated. They have a great understanding of how they want to play as a team. Whether or not I completely agree with it everywhere, like this, Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day talked about it a lot on this Hollywood of the spawn hold makes sense on the first fight, but after losing 2 ticks, it doesn't make sense to go do the spawn hold again. So there is some questions, and they do get a little antsy from time to time, but the Paris Eternal just weren't able to punish them effectively for this, some of those mistakes that they were making. I talked about it coming into a Paris Eternal. This could have been the great equalizer, but they just don't look that comfortable in this meta right now. You can see Khan over here on the Ana right now. It's a desperation swap from him right there. Not feeling comfortable on the brig, just getting isolated first, time and time again. The team not really helping out that much. Dub playing a bunch of the Ashe, not getting the effectiveness of it. So, back to the drawing board for the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a straightforward match win here for the Washington Justice, of course. Expected to beat the Paris Eternal and did so in convincing fashion. Does it mean anything extra to you, perhaps, Danny, that Washington Justice did it in a 3-0 way? Like, does that inspire confidence in you that Washington are able to, like, not show weakness in a match like this?
I mean, even yesterday, of course, they couldn't get the win, but I think they were looking really good yesterday. Even I think this sort of cemented that Washington is not a bad team. For now.
For now. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to get some asterisks in there.
For now. Until Assassin comes out with the Sombra and Custa starts malding. But yes, for now, I think they're in a good spot.
They're in a good spot. I tend to agree with that, and I'm looking forward to see Washington play some more mid-table teams and see how, if they can advance and actually compete with the likes of Florida Mayhem, for example. On a Spitfire, we just saw Houston Outlaws that is coming out next, going up against the LA Gladiators for our final match of the day. This is going to be an interesting one. Both teams started off 0-1 here in the Summer Showdown. The LA Gladiators, of course, they lost to the Dallas Fuel. And then the Houston Outlaws got reverse swept by the New York Excelsior in day one. We did not expect that at all. We would have previewed this as like a top-tier match going into this one. Do you still feel that way? Or did Houston Outlaws getting reverse swept by New York, did that kind of put you off the Outlaws this meta?
It does leave a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth. Like, I did like some of the things that we saw from the Outlaws. It seemed like they had a great understanding of how they wanted to play the meta. Obviously, they have a couple of rookies coming in Lep and Doge, and they play quite well. But it's the New York Excelsior, but we don't really know where everyone stands as of right now. And that's what I'm curious about this match. The Gladiators losing to the Dallas Fuel, is that the Dallas Fuel being one of the better teams, or the Gladiators struggling in this meta? And the vice versa can be said for the Houston Outlaws. So this is a great sort of base point for both of these teams of how good are we and what are they going to show in matches.
So far, we only predict matches, of course, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense to predict map scores because it makes the game even harder. But I still kind of want to get, like, a map score prediction in this one. Are we expecting the Outlaws to just get, like, 3-0'd by an amazing team by the Gladiators? Or do we actually think that the meta has kind of, like, neutralized the matchup and this might be like a 5-mapper? Danny, you're looking at Costa, but I'm going to
Danny has a thought going through his head that he wants to say.
What do you think?
I expect this one to be a lot closer than the previous two because both are great teams. Of course, Los Angeles Gladiators. Houston's definitely not a team that to just look down on either. So I hope this is, this could be a map 5 banger.
I predict Houston coming out of the gates hot again, only to fumble again. That's my prediction. I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, I think it's going to be closer. I think both teams are struggling somewhat. I don't see either team blowing out the other one.
Oh, really? I was going to say I'm expecting a Gladiators 3-0.
Oh, really?
Yeah, why not?
They're going to play angry after their last
Yeah, I think so. I think the Gladiators are angry.
I think Gladiators are going to go the Shoejorn again.
Oh, none of that.
Control.
None of that.
No, it's going to happen.
No, Danny,
Let's have fun, guys.
I have complete faith in the LA Gladiators that they wouldn't give us the Showdown again. It would be kind of entertaining, but maybe
you want it.
Maybe you want it. Houston Outlaws a map like that. He was half decent at it. Anyway, that's enough rambling going into our very last match of the day here, day 3 of the Summer Showdown. We're once more going to throw it over to your casters. It's going to be Kiwi Lemon and Dayleg.
Dayleg? Is it? Hey, Dayleg, what's up? We got our final match of
Hey, Kiwi Lemon, nice to see you.
I hated that. Don't ever say that again. Gladiators versus the Houston Outlaws, who had a rough start to their season, 0-1 each. I can't wait to. Both teams had some things cooked up in their first match, and you think Danny is crazy. You're like, oh, who's that orange guy in the middle? What is he saying about Shu again? We have some stuff in store for you, but do you agree like they with the desk that the Gladiators can just take this easily?
Maybe, Lemon. Both teams have recently been the victim of tragedy, and looking at this roster, yes, I'm afraid, much to the chagrin of Custa, Shu is back in on the Showdown, which is going to be an interesting little continuation of the experiment. Do you have any insight into why this might happen, Lemon?
Yep. I talked to my boy Hunter about this. I was like, why? The world is wondering. You have Patapan, you have Ons, why Shu?
Is that Jake?
And, oh my, is that Jake Overwatch on Ryan's forehead? Is he channeling some coaching? I don't know what's going on. But anyway, TLDR, Hunter said that, quote, they're playing Shu on Sojourn for fun. Obviously not wanting to reveal the real reason, but if you want my honest opinion, I think they're experimenting with different Sojourn players, clearly not satisfied and thinking that Ons and Patapan have an S+ performance so far.
Yeah, we're all out here having some fun, playing some Overwatch. Ryder doing his best Jake cosplay, but will it be Jake Despair today, or a very happy coach for the Houston Outlaws? Speaking of which, let's talk about their starting lineup. On the other side, we've of course got Houston, who recently have been slain by the New York Excelsior, one of our least effective teams this season, but looking pretty good in this meta. And today, we have Dante starting off on the main tank, presumably on Junker Queen, instead of Doge, their new acquisition, who started in their match against NYXL.
I was just sorry, I was laughing because Reiner off screen is just continuously showing the card. And by the way, it's an Upper Deck Esports card, so so that's he didn't want to dip into the printer ink for Jake's picture. But anyway, going back to Houston situation. So it's the Houston situation. I've been taught the knowledge of the word Houstonable. So now the question is who is going to be their Junker Queen specialist? So now that Doomfist got nerfed into the ground and his slows are removed, there's not going to be a point to playing Doomfist for a very long time. So what does Dante play if not the Doomfist? I think he's going to become the new Junker Queen. But then what does that leave to Doge and Piggy? Is Doge going to want to develop into a main tank? Is he going to ever come in for Junker Queen ever again? You lose your first match and now you're gone. I just don't know what's going on with Houston.
There was a weird tweet from Dante yesterday saying that 70% of the team didn't know that Junker Queen's axe healed her. I'm hoping that didn't include the tank players, but there may have been a critical bit of misunderstanding about what allows Junker Queen to stay alive for so long, unless Dante was, of course, doing a little bit of trolling, as he may be known to do. Merit and Pelican, though, this is a really good meta for them. Statistically, Merit is one of our greatest Sojourns in the league, and of course, Sojourn is preferred by a bunch of teams. Some think that the Ashe is a little bit better, but often it just depends on the playstyle, and Pelican has been able to consistently pop off on the Genji. So I've got a lot of faith in the Houston Outlaws DPS line. However, I think that Lastro, even though he was at the top of Noah's Briggs that are currently existing list, gets a little bit aggressive on the Brigator, and that can be punished by better teams, I think.
Like, Houston started off their series so strong, and then they just got out-adapted. They got reverse swept by the New York Excelsior of all teams. So if I'm in the coaching staff, Jake, Overwatch, whoever it is back there, I'm in panic mode because you are only playing 6 matches to qualify them for the Summer Showdown. None of your previous results matter for this tournament in particular. So to take an L against New York is red alert. The back room on fire. You have to now try to win maybe against a top team like the Gladiators to kind of make up for that, or I don't know, we could see Houston at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, you could end up with a pretty perilous seed if you start dropping games that you're not supposed to. Admittedly, with what we just saw from a Washington Justice, I think they showed quite a rapid turnaround in terms of gameplay style, even though they were pretty effective against the San Francisco Shock. So it's definitely viable for the Houston Outlaws to try the same as well. I wonder if Houston Outlaws are going to take the main adaptation that teams seem to have done between the first few days, which is swapping from focusing on the enemy Brig to trying to focus down the enemy Junker Queen in the first fight instead, because you can try and use the knife, which is an easier hit on the larger hitbox, to push her into something like a disruptor field and punish any early shout usage.
Well, first, you have an initial Symmetra teleporter. Both teams have equal positioning. Gladiators more opting towards the point, but maybe Shu was left. He was actually playing towards the just initial main door, thinking Outlaws were going to chase Gladiators to the objective, but Outlaws noticed the straggler, executed, and now they get to hunt for more. So really good awareness from the Outlaws in that first fight.
Yeah, Shu right there actually was late coming to the fight because he was the one who played the Symmetra, teleport everyone forward, had to stay in the spawn and then swap back to the Sojourn. And that also meant that he'd used the slide to go forward as well, and with easy pickings for Houston Outlaws when they identified that straggler. What is Pelican doing? What is he cooking?
I guess he thought he could dash Kevster, and just little micro things like that give Kevster the kill, and as soon as one duck falls, I mean the rest do as well. So Houston only had that for only had the point for like a blink of an eye. It's flipped at 23.
Okay, early ego duel for Pelican gets punished. We'll have to see if this becomes a motif in the particular matchup here. And of course, Shu's now going to be able to actually take part in fights without being taken out early. Houston Outlaws going for a rotation through high ground here is really good, as they can essentially just force Gladiators off of this by threat rather than by force.
Oh, Dante may be isolated by Kevsters, going for the duel, and still got to be careful about that, but I think Dante would have taken that duel if he had left with them, because the speed advantage that Gladiators have, Houston don't want to take a fight that they're just going to lose 4 on 5. Deflect gets Merit to half health. Not something that Kevster can dash and get the execute on, at least something he wants to commit to yet, as Houston take the road to the right, and the rally starts from the defense of Gladiators, who coalesce into the Outlaws as soon as they present themselves in the middle of the map, as the Outlaws try to run, but they can't hide. Lep is found. No speed for Outlaws, so they're just trapped here.
I love that we saw Gladiators try and push Outlaws back into this small room to make sure that the outside interference that could be had from Merit on an off angle was fully mitigated. And you can see right now there's just a little bit of a blockade from Los Angeles Gladiators, making sure that any rotation Houston Outlaws try to indulge in is going to be catching quite a bit of poke, especially from Funny Astro, who's only a couple of percentage points away from the barrier.
A 4-man rampage from Dante. Gladiators already are noping out of that. They go back to the point. Reiner a little bit too slow, though, and Outlaws, they use the rally just to make sure if Kevster's flank is present, which it was, they were going to Houston were going to accidentally lose someone. So 2 ults, fight win, Outlaws back on the point.
A clean fight from Houston Outlaws, but also a fairly clean loss from the LA Gladiators. Lemon didn't use too much more. The rally was used in the previous fight, so now Gladiators have their own rampage engagements which can be handled here. The question is, will Pelican get caught out early again? He's playing a lot more reserved.
Ooh, rampage. I thought Reiner was going to go for it, but the overclock. I like that he gets the stand still, but he turns and burns on Pelican. Disgusting. And Houston are falling like flies. They don't have Lastro either. They either have to fight or die. There was no running out of that, especially with Shu's overclock. So Houston will drop this, and Gladiators will get the flip at 80-something%. It's last fight for Gladiators.
The thing is, for many other teams, when Pelican makes that dash, there's no time for Shu to turn around and just pummel him with the railgun, because the rest of the team would be crashing into the front of him, but Pelican appears to be operating alone. Big rampage.
The rampage towards Spot, no shot, and then Houston just decide to ignore him and kill everyone behind Reiner. Now, success rate, not so great. The Houston, after just going past Reiner, only killed 1, and that was Shu, and then Dante gets punished. He's taking too much damage, so we'll see if the Blade will give Houston an edge, quite literally, as Pelican jumps through the window. He has skewed at critical health, but a well-timed shield bash gets skewed closer to Mega and will allow him to re-engage into this fight, but the point flip has already happened.
Yeah, Reiner has returned though, and Houston Outlaws running low on resources. It's going to be all about Lastro staying alive with this rally long enough to build up that overhealth for what should be a final fight here. No one from Gladiators is going to have a clutch factor with an ultimate. It's all about the raw mechanics. This is where you look to a player like Kevster to finish things.
Oh, Merit dips Shu yet again, and just Gladiators can't seem to get the trade when these things happen. This is a pretty big soldier gap already. Feels like Shu has been first blooded a couple of fights, and Houston winning 199 first round.
Exactly right, Lemon. Shu has been first blooded quite a few times, including by things like the Disruptor shot, and that's such an integral part of the Sojourn's kit in this particular meta, because it's so useful for being able to force either an amped up speed boost or a commanding shout out of a Junker Queen to escape the slow effect as well as the damage that it does bring forth. Gladiators, I'd love to see the Junkrat. I don't think it's going to be real. We have seen a little bit in Korean contenders, especially on this particular map, the control center of Lijiang Tower, because the burst damage is very difficult to deal with for the healers that Houston Outlaws have, or rather any team has, in the Brigitte and the Lucio. And indeed, it seems to be real. Okay, what? Burst is back on the menu, boys. This is very dangerous for Lastro. He's got a huge hitbox.
Now I know why Ryder had the Jake card on his forehead. They they really are just doing some osmosis of some ideas, and what are they cooking? Gladiators, though, they chase the Outlaws backline, who counter-rotate behind their backline, and who is the first to fall? It's Dante, who's been chased around. So you have some server control for the Gladiators in Houston. They're just out in the open, and they're eating grenades, whether they stand on the point or whether they escape. And Merritt, playing on coast side, distant from the danger, wasn't able to get any initial picks for Houston. So point first for Glads.
I might be wrong, but I think that Funny Astro just boots Alastro into Kevster's trap to get the finish. Remember that the trap now does 100 damage, which is a lot of burst, especially when that kind of damage needs to be answered with a repair pack. And on a Brigitte, of course, they can't repair pack themselves. Now you're attacking into the Junkrat, which is exactly what he wants. Move into my territory and suffer my spam.
Oh, they're gonna suffer. Outlaws just in the middle of that disruptor shot placed by Shu. Once that's gone, they start to move up, trying to figure out if they can use the pillar's protection. Do they want to take server, especially from the Junkrat? But Mary gets a shot, headshot into Funny Astro, and there's no speed to help Gladiators escape, so they're gonna lose everybody in this fight, except maybe Kevster, who took the long way around, but he's still actually gonna get hunted down by Outlaws.
So I've talked a lot about what makes the Junkrat good, but what makes the Junkrat worse is that his finishing potential is much weaker than Genji. If you get someone low, it's much harder to try and find the overall killing blow as a very immobile Junkrat, unless you're willing to get in there with a mine and try and just dunk on top of them. There's a Riptire available. This can't be easily answered unless Lep gets that barrier.
Okay, barrier or shout, something to give them some overhealth against the tire, and Outlaws just ran away and shot it down. And look at this quick re-engage, especially punishing Funny Astro. Gladiators, are they gonna stand here? They have the point, so they can die on it if they want to extend the lead that they have, but they will be gifting ult charge to Houston Outlaws, who use both of their support ultimates, the barrier and the rally against this. Houston were just not confident against kind of the high burst damage that Kevster has on the Junkrat. And Houston, they get the flip, but they didn't fully kill Gladiators off.
Ryan did a really good job of baiting Dante into the trap as well by just disengaging in a very straight line that's incredibly tempting for a pro player to go after. Now Shu building up towards the overclock.
Trying to kill Pelican. Pelican just is going after supports and maybe not Shu. Ooh, that blade was just not a problem. Merritt used his overclock. Nothing happened there either. Dante's half health, has to head for the doors, and Pelican can't escape in time, so Gladiators are going to see what other staggers they can get, and every second matters because it's 65 plus for Gladiators.
All right, here's the percentage play question. Can Kevster trap Dante's Rampage? Could they stop it midway through the pathing with a well-placed trap if there was a good enough bait from the Los Angeles Gladiators? Remember, Houston have likely not played against this comp before.
You're thinking they're way too big brain. Okay, they have Jake taped on their forehead. They're not. You can't just add a brain. Like Houston. At least they have the brains. They use their ultimates. They won this fight, and they managed to get the point back. This is going to be another 99-99 round.
Yeah, not a huge amount of value there from Shu's overclock as well. Lastro is going to be able to really dictate the pace of this next fight using the rally, meaning that Dante can be a lot more confident moving into Reiner. However, when it comes to the counter Rampage here, things are going to get very worrying, and that's why Kevster's moved over to the Genji to get better finishes on anti and low players.
It's just such a high mobility DPS, and that's a mobile Reiner. He pierces through 4 people, including the supports with a Rampage. The rally from Lastro is just barely keeping the Outlaws up, as if they move cautiously forward to keep the point in their possession, because the Gladiators were so close to the flip, and as the fight breaks down, Lastro's dangerously low, but there's no support for the Gladiators. Are the Houston Outlaws gonna take the first map against the Gladiators? The only person there to touch is Kevster. He's been booped off. Overtime has started, but Funny Astro is just getting back, and Pelican's on the case, and the Houston Outlaws have done it. They've taken map number 1.
That was all about killing the rally from Skewed Lemon, and this just gives me a little bit of time to talk about what happens with the Los Angeles Gladiators support line. We thought that it would be the best for Gladiators because Skewed is such a good Brig and Funny Astro is such a good Lucia, but the thing is, you don't play Brig in this meta like you're used to. You have to play Brig to kite here rather than to brawl. If you die as Brigitte, your team is missing all of its burst healing from those repair packs, and Skewed is playing Brig as he was always lauded for, able to make a good amount of space, play it almost like an off tank, and get a good amount of real damage and high Inspire output from just being in the midst of everything. But that's punished heavily by the Houston Outlaws.
Well, Glads are now 0-2 on their first maps, and both first matches they've played on this Shu shenanigans and now the Junkrat shenanigans. Who knows what's going on in the backers of the Gladiators, but Houston are up, and that's all that matters. We'll see you guys after the break.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eye from that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
We just had to show the Houston Hive video since Reiner's such a big fan. We got to give him some content while he's waiting for his next map. But fans at home, Houston, the state of Texas not in peril, but you may rise up because this is the first time in 2 years that Houston has ever won a map against the LA Gladiators.
That's right. No one beats Houston Outlaws 14 maps in a row. We draw the line here. Los Angeles Gladiators, Lemon, some goopy creativity, let's put it that way. Shu on the Sojourn, now 0-2 on these maps. The Kevster Junkrat was an interesting experiment, but even trying to just siphon off Junkrat talent from Jake was not quite enough to make the Junkrat viable in these situations, just lacking the finishing power. Even if the overall damage output was high, meant that Houston Outlaws could survive some of these longer engagements, and after Dante kind of realized that, oh, Shu's playing bait, so the rest of my team can get cut off from me by traps and things, I better stop doing that. It stops working as well, and credit to Dante, he had a very fast turnaround on realizing the stimuli that Los Angeles Gladiators were trying to bait him into. We saw him get baited by Shu once, and then baited by Reiner once into a trap, and after that Dante was like, okay, I'm not going to do that again. It was a good learning experience for Dante.
Yeah, you know, a great learning experience would come from you when you propose that they should put a Junkrat trap in front of the Rampage, and my mind just exploded. And like, wow, that's so smart, we should do that. And then the Riptide was kind of that interesting dynamic where we were thinking that we were going to get a kill and then Houston disengaged, and you think that Glads could have used that Riptire moment to just own more real estate on the objective, but Houston's re-engage is so quick, and that's why the macro is so hard to execute for even some of the best teams in the league, because you have not only speed but also shout. You have 2 cooldowns that will allow you to disengage but also re-engage almost immediately after.
Tell you what, if I was doing that Reptile, I would have actually had Skewed pop the rally to try and force it out of Lastra as well while they're disengaging, because Lastra would also get blown up by the tire quite easily. Let's move into a present though. Merit is moving over from the Sojourn, his statistically superior hero, over to Ash, because Ash can abuse the high grounds really well here. There are some very small chokes through which you have to move as a rush team, which means that the Dynamite can be dominant, and I'm expecting Ans to also play the Ash here, because that's kind of Ans' jam.
Oh my god. I almost just fell off my chair seeing Pelican possibly headshot at that moment, but... And I was kind of trying to get some more leaks out of Glads about why Ons is doing a lot more Ash as of late than Sojourn, and kind of at least adds to the point of there's clearly an experimentation process with the Glads of figuring out who their best Sojourn player is, hence the Shu, and hence Ons going more towards Ash. So you don't have as much mobility, you have some mobility, but not as much as a Sojourn. And speaking of which, Skew just barely getting out with the shield bash against a slight dive from Houston there, as Ons just gets to take shots and gets Merit dangerously low, but as Kevster dashes in, he gets punished by Pelican. So Houston, the reactive playstyle actually paid off here.
Yeah, the reactive playstyle was kind of adopted there by Pelican when he realized that Arns is playing in this room. So if I chase in to try and kill Arns while he's in this room, I can't receive repair packs, and I won't be an LOS for the commanding shout. So instead, they have all 5 players try and play the counter dive and catch out Kevster early, and Pelican's been rewarded for this, only 25% away from that blade.
Now Gladiators approach the point. Kevster's already harassed Merit into using Coach Gun, not going up the elevator, as Pelican does the same thing to the backline of the Gladiators, already claiming Skewed and Funny Astra. So there's just no healing. So Glads, there's just no point of being here.
Kevster engaging. Kevster engaging there with Dash is interesting, and I don't think it's overall in the interest of the LA Gladiators. It means the rest of the LA Gladiators have to move up to try and buy that space for Kevster, because he can no longer disengage, and that creates those openings that you saw Pelican exploit, like Skewed. No, oh, well, that's an Ash diff. Anyway, back to spawn, boys. Some more. It's Merit time, baby.
What is happening?
I heard no one was considering me for Rookie of the Year. Consider this.
Well, Merit even gave him a wink. Not even gonna type like something in chat, just gave him a wink. I love that.
Winks are just low energy blinks.
True.
We've got a pair of bobs to play with here, and a pair of blades. and both teams also have all the ultimates they need to really answer these, so it could be a little bit of a stalemate. It depends who wants this fight more in terms of just over-investing potentially to try and get through what could be layered support ultimates.
Yeah, Houston are playing so far away that high ground control just doesn't matter for Glads, and Bob gets thrown out, and Houston's attention is drawn towards that. Rally first from Lastro, second from Skewed only seconds later. Maybe an advantage Gladiators can work with, but they're kind of leaving, so must have been because of the bomb from Merit that Gladiators don't think they can chunk down. So the sound barrier from Left versus the Kepster Blade. You got the Pelican Blade, so the Funny Astro sound barrier. There's a lot of ults, a lot of chess matches happening, but all that matters is that Pelican got way more value, got dashed in, had enough damage to get dash resets, and Houston Outlaws win the fight.
Honestly, a Bob difference right there. Arns actually put out the Bob super early, and it wasn't in a place where Houston Outlaws were forced to really try and battle the LA Gladiators, which meant that Dante could just soak up all that Bob damage, get a little bit more healing, they could burn through the Bob, and then instead Merit placed his Bob down in the middle of the fight, which forced Gladiators to disengage, and then when they re-engaged, the Bob was still up, so Kevster was taking additional damage.
Oh, we got Rampages up, though. Gladiators are going down a pretty narrow alley, not wanting to keep their supports maybe in the Mega Room just in case. Dante goes for it. The supports of Glads are hit, using the Funny Astro speed to get out, but Reiner gets knife pulled by Dante and dragged into the line of fire. So Houston have won back-to-back fights, and we're 10 seconds away from the champions, the #1 team in the league, question mark, from getting full health.
Oh, Kevster is just going to be able to touch, but is straight into the grasp of a Brigitte. Now Lastro plays the doorman. Goodbye, Funny Astro. The Rampage booped away from the point, and Ryder can't get on. He's booped by the shield bash. Oh, Lastro, stop bullying Reiner, please. He just wanted an interview with Jake.
It's about time that we give Dante, like, way more credit. And just being such a flex. Like, we kind of gave so much credit to Reiner and giving him maybe a candidate of Rookie of the Year down the road because of his flexibility to so many tanks. But Dante has learned Doomfist. He's now already looking like the better Junker Queen. He can play DPS. And although Houston might have signed someone that was supposed to be that specialist, they clearly found, like, the crack in the armor and have already patched it up in their second match. So they won first map. It was close, 99-99 across the board, but they've just full held like the #1 team in the league. So Houston, I've been hearing rumors about their scrims popping up, and I'm actually starting to believe the scrim bucks.
It's looking like a bad day for Pickham's, Lemon. I'm going to be honest. Right now, LA Gladiators, they're playing for the draw, and I'm sorry, Reddit analysts, but you can't blame this one on the off-roll shoe. So what now? What now, guys? That's Merit taking the hipfire duel. It's so interesting when you see when these Ashes decide to alternate between the ADS and the hipfire, even though the hipfire does less damage and it's a little bit less reliable because it suffers from aim bloom. But the first shot is always 100% accurate, which means you can get some really good double taps out if your aim is as good as Merit's is.
I was just laughing because it looked like Skewed was trying to give Funny Astro's body CPR, but the way he just shield bashed.
Come back to me!
Wake up, Chrissy, I don't like this, but I don't like Kevster dying first either. Glads, I mean, you have to hold 33% for 4 minutes, and you don't have MVP Kevster here? Uh-oh, this is bad. Well, Pelican left just fall over because Houston are looking to the left, they're looking to the right, and as they cross the road, they just got ran over, so Glads have respawn advantage. Kevster's already back, and Houston fumbled the bag!
I need to say that Kevster was surplus to requirements, mate. Merit is going to avoid getting fragged by the knife pull there. Some good use of a physical cover to make sure they aren't pulled in any further. But Merit is facing down the Horde alone right now. Has to be careful with these ego peaks because they will be punished heavily by hit scan like Arns. Yes, they didn't get themselves a tick, but the Los Angeles Gladiators are not to be underestimated. That's a huge dynamite.
Yeah, in these panicky situations for Houston, they gotta talk to each other. And Skewed should have shield bashed to safety. He was standing behind Reiner, and it just wasn't enough body blocking. And, you know, you couldn't win the 5-on-4 when you kill Kevster, but surely you could win the fight after you kill the main healer of Skewed. This is all said and done. The Houston Outlaws are going to series point.
The Los Angeles Gladiators 3-0, but Johnny predicted is just a sad twinkle in his eye right now. But once again, we must ask every Houston fan, every viewer of the Overwatch League, is it Houstonable? Could the bag be monumentally fumbled? Houston Outlaws are looking lights out amazing today. The calls are clean, the strategies, perfection, and the engagements are being well managed and well flowed. They are outdoing the support line of Los Angeles Gladiators. We came into this meta, Lemon, thinking that Skewed and Funny Astro were gonna own this rush. The best Brink, the best Lucio. Where are they now?
And our best analyst said this was going to be 3-0 Glads, and the reason? Why not? Well, we'll think of a few, but for now, it's 2-0 for the Outlaws, and we'll see you after this.
You've trained long and you've trained hard. You've pocketed Platinum Genjis through their most audacious dives, and you have earned your spot sitting at the round table. And for only 200 Overwatch League tokens until August 19th, you can earn the steel and the staff to look the part. However, just like the Los Angeles Gladiators, plot armor is not included.
Well, they say heroes never die, and I'm not capping. Merritt is a hero because he didn't die a single time in Hollywood. I'm completely serious. He had 0 deaths. Merritt, when we spoke about the gap between Merritt and Ons, it is existing. Now, it's a very short map. Now, the DPS, the damage very similar. But the fact that just Merritt is playing much, much safer than Ons tells a story. The first one who falls, usually the fight goes the way of the 5-on-4, unless you're the Houston, who even they can Houston some fights every now and then. And just it's kind of crazy to see how human even people like Kevster look, who he got first picked in that last round, not able to dash quickly enough, but it's Houston playing so well as a team, and I think playing behind Dante's leadership, although they tried some different tanks, it's working for Houston, and they're one map away from maybe 3-0ing. I thought was the best team in Overwatch League.
And while their new acquisition of Doge might not be in a tank role, Lep is certainly fitting into this roster very well. I mean, controlling the flow of these engagements like he's been here the entire time. A huge pickup for the Houston Outlaws. But for Los Angeles Gladiators, they're going to try and stop these criminal scum. The buck stops here on map 3. We're heading to Watchpoint Gibraltar, out on a nice sunny day, and this is one of those maps where in Korean contenders during the break I was paying attention, and a couple of teams are actually opting for the Winston here, but it seems like all of the Overwatch League teams have decided that Winston's kind of poo-poo at the moment, in particular because when he jumps away you can stop his momentum with a well-placed knife, and it's not hard to hit it on a Winston. So everyone's going Junker Queen, and control of verticality is going to be an issue of pathing and rotation rather than claiming it with big vertical movements, unless you happen to be hyper-pocketing your Genji.
Yeah, if you're going to be eating that creative glue, then I would think the Gladiators of all teams would be trying that. You know, we saw the appearance of a Junkrat. They have their flex support on DPS, although that's not unheard of for players to off-roll. I mean, Dante, duh, and maybe even the Bone back from the London Spitfire. But hey, if the people you don't have on the current roles are doing what you want, might as well try different things. So, Glads, maybe having Ons on that Widow, not really seeing anyone home, not going to waste time, but going for maybe initial Dynamite on the bridge could be good old charge.
So Gladiators' last match, they did lose against Dallas Fuel, but they looked alive in that match almost solely because of Kevster. And the real difference today has been that Kevster has been marked a lot more, in my opinion, by either Lastro or Pelican, and it's really constraining Kevster's ability to just go kill, as has been Los Angeles Gladiators strat in their previous match against the Dallas Fuel.
Wow, Houston are just playing so close, so as soon as they use Shout, they're immediately in access range to the Gladiators, but it was Glads that sped into them, because the issue is Houston's defense is actually split up. They have Merritt on the high ground, and I think maybe even someone else with them. So Glads actually took a 5-on-4, and I think that's what was overwhelming. Merritt was out of LOS from the fight.
Oh, nice little tech there for Reiner to pop the commanding shell, get some extra movement speed in the air to grip back on and not give over that boop charge to Lep, which would have been considerable considering that Reiner had a full health bar there. Los Angeles Gladiators win a clean fight here, and now Houston Outlaws have to decide where they want to engage from, if it's going to be straight from the low ground here, which they appear to opt into.
Oh, server control for Glads. Able to also get some cart push halfway to A, as Houston have now kind of expended cooldowns, but they have this blue box, they have access to mini rooms, so really good shelter, as Ons doesn't want to get any close, especially out of access range from Pelican. Kevster keeps Pelican in check and makes sure that he doesn't get close to Ons, which is really good awareness from the Gladiators, who force Pelican back, and now Houston's backs are against the wall, but Gladiators are not healthy, and they're locked into a fight that they can't escape in. Pelican finally closes the gap between himself and Ons, and Barrett kills 3. He is having an incredible series.
It is a merit moment once again, and one of the things that you really need to look out for here for Houston Outlaws is how well they're controlling Rhino during the Carnage cast. It takes a while, and there's a wind-up when you're casting Carnage, and that is a lot of openings to be pulled by a knife or booped by the Brigitte and the Lucio. And Houston Outlaws doing a really good job of limiting the usefulness of Rhino by making sure that Axe doesn't make contact with their squishies.
Oh, Gladiators don't go down main. They go through the mini room to just see if they could C9 the card by maybe throwing 3 people on it, but they had Pelican from Houston was right on top, able to contest. Now he's in the middle of everyone from Glads, so Lep has to force the sound barrier, and Kevster might have a free blade, but he doesn't want to be patient with it.
No way.
There's so much damage, and Kevster could get through it. All of the overhealth, and he gets punished by Dante. The 0-kill blade by Kevster, almost unheard of. But on the other side, it's Houston's blade for a change, but Reiner's been dominated in the front line. He got a 3K, so Pelican's blade never mattered.
To a degree, Arns and Kevster there, while they didn't get huge value out of their ultimates, they provided huge distractions. Got those crosshairs displaced, which allowed for Reiner to make deeper inroads into the enemy team and start doing some super high damage with the shotgun and the Carnage as well. You can see once again one of the boots that I was pointing out, but hey, it's easy to finish people when they're all nice and low from the Dynamite. It was a good assist from afar by Arns, but Reiner staying alive that long to be able to deliver the damage is what is most important. Now Outlaws are going to play inside their ship. They don't want to reveal themselves for too much poke until they're ready for a fight proper.
Oh, Kevster just sneaking up onto Merit, but didn't get the execution, and Merit is actually healthy-ish as they all drop down into the rampage of Reiner. Houston all got down to critical health, and not a single one of them died. Where is the focus fire from Glad? That should have been their fight to win.
Yeah, that should have been a great exchange of rampages in favor of the Gladiators, but Dante just gets more done. In fact, Reiner even hits an easy knife onto him right there, but actually brings Dante back into the midst of the Houston Outlaws, where he's safer and can actually get a good Carnage off onto the opposing main tank. Skewed and Lastro once again will be able to duel with Rally, so we're going to see a pretty slow fight, I imagine.
And Kevster is still harassing Merit, by the way, and just has forced Merit down to the low ground, but now Lep gets involved to boop him away, and finally Kevster gets the job done, not only killing Merit, but Lep and everyone around him as Houston went to peel. So finally Glad got it done, but only 2 minutes to finish B.
Yeah, that was some great target focus there from the Los Angeles Gladiators, finally grabbing Merit after a deathless Hollywood. Merit certainly needed a taste of the grave for now. Monster Reborn is played, and Houston Outlaws return to the fray. That's another huge Dynamite, which is going to drain resources as they move in. Already a shout.
Oh, Houston have to play the card too because it's 2 meters away, and the Bob is forcing Outlaws off the point, and it's 0.17 meters. Actually, never got capped until now. And Houston just had no space to work with, but besides just the rally, they conserved most of their ultimates.
That was a perfect continuum of play there from Arns. Hitting the Dynamite first forces Dante to use the shout to get everyone up onto the cart, and then placing the Bob down, knowing that there's no capacity to disengage because the shout's already been used. The Bob is just going to pummel them as they contest. And on top of that, he can easily just freely plink away from all in the distance because no one can reach him. Speaking of which,
happening? Ons is just dead. Dante's 1 HP, so Houston throw the Bob on the cart just to at least create a distraction for Houston to get into a safer position. And speaking of safer positions, Kevster not in one, being at the far right corner while the rest of his team are back at spawn. So Glads is kind of re-engage and disengage. Is a little bit disconnected at times, and Houston are very good at punishing that.
Alright, with this being an escort map, there's a good chance here the Houston Outlaws could look for a spawn camp, but given that Los Angeles Gladiators all roll out through that lesser used high ground spawn, Houston Outlaws are going to move away, and this actually forbids them from having the time to rotate up to their own high ground, so Dante's actually going to be somewhat vulnerable here.
Dynamite charge for Ons. Maybe getting some targets low enough for Kevster. He sees already involved and he's headshot Lastro. And without the Brigitte, that's critical. But Let makes up for the sound barrier, and Houston surge forward and start farming. But Kevster's in the backline with a blade. One swipe away from killing Reiner. And Pelican's doing the same thing on the other side. So as the dust settles, you're left with maybe 1 or 2 members from Houston even alive on this defense. But Glads have respawn advantage. They eventually clear it up and go back to cart.
All right, a little bit of a joker there from Lep. I don't think he should have staggered himself for that long, to be honest. But hey, you frustrated the Gladiators just a touch, and for most of that, the cart was still moving backwards. So Houston Outlaws have got still a final fight here on Gibraltar, with only a minute remaining for Gladiators, and their main tool is going to be the Rampage, and they're outpaced on it.
The Rampage from Dante, and he's in deep. Glads are split apart. Some are at the front near the card, and some were trying to deal with Dante, and those are the type of disconnects Gladiators have been suffering from. But without Skew, they were just going to lose anyway.
I'd like to see Houston Outlaws play very spread on different verticalities here to deny an easy Rampage value to Reiner, make sure that it's very difficult to hit that onto multiple people. Although you've got to admit that Lastro wants to get involved to make sure that Inspire uptime is high enough they don't easily get poked out. That's why Kevster's up here just challenging Lep.
Oh, now Kevster has just been so much more improved, and then you got the knife pull into the Rampage. Reiner's an absolute monster. Lastro's using a rally and spawn, but can Houston even touch? There's 2 boots available from Glads, and they get it done. They even kill Lep before the touch. So that's a 14-second finish for the Gladiators.
That's a really well-considered strategy there from the Gladiators. They give over so much support to Kevster to try and take a 2 versus 1 duel up top because they want for the disengage from Houston Outlaws to be when Reiner uses that Rampage, when they drop off the high ground and into the effective area that Reiner can control. And Kevster just pops off and kills Lep in the 2 versus 1. That's unbelievable. And then Merit starts to panic. Oh, I don't have Lep up here anymore. I don't want to take a 2 versus 1 versus Kevster. You mad, mate? And so they drop down and are easily caught on the disengage. That was a really good 2-phase fight from Gladiators where they considered how to make their win conditions work and how to force Outlaws into accepting those. And this might save Gladiators in this series.
Yeah, Houston were so good at punishing Glads, and especially even Kevster when it came to Hollywood. But now Glads have stepped it up, and Outlaws have lost that punishing power. Now it's Glads more often than not getting the first blood, and it's usually off the back of Kevster. Whether maybe it's easier to have the dynamite damage from Ons, and he's getting that ult charge very quickly with the dynamites. And I think just having that constant kind of slower pace fight with the initial damage helps Kevster get dash resets and helps him kind of reposition. Now there's sometimes where Glads look disconnected, where their front line is leaving and maybe Kevster and Funny Astro are still forward, but a finish on this map is a huge accomplishment.
Oh yeah, this is by no means an easy map to take, especially with such a ground-born composition as the Junker Queen rush. Once more, it's going to be a duel between a pair of Ashes. Both teams are kind of opting into this at the moment, preferring the damage the Dynamite brings and the consistent uptime of the ADS damage. One of the interesting parallels we have here, Lemon, is that Reiner and Dante are both former Tracer players turned Junker Queens, and it turns out the aim helps.
It does, and we kind of saw like even the Zarya players are doing well on the Junker Queen, so mechanics very important for this tank hero. So Outlaws don't actually offer any high ground control at all. They go for kind of this old school rush strat where they just go through just going through the car wash, and Glads do not want to approach that because Outlaws had control of Mega, a little bit more resources, some cover too to play with. So Glads are just opting for the one fight to win or lose. The point A capped, and the poke from Merit has just not been missing, and the follow-up from Outlaws is just deadly. Pelican is on that like butter on toast, and Gladiators haven't killed a single thing this fight. So this has been quite swift for Outlaws on point A.
This is an amazing example of what we talked about on Lijiang Tower. Pelican has the finish ability. This is what they missed on the side of the LA Gladiators when Kevster was playing the Junkrat. The ability for a headshot to be claimed by one of his hit scans, and Pelican, go kill. I've pinged him for you. And Pelican does go kill, catching Arns at his lowest. And then essentially the Gladiators, they can't really afford that much pressure. Houston Outlaws now control the high ground, so they get better dynamites on this engage.
Oh my god, that dash from Pelican's juicy. And he's on top of Ons. The Bobs from Houston is right on that high ground, and Glads are soaking in the damage. They're right below it. And as kind of the dust settles, you have about 3 members of Houston alive versus the 4 of the Gladiators who are just farming. And Skewed was a little too far forward and decided to retreat after he heard the rally from Lastro, who starts the front line, starts the push for the Outlaws, and they get Pelican ready and in position for the upcoming Blade. And Funny Astro has to be on top of the Sound Barrier usage, but it's going to take a second because they're waiting out the bomb.
I think that Bob was a touch late there. You want to try and do it mid-fight, but already Outlaws were in kind of a waning stages of that fight, so they were already disengaging, and it was easy to avoid. Oh my goodness, that's aggressive.
Well, it's a barrier from Funny Astro and Lep, while there's 2 blades ready for Pelican and Kevster, but Kevster's not very healthy, but he's so fast, it's hard to lock down any damage on him when he's dashing both in front and behind you. He truly is just a god at the Genji.
The Kevster Game Sense there is also really mad in that he managed to identify that Merit hadn't got the sound barrier because of a position of Lep. And that meant that, okay, so Merit doesn't have sound barrier, I can easily try and take this assassination, give me the armor pack, I'll take the 1 versus 1, and then we can move in to a 4 versus 5 because Funny Astro also used his sound barrier to survive that charge. Now it's going to be a duel all about the blades and the rampages. Previously, we've seen Pelican get a touch more value out of the blades, but this has been Kevster's map.
Ons also threw a Bob last fight and is 80% to another Bob. So these dynamites are hitting almost the entirety of Houston Outlaws every single time he throws it. And it's just such a slow down ult where Houston either have to consider burning it or running away from it as the rampage from Reiner gets interrupted, but or not interrupted, he goes through it, but he's interrupted as in his position in the middle of the team. But Houston was just so at critical health, they couldn't punish Reiner in that moment. They get healed back up, and as Gladiators couldn't decide whether to retreat or not, they got poked off by Outlaws, who now up by 2 and now 3 are heading towards the end of point B.
My brother in Christ, there's no way that Pelican gets away with that. He was like 2 HP, and the god smiled upon him. Odin sent his Ravens and brought the Mega Health Pack back. You can see Kevster lurking at the moment. Actually, has found Dante early. He's still got a blade in hand.
So Bob, it's thrown from Ons, but it's not contesting the card, and Houston throw their own. They have the rally, and they're not sure whether to burn the Bob from Vlad. If they want to push to the end of the point, they have to consider it, and Merritt starts pinging it. He knows the Bob's a problem. Gladiators in this moment take shelter, but Reiner still can't get healed up fast enough because Houston just overwhelmed them with a sound barrier engage. So this is very well done by the Outlaws, who will be capping B and have 3.5 for C.
The copium news for the Gladiators fans is that they forced a barrier out of Lep that shouldn't have had to have been used. Admittedly, Lep, looking at this 3-minute time bank here, was like, okay, we just can't fumble this fight. This is our best chance to cap second. It's so difficult to get through this as a ground-born composition that doesn't have a way to really access the high grounds, so I'm going to invest it here and just maybe take an L later when Funny Astro has the beat difference.
Uh-oh. Who's behind them? Is that Pelican? Ons has to be wary of that. Gets brought down to half health. Quick coach gun maneuver, but Pelican still gets the execute, and they should have dealt with Pelican sooner. Now 5-on-4 for the Houston Outlaws on the attack, and Reiner is so low, but he might not even have the shout to get back. They do have the speed of Funny Astro and the rally to get Reiner back into a healthy position, and Pelican has killed 2 this fight, staggering out Glads, who decided to take a break in the spawn room doors to have 5.
Ooh. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Lastro almost has the rally here to try and sustain everyone through this fight, but does Funny Astro want the burst sustainability that is offered by the sound barrier?
The blade from Pelican, countered by the sound barrier of Funny Astro, as you pointed out. Get the rally on Tom to keep Pelican even more healthy with some extra over health, and that's a deep rampage from Reiner, and no one is there. And now Gladiators are moving up to help him, but he's already dead. It's a 4-on-4 though after you punish Dante in the process, so Glads might be just happy that Reiner made any space at all, because that was looking pretty grim for the Glads.
Kevster gets out of dodge. Now it's going to be a battle of the Bobs. Merit this time has the advantage, just a couple of percentage points away from Arns. Has to be careful not to catch an early dynamite, which will feed over Arns a little bit more of an advantage. But now Lep knows that without Funny Astro having this sound barrier, Dante can put this map to bed, or at least take us to extra rounds.
Yeah, rampage from Dante. How do Houston want to engage this? They have some control of the top bridge. Rampage starts from Dante, Reiner, and Ons anti-heal. Ons can't get the Bob out in time either. And Glads are falling. They don't have a good contest tool unless Reiner wants to step up. But he doesn't want to stagger out. And now there's no one to touch. It was Reiner needed to either die or save his KDA. There was no other option.
Oh, so no Bob, Lemon? No Bob? I'm guessing the plan there from Gladiators that was reflective of their positioning is that Arns is definitely going to get Bob in this fight. We know that Arns aims, and we know that Houston Outlaws don't have any shields to stop it. So we'll just send out the Bob. We'll have him contest the cart and play in more reserved positions to try and survive the onslaught of a sound barrier engage that Houston Outlaws went in with. Or rather, the sound barrier was actually saved for after. But what I really want to highlight is dragging your mind back one more fight to when Reiner went in with the Rampage and actually died rather than getting a clean fight win off the back of that. And why that happened was because Reiner used the commanding shout on top of Funny Astro using the sound barrier to answer Pelican's blade. And that meant that he did not have the ability to not only give himself a little bit more health, but to give everyone else movement speed to follow up on that ultimate.
Pelican is also just living in this backline rent-free. And it feels like Kevster is more committed on trying to get more value in the other backline than helping to protect Ons. And Skewed at this moment comes in to help, but the dash just, you know, will cleave through no matter what shield or person is standing in your way. So Kevster has to really make an important decision. What's more important, saving Ons or taking a risk and trying to kill the backline of Outlaws? So Gladiators have to weigh that decision carefully.
Honestly, in my brain, I've started calling Pelican Daredevil. This guy takes so many risks when it comes to these engagements, always getting out with like 20 or less HP. It's a cliffside battle here, Lemon. This is dangerous when it comes to knockbacks.
Yep, and Skewed is dead. Reiner is trying to get sped out by Funny Astro. Funny Astro is presenting himself just to get any boops, but that's not working out. So Outlaws, there's also a bit of a push from Glad that you've got some meterage, but as long as you don't get punished, I'm down with it.
Oh, Dante, where was he going? What's he cooking? Actually gets caught out on the long rotation, decided to go through the high ground instead of following the Brigitte and getting those continuous repair packs. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of that one. Now Houston Outlaws have to wait for Dante to respawn. Still, they've drained the Gladiators' clock, and Gladiators are looking woefully low on ultimates. Houston going to be the same, but they can engage from the high ground here and maybe force Kevster out early.
Yeah, and the time banks were pretty comparable, so this push and the snowball that you create on Gibraltar is so important. Now in overtime, Glad can't afford to lose. Ons poking away at Lastro, and Let forces out the shout from Dante. He starts the duel, but Dante's not as healthy as Reiner, and Ons might be the lowest person, but he's in server and he's safe. He's getting great dynamite damage, which helps Kevster get all the finishing blows he needs, along with the rest of Glads who are working together. And that's what matters. Point A for Glads.
I think it was a mistake there from Outlaws to do a 4-1 split with only Dante moving out on the high ground. It meant that Kevster could actually stay up on high ground for ages and poke for free. The crossfire from Arns over in server and Kevster from on high meant that Houston didn't really have any options to try and take out the huge DPS, and Reiner could easily be sustained from the skewed pocket.
And Oz went for a dynamite on top of Ship, which gets him pretty much bobbed for this next fight. That's going to be important. Every second matters in last fights like this. Reiner's already half health, has to use the shout. He goes after Lastro immediately, but hasn't died. The focusing fire struggling at these panicky moments. Skewed is dead. Outlaws have to sustain. It's double support ultimate. Lep and Lastro with rally and barrier. And Glad, you know, the kills took a long time for it to happen, but Glads have no healing at all. Funny Astro staggered out. Skewed might just be getting back. No, he's actually coming out of spawn. So Pelican knows this and uses the blade to give permanent damage to Glads, who will not be able to keep this push going past point B at all.
Skewed getting picked off. Wanting to grab that rally was the most important kill for Houston Outlaws. Making sure that those support ultimates couldn't be layered up in a way that was beneficial to Gladiators. Outlaws, yes, we often frown upon the lads, we've layered our support ultimates. But when you're just playing for the overtime and you just want to live through the onslaught that Gladiators have generated from a previous point and you only need to win one fight, it's not so bad to just fire all of your cannons at once in a singular volley. Still, this is Houstonable. They've only got 2 minutes. First point is no guarantee, and there was good progress made by Gladiators on second. We might have ourselves a series, Lemon.
Yeah, this is also 3-0-able. So as much as I love the word Houstonable and it's haha funny, but that was still a decent push from Glads, but a good snowball from Houston. I think they were actually really successful in their point B push in the last round. So 2 minutes is not a lot. So you can easily beef point A just with how little time this is. So we'll have to see how kind of the first hold goes, because both the defense likes to hold close on either sides, and that's been punished pretty heavily, but we'll see if Houston know what's coming. Glads are just opting to chill on bridge.
Mr. Much more reserved. We'll have to wait to see if... oh, Reiner actually gets, I think, 2 or maybe 3 wounds from a pullback on that knife, which is just really nice early damage. You know, just one for Noah in stats. Noah and Jess will be like, ooh, look at that. More knife damage. Very nice. The wound uptime is looking pretty good today.
Ons is on the low ground too, but way too far away for Pelican to find the gap close, and that's it. Reiner drops it. He got pulled by Dante, and that's a good call. And the rest of Glads hope to help him out, and Houston just absolutely collapse on the Gladiators. And Ons and Funny Asher are getting chased by Pelican. Pelican decides to disengage because he got down to 2 bars, but those staggers would have been even deadlier.
And that is the rescue take when you just poke from high ground. You are hoping that Dante doesn't hit the nice. He gets another one. It's like, Reiner, come over here. I just want to cuddle. I just want to talk. I'm just going to talk to him.
Okay, and Pelican has already killed Ons. It's a 5-on-4 for Houston, who are making a swift push, and Reiner got also bopped away from the rest of the Glads, who couldn't even heal him or realize he was low in time. These fights are so fast, and every mistake is being exposed as Houston cap point A. But once this 50 seconds runs out, we will enter overtime, and this will come down to final fight.
Here's a quick look at how Dante made that happen. Oh, and Reiner tried to pop the shout to get the additional movement speed in the air to just grip on with his toes. Alas, those grippers weren't strong enough. Houston Outlaws, it is going to be equal when it comes to the rallies. That means that there can be a protracted fight on the cart here, and Gladiators can maybe posture for some early advantage on positioning before the fight that will determine this series, Lennon.
Wants us to be careful how far he wants to present himself. Glads are on the high ground. I see that Kevster is still on top of Ship. He starts to access the backline. He has the sound barrier to stay as long as he can to build up towards the blade. Pelican is a little bit further ahead on the blade, but Ons picks him off. Here's the bob from Merritt first, a little bit ahead of Ons. We go to the cart, and it's 5-on-4 for the Gladiators. This could be winnable for Houston. The 3-0, one of the best teams in the league, and it's starting to fall their way. Glads are down 2. No Reiner, no skewed, but you have Kevster and you have a dream to keep this alive. The DPS do it all, and it's just us who cancels the bomb. Gladiators are still alive.
You may have drawn the blade, but the age of a samurai is over, and the 6th shooter. Oh, it's also not going to be firing off today. The Los Angeles Gladiators hold their nerve, hold their mettle, and continue in this series. That was as close as they come, but what a combination of dynamite and blade from Kevster and Arns to pull this team out of the dirt.
3 kills by Ons, 2 from Kevster. Talk about a DPS deadlift at the last second. You really said the Houstonable thing, and I can't believe that they killed Reiner and Skewed. No healing, no take, and Glads still won the fight. It really is always Houstonable. I can't believe my eyes. I need a breather.
I'm going to get some real stimulating DMs out of this one, Lemon. We'll see you guys after the break.
welcome back, everyone. Here is the final moments of the most crazy fight of the whole series. Ons and Kevster 2v5.
It was just a perfect timing on the Dynamite as well. Kevster found so many low enemies that he could get dash resets off of, and then guess what? The Bob is up, baby, and it just softens up Pelican for a nice flick from Arns. The headshot connects, the team kill horn sounds, and well, the series and the show, Lemon, they go on.
It was just such a beefening that just happened, because it felt like that I was getting ready to be like, oh yeah, 3-0, whoop whoop, easy day, you know, quick cast for us, but because they killed Skew, they killed Reiner, and usually with just one of those people dead, it's like the majority of the time you're gonna win the fight, but I forgot I'm casting the Houston Outlaws, and if you don't pay attention to Kevster and Ons, then I guess 2v5s just happened. This truly is cursed.
I mean, Uns has had a very good performance on this map. Same with Kevster. Both of them woke up majorly in map 3. And even though, like, there has been a little bit of chagrin for Reiner's Junker Queen, these things don't just happen in isolation. You don't just get better at DPS between maps. Evidently, Reiner is doing something, or Schooner Funny Astro are doing something, to generate more attention from the Houston Outlaws. That means that Kevster has less marking on him, so that he can get a little bit more audacious with his flanks. Admittedly, at the moment, Houston Outlaws, they seem to be putting a lot of pre-fight stock into trying to go for a headshot dash combo from Merit and Pelican, usually onto Arns, who's playing an off angle somewhere.
Tante had that sick pull on the Reiner too. It felt like all the cards were on the table for Houston. They had the ace up their sleeve, and even everything going their way. If they don't fully kill all 5 players with Glads, I'm not gonna think the fight's won yet. I'm tainted now after how that went. But we move over to a push map this time. It'll be Coliseo. So some teams have played Rush here before, so it's not as kind of high ground heavy as like a Dorado, a Gibraltar, and Hollywood. So it's a bit easier to rotate on this map.
So the question is, Lemon, are we going to see the World War I trench warfare style of of these comps clashing, as many of you saw during Washington versus San Francisco Shock yesterday, when San Francisco Shock were teetering on the edge of losing their round. We had about a 3-minute stalemate. We were looking like Flanders Fields up here in Italy, just staring at each other, waiting for someone to make a move or overextend a touch too far. And it was actually Kilo, I believe, on the Sojourn who opened that fight by finding a miraculous railgun shot. So once again, I'm expecting for the hit scans to be the real architects of these first fight wins on Coliseo.
When we were talking about player of the match, we were trying to decide because we thought it was going to be maybe a 3-0, and then I'm like, I'll see you guys in game 5. I said this, and I might be regretting my words, but hey, it makes it for a good series. I might have cursed it though. I already get DMs that y'all think I'm cursing stuff or we're cursing stuff, but
you're welcome, token farmers.
Yeah, exactly. To get the new Mercy skin, you're welcome. So Houston trying to maybe rotate around the middle of the map, but as Glads pushed up, you saw Houston try to surround Reiner, but Kevster cannot go unnoticed. He almost got the dash kill on the Lep and maybe even Lastro. Gets kind of blurry how fast Kevster plays sometimes, but hopefully not like a million years stalemate like we saw yesterday, but not when Kevster's on the field. He jumps and collapses on the Lastro, and without that healing, Houston are gonna live long.
Pelican? Okay, there we go. Funny Astro puts him down. Listen to some calming lo-fi beats. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And that's going to be Houston Outlaws. They just lost the initiative there. Houston, LA Gladiators, their first fight was actually a little bit of a messy engage. They all sort of ran in on someone who could easily escape them, and so they kind of found themselves exposed. But so much damage was done to the Houston Outlaws that they had to hide away and wait for some repair packs. And it meant that the ability to counterattack on LA Gladiators was severely limited.
And Glads, Funny Astro specifically, took the time to actually taxi people from spawn because they lost a few people, and they also lost positioning on pillars as Houston surged forward to take advantage of this maybe split moment from Glads, but it was really Outlaws that got split apart. I mean, Lastro was the first to die, so Glads are back in the driver's seat at 20 meters currently and extending this further.
It feels like Gladiators once again have finally managed to take control of the tempo of how these fights happen, even if it's with Funny Astro just forcing it with a sound barrier, just making sure that Houston Outlaws are on the back foot, because Gladiators know that every single one of these early pushes they get is better for them to be able to troll the bot and keep it away from the Houston Outlaws objective.
Well, only a 36-meter push. Not decisive enough yet. Go back to a neutral fight in the middle of the map. Bob from Merit, and he just slams it right into Reiner. He gets tossed up, and Houston couldn't really focus the damage enough to make Reiner unhealthy, and even then, it forced out the skewed rally as Kevster's blade is shied away from the barrier of Lep. But Funny Astro used barrier too, so Pelican could have a free moment to go absolutely ham as the rally starts from Blastro to get Pelican ready for his big move. He's already presented himself forward as Reiner protects Funny Astro and they speed away from the Genji player as much as possible. But Pelican's now chasing after Kevster to make sure that he can't get the similar traits in his backline. Now they've kept Kevster in his place. It's time to ground everyone from Glads with the blade for Pelican. One swipe, two swipe, and third. Houston Outlaws, the patience is paying off.
I'm not sure if that was a reflected dynamite from Pelican or if it was from Merit, but either way, it was actually perfectly done. And Houston Outlaws did a really good job there of marking Kevster, because what Kevster's continually trying to do is just slip into the back and duel with Merit to drag Lep away from Dante.
Oh, I guess Gracie is out and she's hungry. And Reiner just won't stop. He's already killed Merit, but then Houston went the other way. So Reiner's like, oh, who left this behind? And he's escorting the car other way. But the effect of this is now Houston, who win this fight, have to spend a good, 10, maybe 20 seconds to not only kill Reiner, but get the bot all the way back. Reiner is still going with this. He will be staggered, but this is a crucial seconds that he's buying.
I mean, the bot moves at player walking pace, so you can't really catch up with it once it's going. You've got to try and take a shorter path, and I don't think Houston Outlaws really did that much with it. Pelican, of course, did pop off during this previous fight. Unfortunately, without control of the objective, it's all meaningless in the end, Lemon. It's just ult charge gravy on top of the pudding.
And Houston got all five. I meant to say that Reiner, because he bought that time, and because Houston had to spend time bringing the bot back, all 5 players of Glads are back to also stall out the bridge side and not actually ever give Houston back the lead. It's 37-27. And Glads will have the barrier for Funny Astro, and depending on how good their ult tracking is, they could use this to engage rather than wait for Pelican. But let's see what kind of risk Glads want to take, because it's important to cycle your ultimates, especially on a push map. You think of it as Assault, you have to win back-to-back fights, as it's the shout first, then the rally of Blastro, then the barrier of Funny Astro, the rally from Skewed afterwards. So if Houston can just survive, then the blade from Pelican will be huge, but the Bob is more than enough to out-pressure Glads, and they fall away.
Kevster's aggression there really did not do LA Gladiators any favors. Funny Astro felt the need to pop out that sound barrier to, well, just save Kevster. He got so low, trying to disengage, and he still died anyway due to the auto-aim of the Bob. That's going to be a greater distance here for the Houston Outlaws, and Pelican still has a blade to work with. Alas, Houston Outlaws don't have much to deal with Kevster and Arms, who are moving in with both a Bob and a blade.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. You have no support ultimates for this, as Kevster is just in the back line, and this is a clean fight win for the Glad to invest the Bob on top of that, and just to make sure that you don't lose anyone in this process. But because Houston won the previous fight, they got to a 58-meter lead over the 37 of Glads, and Glads don't really have any ults besides Rampage.
6 or 10 minutes have already elapsed, Lemon, and Rampage is ready to go for Dante. It will soon be good for Reiner as well, but Skewed and Funny Astro are very much not in a position to try and answer this. So I want to see good spacing from Gladiators to avoid getting picked off early by this fight-winning ultimate that the Rampage presents. That's a huge pull from Reiner.
Oh, Dante is so close to it, but do you want to even use it with the risk that you can have it canceled? Dante doesn't. And Glads now have a front line that still exists, but maybe a backline that's in trouble because Skewed and Funny Astro are dead, and there's no healing for Glads. And that means they can't make up for the 20-meter deficit, and Houston are still in the lead with 3.5 minutes left.
Great snapback there from Houston Outlaws as well, making sure the overextension that was that had to be invested from Gladiators to kill Dante was punished by the wraparound from Merit and Pelican. And Dante still has the Rampage, but the same can be said of Reiner now. Lastro, if he pops an early rally here and then forces a fight out of the Gladiators when they're all over this spot, might be able to force Reiner to make a less of an ideal Rampage.
Yeah, we have Cons with Kevster and Ons, and then Parrot with Merit and Pelican. We got to get that coined up, but Rampage from Reiner hits 3, including Lep. Lastro is safe, uses the rally, and not only that, keeps Lep still alive. Through the Rampage of Glads, not a single person of Houston died. This is another focus fire issue again, and if Houston get on this, get the bot, they're going to extend this 58-meter lead even more.
This looks butt scratchable. I'm watching that barricade move, and it's just Merit who's there. No one else needs to do it because it's kind of limited. Only one person can push it at a time. Houston Outlaws, they will get the checkpoint and maybe a little bit further than this. I'd love to see a more aggressive play here just to get a touch more distance on this spot, because this could be everything. Stopping it at the butt scratch could be a future win condition for Outlaws.
Ooh, that's a fat dynamite too from Ons. He's so close to the Bob, and they really need the extra manpower here. There's the rally from Skewed, and Mara just gets deleted. He's way too close range in this brawly fight, and the cars just fall for Houston. They at least get this to 77 meters, and honestly, that's kind of winnable with 2 minutes left. Glads have a lot of work to do.
It is winnable, but that required a rally, and Houston Outlaws, they just played on the barricade, hoping to just get every last little morsel of distance, and they got enough to make sure that the butt scratch is going to be a real problem for the Los Angeles Gladiators. The bob from Arns needs to be perfect, and Kevster can match when it comes to the blade. Lep can only answer one of these stimuli.
Yeah, with the time that you have left, Glads have to play this perfectly. It's barrier first from Funny Astro, second from Lep. Lastro didn't benefit. He's dead in the moment. 5-on-4 for Glads. Skewed is traded out. Kevster's blade is still done more than enough, and I mean, he's killed 3. You can't argue with perfection, but Glads are exhausted of ultimates, and they still have one more fight, maybe even 2, to match the 77 meters.
Still a great plan from Glads to use the soundbar engage and the bob, but wants to force it out of Lep, so there's nothing to answer Kevster's blade. But Pelican, he's already blading into a soundbar already. Remember that Gladiators, they don't have the personnel here, so the bot has to be abandoned. We're into our last minute. Merit almost has access to the bob. I remember how important bob is going to be for contesting the robot during these last 45 seconds, where push means everything.
And Pelican is doing a good job of marking Kevster. You cannot let him have access to someone like Lep or Lastro. They're going to be critical, especially for the rally. But Funny Astro couldn't get around the corner. He was so far away from Reiner, and this can cost Glads severely. There's only 26 seconds left. Houston are also finishing the fight, and Glads, they gotta hope they get... Honestly, Houston should just leave the cart.
Maybe. I think that there's still going to be plenty of time here for Gladiators to reach the car in time, even if it was all the way back. So okay, so they do the halfway house. This is very much reachable by the Gladiators, but it does mean that Houston Outlaws might not have as many fights to try and win in overtime. It will be at least 2, as Lastro can pop an early rally here, knowing that Gladiators have to be on the cart at all times.
It's a must-win for Glads for Game 5, or Houston winning not only the first map, the second, but a whole series in 2 years against the LA Gladiators, who have a chance to drop 0-2 at the start of the qualifiers. Reiner v Dante. Dante supplemented by the Lastro rally. Skewed the same thing for Reiner. A Rampage available first from Reiner. A 5-on-3 for the Gladiators. It's overtime. A fight win here is not enough. They have to go further. They're still at a 20-meter deficit, but Outlaws have some important ultimates to maybe salvage this.
All right, resets there from the Outlaws just to try and get more and more time off of this overtime clock. They can allow the butt scratch here. That's what these extra meters are for and why they were so important. A tale of 2 rampages, but Dante can actually attack from the high ground, whereas Reiner might have to play from below, trying to make sure that this bot is consistently contested. Houston Outlaws need to make use of this bridge and make sure that Arns can't cut them off with a bob when they have to fight here. The bob could be booped, maybe.
And the Glads have to be careful of that mini room, and the Rampage from Dante starts, and 3 members from Glads get hit. Funny Astro keeps them up with the barrier, and Glads have to depend on Kevster. This blade is up soon, but the job has already been done. It's only a few centimeters away, and the Gladiators have done it. It truly is Houstonable. A reverse sweep on the line, and we're going to Game 5.
Oh, token farmers, you're welcome for that Mercy skin. That's simply a better Rampage as well, coming out of Reiner, and the Bob was sublime. As the Bob punctuated the end of Gibraltar, so too shall it ring out on Colosseo. Oh, LA Gladiators, they love to wake up after a map 2, Lemon, but is map 5 well, both of these teams are incredibly reverse sweepable. We saw Los Angeles Gladiators in stage 1 get reverse swept twice in a single week, and Houston Outlaws, they had the reverse sweep troubles against the New York Excelsior quite recently as well. So one of these teams is going to feel incredibly cursed right here.
If Houston Outlaws get reverse swept 2 times in their first 2 matches, I don't know who I gotta call to give them a vacation. They gotta go back to Hawaii, get their tan on. They gotta relax. I will need a wellness check on every single Houston fan that ever exists. But I will leave this alone, and I'll see you guys on the other side of this break for Game 5. Guys, I got the hottest broom stats out here. Remember, there's been multiple reverse sweeps already, and that's only, what, day 3 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. So Gladiators failed to reverse sweep the Dallas Fuel in their first match. This was on the 11th, so 2 days ago. They beefed on Ilios. And then when it comes to the Houston Outlaws, they also lost their game 5 because New York Excelsior reverse swept them 3 maps in a row, ending that on Oasis. So map 5 stats not so hot for either team, I'm sorry to report.
Yeah, against all odds, one of these teams is about to win a map 5, but I've got a pretty scary stat for... Actually, this is a scary stat for both fandoms, to be honest, which is that Los Angeles Gladiators are yet to win a control map, which means that Houston Outlaws, by all metrics, should have a huge advantage going into this control map, which will make it even more embarrassing if they lose.
Yeah, I think they actually played Nepal, so Houston won that against New York. That was map 1, though, 2-1, and it was kind of close, not gonna lie. And Nepal wasn't played in the Glad's Fuel match, so no stats to report there. But we start on Village, and I think Nepal, out of all the control maps, is one of the friendliest to rush, especially Village, which is what we're gonna start off on. Even so much that people bring out the Maze, which has been some like creative takes on the meta for some teams, but none. I don't think we've seen it from these teams. Pelican's thinking about it.
Well, we have seen the May on Village, but the weird thing is, last time we saw the May on Village, I can't remember who was playing it, but they actually rolled out to high ground instead of trying to fight on the point, which was, I'm going to say a misuse of the May's strengths to try and take her in the poke battle when... honestly, your finishing power is going to be heavily limited when you don't have a hypermobile Genji. The Mei does at least bring multiple slows to the table, and that means that the enemy Junker Queen is super vulnerable to not only getting isolated, but also once she commits, being stuck where she is. And it's once again going to be Pelican on the high ground.
And he's sending it. This is now so important for Houston to win the first fight. They've already used the first Mei wall to maybe trap Reiner's supports away from him, and Reiner got no help. I mean, skewed his main, and Funny Astro's just gone. So Houston winning this first fight is so pivotal for this Mei to use the Mei wall on the point.
I've got a live feed from the Gladiators comms right now from Reiner. He says, that's so cringe, bro. Gets rushed down, walled off from the supports by the Mei. He's going to have to be very careful now about how he takes these engagements, because if Skewed and Funny Astro move through some of these areas where they can't go over them when the wall is put up, you are going to find yourself with an isolated main tech. Reiner could be isolated here if Pelican wants it.
I like how Funny Astro started the point cap just to kind of distract Houston. Skewed got shot and kind of Glad's hesitated on the approach, and through all of the poke and that hesitation, Glad's lost Reiner, but they should have done more than enough damage to kind of ward off Houston, which seems to be the case. Glad's got the flip. Dante is back, but has no DPS, so it's all up to Lep and Lasher to pocket Dante and see what he can do, but he really can't do it all, so Glad's will stay in control of the point.
This is a really good response from Gladiators actually to split their backline when they're attacking into the Mei, because they have Funny Astro go all the way around, so even if Reiner gets walled off from Skewed, Funny Astro comes in with the speed and is able to give Reiner some healing and at least to receive a commanding shout until Skewed can get through the wall. It means that Reiner is never fully isolated, only ever half isolated, and they can punish Outlaws for trying to capitalize on that isolation in the fight afterwards.
The headshot from Merit, now that's you gotta be scared of a charged up Sojourn, especially one like Merit and the stats he had last tournament. 5-on-4 for Houston. Pelican has the Blizzard, but he's so low. He might want to throw it if he needs to zone out the Glads, but without Reiner and Funny Astro, well, it's just winnable. So Houston flipped the point.
Remember when considering Kevster's mid-fight survivability here as well, that Pelican does not respect the Reflect at all. He can just burn through it with a Cryo Beam, which now does 100 DPS. I think twice as much DPS as it does in Overwatch 1, although it doesn't have the hard CC at the end. It just instantly reduces movement speed by 50%, making escape even harder, and that's why you're going to see Reiner taking a lot of L's in this particular matchup.
But at least Houston can just play the objective because they have Blizzard, and them winning that fight to defend this is going to help out their comp a lot. Engaging with Mei, not as fun. Defending, though, very Pog champ. But Kevster is at the back with a Blade, and he's already harassed by Lep and Lastro. And now it's all but like 2 ultimates from Houston instantly drop with the Blizzard freezing up Glads on the approach, and Dante to anti-heal them. Surely those two things combined together is a win for Houston, but a counter rampage from Reiner was used. It hits all 4, forces left to use Sound Barrier. So besides baiting out ults, Glads didn't really accomplish anything here, and without Kevster, this is really chalked.
Oh, the point was capped and Reiner's still here. Oh, he might have even been able to stagger him for a moment longer, to be honest, but Dante just sends his fellow XDPS turn Junker Queen off to the graveyard. And Kevster now, what can you achieve with the Blade? Pelican here could actually interrupt one of the easy dashes that he gets with a wall and try and force limited uptime from Kevster. But ideally, you just want to try and slow down Kevster as he moves between targets using the Cryo Beam, because there's no support ultimate available with this.
Oh, Mara should have popped that earlier if he could have, because that overclock to cut off rotations would have been sick. And I mean, 5-on-4, this is surely Houstonable, but Kevster just did crazy damage to Houston, but killing them is another story. Odds is also nowhere near the fight. He's over on the high ground, so probably couldn't help Kevster finish off these kills. Now Kevster climbs to the high ground, but gets slowed by Pelican, is still living through this. Reiner's back on the Hammond. We haven't seen that in a while. And Glads are doing a ton of damage and just now starting to get these kills. It's 9-9 for Houston. Lastro gets his rally canceled by Ons, who just got a double kill, but still Glads don't really have the numbers to keep this going. It's 3-on-3 now that Houston will pull ahead with the Blizzard. It's enough to zone them off, and Houston take round 1.
A photo finish at the end. Reiner was racing for it, but the Shapeshifter simply could not place his little paws on the point. Houston Outlaws play the Mei sublimely and catch LA Gladiators lacking, unaware of how to try and deal with the isolations with the slows, the cleave that the Mei brings. And now, once again, any of your strats that you had to try and deal with the Mei, they are no longer going to be relevant because Pelican's returning to the Genji. Here's a look at Dante. The pings and the patience, and a kill on Reiner.
And just the pull, just in case Reiner would have ratted away towards the point in safety. But Dante with the gap right now, but I think that's off of a pretty interesting strat from Outlaws to offer the Mei, but you're not going to go for it now, not needed. It's too open of a point. Go to Sanctum, and Houston got to be careful of, now that they're in that gazebo, to not get booped off by someone like Funny Astro. And I think even Houston have played this map before, and they suffered from a lot of environmental kills in that series, but have learned their lesson to not stay close to the edge. No losses yet besides Pelican being 1 HP, and he grabs the mini. Somehow Mara got charged up and headshot Funny Astro, and this will really kick off the fight now that Houston have the speed advantage. They go in and kill 3. Maybe lose Pelican, not a huge deal. So Houston will cap first.
Yeah, Pelican does split off and Skewed goes to try and help Arns, but it means that Kevster and Reiner, who went for a dive without Funny Astro to extricate them afterwards with a speed boost, were absolutely banjaxed. There was no way for them to be saved. Houston Outlaws now in control, and that means Merit can try and control these chokes with a Disruptor shot, which is a huge boon in your Sojourn versus Ashe efforts.
Well, Merit is charged up. Can he get the first blood again? Funny Astro is going to go kick him in the head and make sure it doesn't happen. At least they trade out 1-1, 4 versus 4. Funny Astro speeds out to heal himself back up, but Reiner's in way too deep. And it doesn't look like Skewed can help him out, so Glad's almost extended a little too far, got a little too aggressive. But dying on the point will give Outlaws over to 37%
Bob could cap here. It's very dangerous to actually peek him, and Pelican gets isolated by Kevster. Still can move away as Merit finally turns up and delivers the headshot damage that's needed to slay Bob. And Los Angeles Gladiators, that's not an inconsiderable investment considering that they may need Bob to contest a point in the future, lacking in these big playmaking tools. On the other side, Houston Outlaws, they're loaded for bear. Support ults for days, bruv.
And Pelican almost has the blade and 30% gap between Kevster, which is kind of insane. Merritt gets the first blood yet again. Kevster is falling short in the map that Glad's needed the most. Merritt's killed 2. And Houston take a clean fight win, and it's 70+%. We're going to last fight territory for Houston to win their first series against Glads in 2 years.
And their first series in the Summer Showdown as well, Lemon. Every single one of the 6 qualification matches matters. The previous points don't matter. You want to go to Toronto, you've got to win here. And starting off to 0-2 would be terrible for our reigning champions.
The rally from Skewed and Lastro. Blades at the ready, and no barrier for Funny Astro, but Pelican pops it before Funny Astro can get it off in time, and Ons is already dead! At least the Blade didn't do too much because Kevster got 2, and Glads just played more as a team, but man, it took them forever to wake up. It's 99% to Houston, and Glads have to play perfect just to force a round 3.
Excellent kiting there from Scoot to just avoid the incoming melee damage from Pelican and make sure that he could isolate and win that duel with the greatest sustain that the Brigitte has against an isolated Genji who went a touch too far looking for that kill. Dante, though, Rampage versus Rampage, and we know that Merit has had a phenomenal series. Could he be the one to end this all with a well-placed overclock? Controlling this off angle, though, is going to be difficult when you know that Kevster's contested.
No way! No way! Who is talking smack about Lep now? Present yourself, because he just won that fight for Houston, and the overclock to top it all off. What a fight for the Houston Outlaws. They just have to deal with Kevster, who's existing to keep only the overtime wick burning. Ons will assist. He's actually killed 2, and the Bob's on the point to relieve that pressure. Glads have started to flip, and every damn time I think Houston win a fight, this happens. I'm sick of it.
Houston Outlaws. Houston Outlaws, stop it!
Stop!
There's no way! There's no way! What a performance from Arns. Unbelievable. Saving the game, saving the skin. Now Reiner stuck on Wrecking Ball. This could be an issue. He's going to have to try and play for the health packs because there simply is not enough raw healing to sustain the meaty health pool of the Wrecking Ball.
And you're just a giant target for this knife pull at any moment, and Reiner's bleeding, but hey, as an ult charge, I guess, Scoot kind of needs it, and they're packing away and playing as safe as and passive as they can so they can get to the 99 and only take the fight when they need to, and it's a 5-on-4, and Dante, Lep, and Merritt collapse. Glads are at 80+%. Houston cannot get staggered any more than they already have. They're all dead. It doesn't matter. It really is last fight for the win.
Oh my goodness, and Reiner can also do some preliminary knockbacks as well. Of course, his initial knockbacks are very much contested by the incoming Boops. Manages to force out the early sound barrier from Lep.
Any touchers? Glads are heading back to assure that it doesn't happen. Lastro and Lep are there, but that means no healing for Pelican, Dante, or Merritt, who just fall over to Kevster, just slaying. 99-99. I really can't believe it. I'm staying away from the state of Texas. We're going to round 3.
If there's an objective way to measure Houstonable, this is pure. This was created in the lab. This is nucleotide bases, one by one, sequenced for the perfect Houstonable moment. And that was it. Good God, that is a legendary, a mythic Thumble.
I haven't seen a miracle, you know, with the whole guy walking on water thing, and now until I've seen the Houston Outlaws play Overwatch. So, round 3, game 5. Get your tokens here. They're hot and ready. And we're going to see at least Reiner return to the Junker Queen to see how we will truly end this series.
Baby Jesus in the lobby because I'm lost right now. Merit dragging everyone forward with a teleporter, so it's going to be an advantage position here for Houston Outlaws, as you can see from our lovely overhead. Thank you so much, observers. And this means that LA Gladiators now have to negotiate their way towards the elephant to work from there rather than go up the stairs.
Got to be careful of that charged up shot from Merritt. He's gotten a few first bloods from that, while the consistent damage from Glads may enable Kevster, and the Bob generation is big. It feels like Houston are playing more split, so the Dynamite doesn't, you know, so Ons doesn't get a Bob every fight, but man, was that a deflect into Ons? I have no idea. Things going so fast. Lastro's dead though, so Houston got to make the most out of this situation. Dante at least trades out with Reiner, and we're left with a 3-on-3 on the point. But Glads have earned themselves the cap until Pelican thinks it's winnable, and he kills Kevster. Houston reverse Houstoning this? I can't believe it.
Is it being gladded? Am I being gladded right now? Scoot has to leave. He's so low. Hides in physical cover. The Disruptor Shot could be a problem, but that's a problem for later, Scoot. This is a problem for current Arns. Goodbye, LA Gladiators. Thank you for the cap. Mwah, 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 mwah.
You just got kissed on the mouth by Leg Day. Go wash your hands, kids. Houston Outlaws are on the point.
Wash your hands after being kissed on the mouth.
Oh, yeah, true.
That's how germs work.
Stop. I swear I'm a microbiologist.
Master's degree, by the way. And no Masters players in this lobby. Lemon top 500 all the way down. Reiner leading the charge, but has already taken a huge amount of damage. So see if they can force out a roar here. Reiner gets it at a proper moment.
Oh, rally. So first from Skewed, and Lastro's 20% behind. Leb makes up for the lack of sustain that Houston originally had, but it was not before Merit has already fallen. So it's a 5-on-4 for Glads as they chase down Dante, who's at critical health. Lastro gets the rally at the last second, and Merit is still coming out of spawn. So Houston are forcing this 4-on-5, but surely Kevster is ready to divide and conquer with the blade. He goes after Dante, but gets whip shot away by Lastro, I think. But looks like Houston survived. They have all 5 members back. A re-engage could ensue.
The controllers unbelievable. The Rampage ready to go. There's for Sambo to drive everyone forward. And I think Houston Outlaws are just going to be happy to lose this one. Funny Astro uses the beat. Uns used the Bob. The Blade's gone too. Now we have our own Blades. And if we can pocket Pelican through this with repair packs, with a commanding shout, it's going to be so difficult for Gladiators to deal with this.
Oh, round 3, game 5, brooms out. No more shields out. It's brooms out now, okay? Get the hashtags going. Houston have the ult to make this work, but it's Reiner that pulls the trigger first. It's a 3-man rampage. It's Pelican. Anti-healed, canceled, live on your screens. And a 5-on-2. It's more than enough for Glads to ward away the storm and even take back a lead.
Oh, that was a beautiful ragdoll as well. Goodbye, Pelican. It was nice knowing you. Now Skewed has the rally, and this is a worrying time for Houston Outlaws. Yes, they have the Rampage, and yes, the rally isn't the ideal counter to this. Gladiators, if they can play spread out, if they get good spacing against this Rampage, they can minimize the impact and force Dante into a bad position looking for a big Rampage.
Yeah, how does Dante want to do this pathing? He has the elephant statue pretty close, but decides to see... Oh, he got booped in front of the pillar! It still affected Reiner with the anti-heal, but the rally from Skewed is barely just keeping this tank up. It's Ring Around the Rosie, but how does Dante die? Reiner was absolutely won, and left Sound Bear might help Houston get the trades they need. Glads don't have any healers, and Merritt just killed 3. He's really clutching up when Houston needed the most. We look back at the point, it's 3 versus 2 favoring the Houston Outlaws, but they're all split from each other. Clutch after clutch, it's now only Pelican and Lep on the point, so Houston are alive for now.
That is criminally clutch from Merritt. How did he manage that? At like 1 HP, manages to kill the main carry of Gladiators in Kevster. However, this is still not looking great for the Outlaws. They're going up against the Kevster Blade, which last time admittedly was well controlled with the knockbacks of Lep and Lastro, but there isn't any emergency sustainability apart from Lastro's rally, which needs a wind-up time. He can die during the initial cast of it very easily.
And I didn't even know we had to keep in mind of all the whip shots and stuff, but Bob is thrown from Ons on the point. It's now a 6-on-5 if you care about the numbers. Kevster pulls out the blade. He gets booped away by Lastro, rallies his team, and in the back is Pelican. Kevster keeps him in check. Houston, though, they go towards the squishies of Gladiators and have killed actually more at the start of this fight. It's 90% to 90 with Houston in control, and there's only Kevster and Reiner, and they're on opposite sides of the world from each other. Houston just have to bunker down and not choke this. This is the only instruction Jake will ever give you as a Pelican Blade to cut off the rotations of gods. They still make it to the point to touch, but Pelican stands tall above Kevster while he still lives, and Ons' Tracer is here to keep the overtime wick burning. Reiner will be back. He's actually still in spawn with the Rampage. Lep finishes this fight off, and Houston Outlaws have denied the reverse sweep by the LA Gladiators.
And it's the brand new acquisition from the Houston Outlaws, finishing his first win with the team against our reigning champions with a 3K. Lep comes up big representing North American contenders, but most importantly, representing the Houston Outlaws. It's just a fluke losing against NYXL, they say. We can take on champions and we can demolish them. The Los Angeles Gladiators have lost twice in a map 5, being denied their reverse sweep twice in a row, and I've got the most bitter feeling of deja vu.
Oh, That's a win that Houston Outlaws can smile about, kind of figuring out their Junker Queen situation with the new signing of Doge. Lep is starting to fit right in. I mean, he was fragging out at the end of that fight. Gladiators still have some problems they have to patch up, whether they want to operate as Sojourn, because we saw the incredible value that Merit brought when he did that. Ons popped off maybe on Gibraltar, but it's just not the consistency Gladiators need at this moment. But we've discussed long and hard on this player of the match, and Leg Day, you do the honors.
Well, there's no way that it can't be a Merit moment, right? The player of the match is Mr. Merit, the hit scan demon, and the daredevil when it comes to the railgun, performing consistently all the way through this series. I think is the most important part when it comes to giving him player of the match. Merit was always a threat, and to be honest, basically won Hollywood by himself.
Yeah, you guys gotta all tell your friends who are asleep or doing other things right now to go watch this match back. It started 2-0 for Houston. Our minds were lost. We saw Shu on DPS again. We saw some J-Crat from the Gladiators who taped a card to their damn foreheads to try and absolve any knowledge they could for this matchup. But I just can't believe that Gladiators are starting the qualifiers 0-2. But even as spoken about on socials, they're a team that can afford to do this, that can afford to go 0-2 and probably still make playoffs. So Merit did a great job, and the Sojourn proving to be the first blood in all these fights that Houston really needed to propel themselves into back-to-back wins.
Well, the good news for Houston is that apparently whatever Necromancer's curse was placed upon them to make Houstonable a thing has not yet spread to Lep. Maybe he's their little bastion of immunity against the curse that's allowing them to get a couple of these clutches. We thought it was going to end much earlier. When they booped Reiner off mid-rampage, like, losing that fight is possibly the most Houston thing we've ever seen, but the clutches on Nepal are amazing. And to be honest, I think that Kevster got a little bit excited in that final fight there as well and pulled out the blade against a team that were mid-rally. So they'd already got a good amount of extra health, and you can't cut through that extra health effectively when you don't have an amplifier on your blade. You're only doing 110 damage per swing, so he has to go for a different target that's further away and can't complete the kill, so there's no dash to get back, and he's simply left swinging at air like he's had too many sweets before the anime convention.
I hate that you said all of that, but you love coaching like that. At least one advice, stay true for Houston, to not choke all the way. Just little bit. But we will send it to a break so we can hear an interview from the Houston Outlaws. They have a lot of things going on with the team, so I'm excited to hear any insight from them, and especially at the Watchpoint desk. So we'll see you guys there.
Nice, nice, nice.
Focus. Focusing.
Hey, focusing. Get
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watch Point Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined now by the player of the match, Merritt from Houston Outlaws. Merritt, congratulations on the win. That was a close call, but today Houston Outlaws come out on top. So I believe, after watching today's match, Houston Outlaws, you guys looked a lot better compared to when you guys had your match against the NYXL. So, what sort of changes did you guys make after losing to the NYXL? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 오늘 제 개인적인 의견을 좀 드리자면은 제가 봤을 때는 오늘 휴스턴 팀이 저번 이제 뉴욕과의 경기에 비해서 훨씬 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬던 것 같아요. 이제 뉴욕한테 아쉽게 좀 패배를 한 후 좀 어떤 게 좀 많이 어떤 변환점이 좀 있었나요?
일단 뉴욕 경기 때는 2대0으로 쉽게 잘 이기고 있었는데 좀 중간에 선수들끼리 좀 방심한 그런 게 있어서 그런 것들 좀 고치고 해서 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
All right, so in the New York match, previous to today's match, when we were up 2-0, I think we got a little too complacent, we got too comfortable, and I think that's what led to our downfall. So that was one of the main problems that we really wanted to focus, to not to get too comfortable when we're sort of leading into a series, and I think that was what we worked on after the New York match. And also, and today, like we're seeing on screen right now, you're a great Ashe player and you're also a great Sojourn player for the team, but today you mainly stuck with the Ashe. So, as a hit scan player, how do you decide which hero to play and when to play it? 두 번째 질문은 방금 이제 화면을 보셨을지는 모르겠는데 이제 좀 오늘 굉장히 애쉬로 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주셨다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 거기다가 또 원래 메리트 선수가 애쉬뿐만이 아니라 소전으로도 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주시기 때문에 좀 이제 애쉬랑 소전 이런 이제 영웅 픽은 이제 어떻게 이루어지나요?
일단은 좀 장거리 좀 레인지가 긴 곳은 애쉬를 많이 사용하는 것 같고요. 좀 짧은 곳은 소전을 사용하는 것 같아요.
Alright, so it's pretty simple. Long range, if the map is longer, Ashe. If it's shorter and more compact, then it is Sojourn. Alright, Mary, thank you so much for the answers again. Big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 바이바이.
감사합니다. 바이바이.
That was a disgusting series right there. Wow, what an experience that was. Great answers from Merritt. Yeah, very informative as well. He kept it very short. Just
and concise, yeah?
Yeah, long range, Ashe. Short range, Sojourn.
There you go, guys.
Why didn't we say that?
Well, but he knows better than I do.
There we have it. Yeah. Danny, you're gonna have to become our resident damage expert. Okay, I can do the tanks because I can do the
I'll do supports.
All right, I'll do damage.
I need you to just become the damage expert.
I will try my best, guys.
All right. Check back tomorrow for Danny's damage tricks and tricks. It's gonna be an amazing segment. Let's get back to the match. Houston Outlaws.
I'm sorry, I don't know why.
They arguably break the curse. Do that?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. We've said they've broken the curse so many times. Somehow they almost threw this series in the trash. Like they were so far ahead. They were playing so well. After that Hollywood, we were like, oh man, it's gonna be a short day of Overwatch today. And then somehow, like they fully capped on Gibraltar. They were looking comfortable. They were looking good. And then just a couple of things go by the wayside. And then Colosseo, they fumble the bag with like a 40-meter lead in overtime. And then oh man, we'll talk about Nepal when we get there. But I want to give some massive props to some of these players. Merritt needs to be in the conversation for one of the best players that we have on Hitscan in this league. He was criminally underrated in the Sojourn meta, and then we brought up the statistics, and I think people started looking at him a little bit differently, and he is just doing it time and time again, consistently. He did it against Ashe on Arns on Ashe, and he just made it look easy. He was diffing time and time again, and then you have Pelican on the other hand, who was just going crazy on Genji.
But Pelican, I think just to give an example, I think Pelican had like 27, 28 final blows. Out of Houston Outlaws, like 58 on Gibraltar.
Yeah.
This map right here. And it's not like he has Nano Boost to work with. It's not like you can be like, oh, Nano Blades are overpowered. It's like, he didn't even need an Nano. He just like assassinated the enemy team. Disgusting. I mean, unbelievable performance by both Merit and Pelican. And when you have them being able to do like a 1-2 punch, you know, like Merit gets them low with an Ash shot from afar, and then Pelican swoops in and get like the Genji dash on top of that.
Yeah.
They just look absolutely unstoppable at times here. But then, you know, map 4, map 3, the LA Gladiators, they claw themselves back into this one. Costa, you just give it to me, all right? The throw on Colosseo. What's
well, like it was kind of they stopped on the point. If they kept pushing it, I don't know the macros perfectly because I'm not a pro player anymore. But like, surely if they just pushed it, they could have traded ult on that fight and it had a more comfortable fight for the overtime push. But for some reason, they hold up the bot. But then we go to Nepal and somehow I don't know how on that Sanctum where they boop Reiner off the map when he's popping the ultimate for Junker Queen.
Yeah.
How do they lose that fight? How do they fumble? And then I'd given up. I assume me and all the Houston Outlaws fans out there had given up on Shrine and be like, it's over. You know, it's the Houston Outlaws in round 3 of map 5.
What's going to be forgotten about this is when Merit did like a 2 versus 4 or something. Like, remember there was like a fight there when Houston had like, or LA Gladiators had a point, and then they had, LA Gladiators won the fight, and then Merit is like on the outskirts by the mega health pack or whatever, and gets like 4 people with Lep or something.
That's when Dante used his rampage and went straight into the pillar.
Yeah.
And he missed it, and then Lep used beat to try and get it. And we were like, oh, they threw their ultimates, it's over. And then Merit kills 4. Like, he did it so many times, this series of just like, Houston's like, we don't want to win, and Merit's like, I want to win, and they're like, okay.
I think this series is Overwatch in itself. Happiness, despair, a little bit of throw, a little bit of clutch moments. Just this whole series is what Overwatch was for everybody.
There's not a lot of esports where like both fan bases, Gladiators fans and Outlaws fans, like need to go take a shower afterwards. They're just like drenched in sweat, like, oh my god, that's grueling. Oh, I can't do it. That was an epic series to close out the day. I mean, 2 3-0s in our first 2 matches of the day, and then this 5-map gigabanger to just close things out, and Merit had one heck of a performance that we'll remember for quite some time now. Also, there's so many things to this match. So happy, I guess, for Outlaws that it didn't get back-to-back reverse swept.
Yeah. Oh, dude, how would you feel?
Lep was like,
Lep's like crying. He's like, why did I sign with the Outlaws? This is too hard.
Welcome to the Houston Outlaws.
He played well though. He had some really clutch right. He was the person who put Reiner off. So, you know, Lep, you know, it comes with the good and the bad, I guess.
Why are you giving me your toughest battles? Just stop throwing. Anyway, that was it was actually a pretty short day, but it felt like a long day after that great match to end things on. Now we picked out some of our favorite moments for our favorite segment. It's going to be the best of the day. So I can kick things off. This was an oddball I would not have ever predicted going into this day. It was a London Spitfire rolling out, no pun intended, with Bastion. On Dorado, and it actually worked.
Yeah.
I mean, they were pretty conservative. They were like, we're just gonna play at this one point. But they pulled it out. It did work. Costa was like, I don't like this. And then they ended up winning 2 fights in a row.
I love that you like, put on like a dad voice for me of like, I don't approve of this message and that kind of stuff.
I don't like the Bastion.
Well, in my defense, it didn't work the second time. So, you know, it's kind of like a, you know, one trick chaos is a ladder London Spitfire kind of moment.
Yeah.
Maybe London will do it again.
Yeah, you never know. That's what you have to fear about the London Spitfire.
Yeah.
That and Reinhardt.
Reiner, I think everyone would know now. They have to use it at least once.
They have to.
In a
Otherwise,
series.
they get disqualified.
The contract.
All right, my best of the day was, it's like, I love either really great map 5 bangers or like a really clean 3 Overwatch. When a really good team just dominates the opposing team. And you know, when someone is down, to put them even like below, even lower. This is what Washington did to Paris, especially to K to Wub. He pulls out a blade, kills him, and says, "No, you're dead." And he just walks away. Just walks away. It's about sending a message.
No, Wub's
you don't belong here. Get out of my sight. And he just, I don't need
such
this
a waste of a blade, though. He didn't even.
It's about sending a message.
Okay, you're
It's
right.
about making a statement.
Okay, yeah, Wub. I don't know what was the statement that Decay was sending to Wub.
I'm better.
Well, can't argue with the results. You know, it works. It works. My best of the day. It is going to be the one we just talked about. I want to see this. I hope we get this from Let's perspective because this is going to be Reiner in probably one of the most crucial moments of his Overwatch career so far. With the ultimate, throws it, gets boomed by Lep.
No!
Look at his face.
Despair.
Look at Lep. This is the Lep play, though. You know, you need to give credit where credit is due. That was on him. Yet somehow, dude, look at Dante got hit by that somehow. Dude, that is the world's largest ultimate. It is the size of Orbit. Oh
no,
my
What is this? Why are we showing him crying? That was like way afterwards.
No,
it's totally
It's about making a statement, okay?
Sending a message.
It's about sending a message.
Wow, someone in production is like holding a grudge. Like, look at him.
I don't like Reiner.
They won that round. Who cares? It didn't matter. It was, the other round. Anyway, amazing moment. I also just like that, like, Jungle Queen is like spinning her flail or whatever it is. They're just like helicopter, my brain has just exploded from this day. That was an amazing day. And to think we have one more day.
A long day.
A long day. We have 4 matches tomorrow, and no, it's not APAC. APAC returns next week. We got 4 Western Region matches. It's August 14th.
August 14th.
Long have we awaited the end of the Vancouver Titans' grueling schedule as they face the Paris Eternal, who are also 1-11. Vancouver Titans winless, of course, so far. We're bringing on a special guest tomorrow to commemorate this matchup and for this very special occasion. So, make sure to tune in to the Watchpoint pre-show tomorrow. And then, of course, we have the Florida Mayhem against the San Francisco Shock, New York Excelsior against Dallas Fuel, and Toronto Defiant against the Atlanta Reign. So there's some nice bangers there.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm really excited for New York Excelsior versus Dallas Fuel. That's actually going to be a really good match.
Two best teams.
If you told me at the start of the week right now. Yeah, because New York Excelsior potentially is one of the best teams because they beat Houston
Outlaws.
And Houston beat Gladiators. Transitive properties. We're learning this year. So New York Excelsior is number 1 on my power rankings.
Take that back. Take that back immediately. No, I am excited for New York Excelsior fans, though, because they're also excited about this matchup tomorrow, of course. So, good for them. Toronto Defiant against Atlanta Reign. There's a great matches tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
It's going to be a great day. So please join us tomorrow, Sunday, of course, for more Overwatch League action. We'll be kicking things off with the Watchpoint pre-show with a special guest. As mentioned, I'm going to hammer that home with a special guest, so don't miss that. We're going to have a great old time.
Is this Siri?
No.
It's not Siri. Can it be Siri? Can we?
Can we replace the special guest?
No one knows who's serious. It's my dog. Okay. 11:30 a.m. PST. That's going to be the start time for the Watchpoint pre-show tomorrow. We thank you so much for tuning in to day 3 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. But it continues tomorrow. So check out us tomorrow. It's gonna be great. Tune in.